Yeah, I'm not waiting for it to go off air, guys. So yeah, hop over even though it's still live. No, since this one's not got enough subscribers to get viewers to actually watch.
Give it time, Nadia. Give it time.
Um, yeah, I have directed. Yeah, in the meantime, okay, I'm not getting the idea yet. So
And it's going to rain.
yeah, it'd be nice if reading your thing here because I'm frying. And JJ, did you see the link in the cipher? It's not up on YouTube. It's kind of the point of inviting people from side chat and such. So continuity in the panel. What's that? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
It's so weird too, is that sometimes when you open a new Hangout, it closes, prompts you to close the old Hangout. Sometimes not.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. It's kind of weird.
So I have to close it manually. Fine, I did. Oh, you think you're special, huh? Is that a Makita?
No, it's a Bosch.
My Makita has the light too.
Yeah, I got a pretty good deal on this. About 1,300 rand, which isn't a hell of a lot in dollars, for a cordless impact drill with 2 batteries and a charger.
A Rand?
A rand is it's about 15 rand to a dollar.
Yeah, it's a
Oh,
South African dollar, right?
15
Yeah,
Rand. So,
it's the South African currency.
so you
Gotcha.
got that thing for about $10?
Mm,
You say
no,
100,
more
150
like
Rand?
no, 1,300 rand.
Oh, okay. That's more like it. I was going to say, what the hell kind of economy do you have? $10.
Yeah, so it's about 85, $86.
Yeah, about $90.
And then I've also got a Bosch rotary hammer that I bought quite some time ago.
Huh.
Yeah,
Why?
I mean this thing will get through masonry, but it takes a while. A rotary hammer just does it so much faster.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
I've done masonry with my Makita. With,
Oh
you
yeah,
know,
but that's a Makita. Or I mean, it's not fair to compare Makita to Bosch.
yeah, it is. I have a Bosch router. Bosch is decent. I mean, it's all about the.
No, they're good. Now, part of the thing is with rotary hammers, they tend to use STS plus shanks instead of just a normal, cylindrical shank. so you get a lot less slippage. The other thing with rotary hammers is they focus a bit more on the hammer action than the rotation. So it's a lot faster for getting through masonry. Like my rotary hammer gets through brick like a hot knife through butter. This thing takes a while.
Mm.
But this is far better for wood and steel and stuff like that because it just uses, good old-fashioned cylindrical shanks.
Well, yeah, those are crappy though.
Yeah, like, I mean, they don't have quite the same amount of. Personally, I prefer beveled shanks, but cylindrical is more common around here.
Oh.
Huh.
Although I tell you, it's not easy to find like wood drilling bits in SDS Plus shanks.
And welcome, G. Whistler.
G'day.
Did you manage to see the new channel I was launching?
No, which channel's that?
Debate Coliseum.
Oh, you ran that earlier, didn't you?
What's that?
Didn't you run that earlier?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, right. Oh, then I did. So, yes.
Now, see, Nadia, if you go to YouTube right now, and because I just jumped there to try and get G the link if he didn't know about the debate coliseum. If you go to YouTube right now and you look in the live streaming thing, Von Helton's got one going, and it's showing up in the live stream. So, like, I'm really curious that, like, why aren't yours showing up there? That's weird.
I don't know. This is a recent change, right?
Yeah, within the, what, last few weeks, maybe? Yeah.
I don't know how to Google for it. I actually already have Googled for it, but didn't come up with a search key. I think it differently enough from everyone else. I'm probably not going to come up with the same wording as most of the prior searches for such.
I don't know. I just think it's really weird that all of a sudden your Hangouts used to always come up in my live stream, and it's just not there anymore. That's why I kept asking you. Like, have you changed any settings on your channel? Like, it's weird. I don't get it.
It's probably Google Plus just being shit.
Yeah, it could be. Gee, it's just bizarre to me though because, I mean, I don't know. It's just weird to me. I don't like why all of a sudden would that change. I don't.
Well,
Yeah.
it's slow for me sometimes as well, so I just put it down to it just taking a while to update the Google Plus feed. I don't know, but Chrome's a bit shit for me at the moment, so.
No, I'm talking about on YouTube, G. Like if
Oh, right.
yeah, there's a listing on your homepage on YouTube for live streams that are active, and Nadia's always used to come up, but within about the last 3 weeks, her stuff hasn't been showing up. It's
Oh,
weird.
you're right, actually. Yeah, I think, I know what you mean now. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know what you're
Worst.
talking about. What live feed are you talking about that's not showing up?
There's a listing on your YouTube homepage for live streams, Like, I don't know if you, I don't know if you're sub to Vaughn, but if you are sub to
Not.
Vaughn, okay, I get that. But if you were, you would see on your YouTube homepage that he has a live stream going on right now, and it would be basically at the top of your page, right? Nadia is used to do that. Her Hangouts used to do that for me, but she doesn't show up there anymore. It's weird.
Yeah, I've noticed the same thing.
How do we Google for what causes that? I've tried Googling for it and get a bunch of unrelated issues.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. Do my best. I'll be right back.
Oh. Phew.
Did you stop scheduling your Hangouts from YouTube or no?
They're scheduled from YouTube.
Okay, all right.
Have you insulted, mocked, or derided any Google employees?
No.
Yeah, the only reason I'm making this a big issue is because Nadia, I think a lot of your participants, like the panel members, came in here because they would see that you had one in, like they would click YouTube, they'd be on their homepage, and they would see that you have a live stream going on, and because
Yeah.
that's not right, so you get where I'm coming from here.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep looking.
And my video crashed.
Yeah, I never go to my Google or YouTube homepage personally.
Welcome, Airmean. What's up?
I mean,
Hey, thanks. Hey, guys. Fell asleep watching Clockwork Orange yesterday with my kid. Can you believe you never seen that?
yeah, that movie's so
Video,
boring.
video.
That movie is crazy.
Such a snorer.
Hardly. No, where'd Nadia go? No,
I mean, you're saying that you've never seen it?
Ari has it, my kid.
Yeah, okay. That's a little easier to believe.
Yeah, but she's essentially a film studies or acting major, so I was like, really?
Oh, that's different.
Mm-hmm.
Especially
I've never seen it.
when Kubrick is
Yeah.
close to demigodhood.
Yeah, and she's never seen 2001 either. I was like, oh, hell no.
Oh my goodness, what?
No one's ever
I've
seen
done
that
a
film.
horrible job parenting. You guys can say it. I'm a horrible.
Oh,
Well,
boy,
it's on Netflix.
No one's ever seen 2001. They say they have, but what they do is they go to watch it and then fall asleep halfway through because it's like 10 hours long.
Well,
No
that
one likes
is
to admit this.
that is something of a relaxing film. I'll admit that.
I'm not criticizing it's a good film. It's just fucking so long. It's a good film, but I remember falling asleep to that. So I missed the psychedelic trip.
DPR said the same thing. Like, he doesn't get it. I love it.
It's a very
I think-
relaxing film.
Conceptually, it's awesome, but yeah, it's a difficult one.
Yeah, that was So we're gonna watch that one hopefully.
Yeah, they're both on Netflix, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no need to see Clockwork Orange for some time still. It's still emblazoned in my head
Brutal.
that I don't need to see it soon.
The Shining is still my favorite Kubrick film. Love it.
Oh, I didn't know that was Kubrick.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's good.
It's nothing. It's nothing like the book, but cinematically speaking, and Jack's performance, it's like, come on, it's good stuff.
One of my favorites though is still Full Metal Jacket.
Yes.
It's just a
Incredible.
lot of
I haven't seen that yet.
really good performances.
Is that the one with what's the guy? Private.
Gunny.
No, the character's name. I can't remember his name. Private Pile.
Yeah,
Is that
Vincent D'Onofrio.
Yeah, I haven't seen that in years.
Vincent D'Onofrio plays Private Pile, whose real name I think is Eugene something.
Yeah.
Character, that is.
Yeah, Vince D'Onofrio, amazing actor. Love the guy.
Yeah, he's very good.
You see him in The Cell?
I've never seen The Cell.
Oh my God, check that film out. Crazy movie.
Is that the movie with
Jennifer Lopez.
Jennifer Lopez? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's probably why I've never seen it, really.
Yeah, oh, that's right. I can't stand her.
Oh, but I'm telling you, the cinematography, the storyline, just crazy film.
The girl drives me batty.
I don't think you can beat Ridley Scott for cinematography, though. I think he's a master.
He's good.
Visually
Yeah.
superb.
Yeah, I'm a Ridley Scott fan.
The first Alien movie, I mean, come on.
Oh, he did something
Yeah,
really.
amazing.
Was he Inception? Was that the one that?
No, that was Christopher Nolan.
Oh, okay. He did something I liked recently and something I wasn't fond of. I can't remember now.
Prometheus?
I didn't see that.
He's done anything
Oh,
since then, I
Vincent
haven't seen it.
D'Onofrio. I know this guy. He played in what's that? God damn it!
Okay.
Something Law and Order.
Yeah, he was on Law and Order, Criminal Intent.
Right. I know the guy.
Oh yeah, he's been in tons of stuff. He
I haven't
was,
seen
you know,
this.
he plays the Kingpin on Daredevil more recently. He's very good.
I haven't seen The Cell though. Looks interesting.
My favorite Ridley Scott film is still Blade Runner.
Yeah,
My
that's
favorite.
awesome.
My favorite is The Moon Landing.
That's just Kubrick. That was Kubrick.
Damn it!
Uh,
Messed up the joke. That's right. My favorite movie of Kubrick is The Moon Landing.
Well, see, we need a flat
I
earther
don't
in
like
here
the
at this
Kubrick
point.
there,
Where,
that was just an animatronic Kubrick they built. Sorry, Rev.
no, it's all right, Albatross. There's a major lag with you because you're like fucking in South Africa. But yeah, no, I was just saying we need a flat earther at this point because we're bringing up the Kubrick, fakeness with the moon landing. So, Pillbox, anybody, get in here.
No.
I don't think Pillbox and I can be in the same room.
Or does he just go heretic on you?
Oh, I'm pretty sure I have him blocked.
Oh.
Can he call you a
Pillbox
baller?
is just annoying.
No, it's
Pillbox isn't even entertaining.
don't know what he did to Carl.
Oh, that's right. God damn it.
I have patience for that.
See, this is where the sort of your ignorance hurts other people when this happens. I'm like, no. Okay, this is where I draw the line, dude, sorry.
Did anyone ever play the old Blade Runner game by Westwood?
Nope.
I
It's
didn't
good,
know.
it's good.
Never even heard of it.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like a major blockbuster or anything, but it's probably one of the best, like, video games based on movies I think I've ever played.
Well, that's pretty sad because none of them were any good.
Yeah, no, this one was good.
Did anybody play The Matrix online?
I did not.
Yeah, I did briefly before it died.
What did you think?
I think it had a lot of potential, but I think at the time I played it, it was basically already gone. There was fuck all there, which is a shame because the systems weren't bad, but they just sort of gave up on it. You know, The Matrix was really, really popular, and it's one of my favourite films. But then it was really popular, and then kind of tailed off real quick. People, I think, moved on really quickly.
Did they implement bullet time in that game too?
Well, they had it's a fairly involved combat system because you had like martial arts you could do as well as shooting at people, but it wasn't. They didn't do any kind of bullet time effects that I can remember. But it was it wasn't
That's just
bad.
missed opportunity.
They just didn't do anything with it.
It sounded like a terrible concept for a game. Honestly.
Actually, I thought it was quite a clever concept considering that you were playing in, obviously in a video reality, So they could have done some interesting stuff with it, but
Yeah, gee,
I don't
gee,
know.
I remember when that was first announced, and I was really excited about it. But then I played it, and I was like,
Yeah, it didn't have any content. The systems were good, but they just didn't do anything with it.
yeah, you're right.
Well, what were the systems though?
Well, I mean, you could, you have the sort of usual character builds, and you could get your skills and level up, and you could be either like, what do they call it? You could be like a hacker. I mean, they followed the basic sort of MMO classes, but they called them, more appropriate things like hacker and soldier or something like this. I can't remember specifically, but you could change your stuff up on the fly rather than like having to, respec like you do in some of these games where they make it so onerous that you never do it. You've got to pay loads of gold and in-game currency. You could just go to a telephone booth in the city and then just change as if you were being like, downloaded stuff like in the films. They get the information programmed into them. So it was quite good. I thought that was quite nice.
I thought the Matrix game on PS2 was pretty badass, actually.
I think one I played was The Path of Neo.
Oh, I played that, yeah. It had the sword combat in one of his sort of dreams in the dojo or something.
Yeah. The
Yeah, I
ending
loved
was terrible. It was good up to the ending. That was the worst ending ever.
Yeah. I loved the sword fighting. That was fucking epic. I think it was the first type of fighting where you sort of connect the moves, kind of like what Batman does, right? The Batman games does when you sort of can divide your attacks between the opponents in a really smooth and cool way. I think that game did it the first, right? Matrix, the Path of Neo, with the sword fighting.
Yeah, it was all right up until, as I say, the end. But yeah, they did a decent enough job. But,
Yeah. I remember when
I remember
Bullet
many
Time.
years ago.
Okay.
That's right, go for it.
I remember where there's this big boom of bullet time effect in games right after the Matrix. Everybody's like, "Whoa, fucking awesome!"
Yeah, Max Payne, right, Art?
Right.
Yes.
That's what I was going to bring up. God damn it.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm
Fear?
sorry, Albatross. It's your lag, bro. I'm sorry, dude.
No, I was just going to say, a few years ago I discovered Max Payne 2, and I had a lot of fun with that. Especially since, like, not like modern games, it actually gives you a chance to fuck up, you know? There's nothing quite as hilarious as trying to dive into a room and kill everyone, but then you hit the door frame
Yeah,
because you
man.
managed
Yeah,
to tangle
check
yourself
out
from it.
3. Check out Max Payne 3, dude. Amazing game.
Oh yeah, I
Co-
played that too. No, that was fun.
cool. Go ahead, Art. Sorry.
Yeah, I loved the second one more than the third one, really. The Dead Man Walking thing. I don't think it was in the third one, or you had to buy a DLC or something.
Oh,
So
dude, the storyline in Max Payne 2, incredible. You know that love
yeah.
story? It was, just incredible.
I didn't pay much attention to that. Like, well, maybe a little bit. I was more about the action, really. But the
I
third
hear
one,
you. I hear you.
the third one was interesting. It sort of because it sort of forced you to go through the
Art, no,
story.
shut up.
Yeah.
This is just your fucking misogyny talking, you bastard. How dare you?
Yeah,
Yeah, we still on Max
Anita
Payne.
Wikipedia is true and correct. And
and it is true. Okay.
I have no idea about video games.
Yeah.
I rely
You
on
guys,
Anita speaking as my authority about video games. How about that?
oh my goodness. You guys remember Fear?
Oh,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
I think it was the first game who implemented bullet time in multiplayer, right? This is
How did
our.
that work?
Oh, it was interesting. So you would basically you'd had this item in a map, which when you got it, you control the bullet time for everybody. So that's
Oh,
it.
okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. And once you're killed, you drop it. Somebody else picks it up.
Okay. I remember I enjoyed Fear 1 a lot, and I had a good time with Fear 3, but Fear 2 was kind of crap.
I haven't played the other ones yet. The first one was like
Yeah.
freaking awesome.
Oh yeah. Fear 3 is also, I think, very good. But Fear 2 is just, it's the Nadia of the series.
Yeah. Do you guys know Crisis, right?
Oh yeah.
Of course.
Right. I used to sort of mod it a little bit using configs to slow down time. I would bind certain keys to slow down time, so just that bullet time. It's pretty cool.
Ah,
Nice.
Nice.
I remember
Yeah.
I found one weird bug in that game. I don't know how easy it is to replicate, but I snuck up behind the soldier in the guard tower and I grabbed him, and then I quick saved because save's coming for the win. And then something happened and I quick loaded, and then I jumped off the tower with the guy just to see what would happen, and I ended up like floating and kind of flying.
Huh. Huh. Yeah,
And
I don't
anytime
know.
I quick loaded to that place, I could fly, which was really weird.
Crazy. By the way,
Yeah.
Art, how's your work doing on the game you were working on? Is it
Oh,
going?
it's on pause pretty much. I need to
Shit.
first figure out a regular income, proper one. Figure out what to do with sort of our house here. We're sort of building with our parents. We need to make flats here so we can rent them out. We've done a few, but still need to do more to have a proper income, and then I can think about sort of devoting regular time to the project.
I hear you, man. Well, best of luck. Best of luck.
Since then. Yeah.
Is anyone talking, or did I disconnect?
Oh, nobody's talking. Just,
Okay, thank
we're
goodness.
just, we're just in deep thought. Um, apparently, Cliff Stamp was uh, has been able to convince, I think, MK to go and look up out of positions on precept from much more educated preceptors than Scythe and Broken Kid and Arcane. I think he convinced MK to go look at Alvin Plantinga's presuppositional sort of position. Not much unapologetic, but it's a position. So hopefully, there's going to be progress.
Oh, who cares?
I do. I'm here for this punishment of trying to talk to preceptors. It's my fetish.
You have some strange fetishes.
Fetishes?
Yeah.
The games are misogynistic.
Nope, not gonna bite. I shall resist.
When did Aeneas Mercutian get here?
Oh, wait, here's the thing I want to talk about related to sort of modern feminism. Did you guys hear about Milo Yiannopoulos, his talk being interrupted and just taken over by Black Lives Matter protesters?
Yeah, I saw a bit of that. I haven't watched like the.
Nope, and there he goes. Thanks, Anita Sarkeesian.
Because it's always good out, yes, I know.
Yeah. Hey, Albatross.
Hi.
Yeah, you were saying?
Oh, I was just saying, I heard about it. I haven't watched it in its entirety yet, but yeah.
I watched the important sort of parts where they basically did this black dude storms on stage, followed by a black chick. Yeah, and there, I think Milo says that the black dude threatened him, and the black chick was like really in his face. She was like screaming at him, "What do I have to say now?" This horrible voice, and just forcing the microphone to his mouth. And Milo was like, utterly like in a fetal position, just like, "Help me, save me." It's like, well, yeah, the most fucked up stuff is that the speakers and the organizers had to pay extra for security, right, to the school. But when the Black Lives Matter protesters took the stage, the school has ordered the security to not intervene. Right, so kind of pointless to ask for money if you're not going to enforce it. So
Well, it's not for the students.
I mean, you should.
The security is for other than the students, how they positioned it.
for what?
No, it's still. I mean,
Usually for the students. You're not supposed to use security on the students in such a rough way, so that's how they could have positioned it.
Well, it doesn't have to be rough. Just, I mean, remove them. I mean, this was, I'm assuming, paid. Right?
Yeah, well, colleges just better watch who they invite.
So I disagree with Milo on a lot of stuff, but I think he has the right to say it.
No, he has the right to say it. He doesn't need to say it at a college campus.
Well, what if people invite him there?
But you said that the college didn't. It was a sanctioned event at the college.
By student group, I think.
Does Indianapolis count as a fig town?
I'm not sure.
No, no.
What?
What the fuck is a fig cow?
Faggots going their own way. No, seriously. FICTO is faggots going their own way.
Oh, okay. That's a new one to me. I never heard that one.
Yeah, I'm still not sure what that's supposed to entail, because like men going their own way is men who don't want to be in relationships with women. So, but I mean, if you're a fag going your own way, you don't want to be in relationships with men. It kind of undermines the purpose of being a fag.
No, it just undermines the stereotype.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it's supposed to do, actually.
The stereotype that gay men like to sleep with other men?
Yeah, like you can, like the stereotype is that gay men
That's not a stereotype. That's
everything. To say that you don't want to have anything to do with any other gay men or men, that's not undermining a stereotype. It's just as simple as the MGTOWs. It's
I don't
crazy.
know.
Yeah, that's what
Fig,
I'm saying.
Figtao sounds gay to me.
What?
I said,
Well, argue.
Figtao sounds gay to me.
Yeah, as far as I know, they aren't really taking a vow of celibacy.
Oh,
Their shunning seems to be directed to a sort of shunning of women, as opposed to of men or whatever.
fuck that. Another stereotype. They better not try and act like one then either.
Is it? Is
I
it?
don't know. What?
Is it that? Is it they're trying to shun women? Huh?
That
Yeah,
sounds
they're
like
not.
a really easy feat for a gay man.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of
Yeah.
comes with being a gay man in a way, right?
Yeah,
At least
it's
in terms of relationship.
another stereotype.
Yeah, I think what is it that Sean with an X, and I guess he also goes by Thomas Blakely, who's made a bunch of racist comments in the past. Just actually describes himself as a figtail.
Oh my god, Nadia, I just saw your top meme there. You just want Art to freak out, don't you? Come on.
Video games are misogynist. Oh, shit. You
Yeah,
know this
that's
much
alright.
more, right?
I'll hold off on my rage unless it says something like Apple products are vastly superior.
Uh-huh.
Oh, God.
Right. I think Anita Sarkeesian needs a direct invite to this hangout. Come on, Anita, get your ass in here. Come on.
There we go.
Shit.
Definitely.
I will hurt you.
No.
I will break
Think
you.
about how
Break
awesome
you.
it would be if she actually pitched up. We would have broken the Chinese wall of silence that she's built.
Yeah, actually, that'd be a good way. Yeah, but I don't think she's gonna be here. She's not really
I
comfortable
don't
with
think.
debates.
It's just fucking insane, this whole, video games are misogynistic thing. It really is. I mean, men are objectified just as much as women in video games. Come on, We don't all look like fucking Arnie, right? But that's how they depict us. Like, come on.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
you
there's a
got
great.
Kratos running around all bulgy and muscly and glistening in a loincloth.
What games are
Yeah.
you playing?
Yep, sign me up for a whole bunch of those.
Uh-huh. I mean, it's the same category, right? It's the same degree, but it's not in the same amount. But that's accounted by the. What?
It's not in the same amount?
Yeah, in a sense that you have much more games, I would say, that do have a sexualized. Well, it's games are aimed at men, right, mostly. Because
Okay,
the fact is, men mostly do play games, right?
Art,
But
Art.
sexualizations happens in both
Art.
sides.
How
Oh,
would you
dear.
sexualize a man?
JJ, please don't tell me you support this shit, man.
How would you sexualize a man?
You're
Oh, no.
smarter than this, JJ. Sorry, Art, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going by the same notions of sexualizing as the modern feminists do in video games, which is that showing, a lot of skin or tight clothes, sort of this stuff.
Well, it's not
If you're
quite
into
that.
beauty
No, there's a little
standards.
bit more than that.
What?
It's not just not just showing skin and wearing tight clothes. It's not.
Then what is it?
That. Well, firstly, you have to accept the notion of the power balance or the power relationship between the two genders. If you don't accept that, then part of it is going to be lost on you because you won't see that it's being that women are seen in a less position. So the issue of objectifying women is from the perspective of people who have power that women don't. That's part of the issue.
In video games?
No, in life.
We're talking video games, though.
No, but video games are consumed by real people with real cultural opinions and values. That's how you come to appraise these things.
Well, the question
Yes.
is what influences what, right? So, and as Ocean pointed out to you, and Ocean is not actually on my side, he's more on your side. He's on the side of Anita Sarkeesian. And he
He
pointed out that
is?
there's he pointed out there are studies that show there is no correlation between your sort of views on women, i.e. misogyny and so forth, and your consumption of media. So this shows that really there is no clear effect.
And when
I'm not
Art
sure what you
said
mean.
that Ocean is on G's side, he meant he's pro. He's a feminist. He
Anita.
calls himself
Yeah.
a feminist. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not sure. I don't follow you.
Well, the point I thought Art said that I thought Art was saying that women are more objectified sexually.
No, so I'm saying that there are both characters, male and female, that are made to be like sexy, right?
Yes.
But there's more games that have the sort of thing for males, right? So it's more. Well, I mean, the fact is that games through a long time have been catered sort of. Well, how do you say it?
I see. What you're saying is that video games are creating more male homosexuals.
Exactly what I said.
Well,
You took the
well,
words right out of my mouth.
well. To be serious here for a second, okay? Males are objectified just as much because we're always portrayed as the heroes,
Right.
right? So I mean, yeah. So women may be objectified as sexy things that we want to fuck.
I heard you the first time.
Always the heroes. Hello, like on what video games are you playing where men are always the heroes?
On what video games are playing where women are always sexualized?
Ermine, you're on
No,
this
None that
boat
I
too.
play.
Ermine, you're on this boat too.
Oh,
Yeah, she's been all time.
yours because you're tripping.
Oh my
I
God.
don't see how being the hero is the same as being objectified.
It's ridiculous.
No.
Art, you need to shoot me in the face, man. I,
Well, yeah. Why don't you let the woman do it? Because I will.
Huh? Oh,
Well, I guess
Sexist.
it's maybe ambiguous as to how people are using the term objectified. Then.
Well, it's to treat someone as an object. That doesn't have to be sexualized.
Right.
Yeah, see,
It's objectification. So you
You
treat
can
a person as an object.
And so what's being implied or stated explicitly even is that making a male character the hero is a form of objectification, right?
Right, but how?
It's dehumanizing and just making them
Is it?
a win button. Yes.
Ooh. I don't see how that. You'd have to show me
It's
how. 'Cause I don't follow you.
as a tool. Has just been stated that
A tool.
showing a male character as simply as a hero, as the savior, is a form of objectifying them just as a tool for salvation, a tool for rescue.
well, I heard feminists say that
Yeah,
it's
that's
sexism.
If that applies to men, then it must therefore apply to women. And if you have a character who's a woman, then the same situation must apply, surely. So we're not getting anywhere.
And it does, and it is. Yes.
I don't actually agree with what you're saying, but then that situation applies. So I don't know how that gets us anywhere. Saying that, I don't know. I don't know. I don't agree.
Can we?
So how are I mean, what is the issue with objectification in a video game anyway? It's a video game.
That's what I want to get to. Yeah.
What do you mean
Everything
it's a
is
video
objectified. They're
Right, so-
flat.
Everything isn't objectified. I mean, you're equivocating the term to the point of
Am I?
becoming meaningless. Well, I think
Can
so.
I try undercut this and clarify perhaps some? Oh, Nadia, could you mute? I'm gonna mute the Nadia just in case. So, because see, one of the reasons I'm confused and I don't see why it's a problem that they're, even sexually explicit, like characters, whatever the fuck that means, or female characters that show a lot of skin, that have big tits, that have big, nice booties, that shake. Reason why I'm confused as to why it's a problem is that I don't see it as a problem. I mean, we can imagine things, right? I have like,
You don't see you're
uh,
a woman. Why do you keep saying that as an actual support to your argument? I don't see it, therefore it does not exist. That's the dumbest argument I've ever
I
heard.
didn't,
No.
I didn't make an inference yet. Hold on, I didn't even make an inference, right? So, what I'm trying to ask you, what makes it wrong for me or somebody to make a movie, a game, or write a book which depicts or describes explicitly sexual content,
Because
right?
it marginalizes and perpetuates.
How?
How does it marginalize?
Okay, by marginalizing, it puts women in these positions where all they are these objects of sexual gratification for men. So it marginalizes their ability, I don't know, to do things like think.
In a video game?
And
Hey,
yeah,
have you ever played Tomb Raider? Like,
Yes, I've played Tomb Raider. And what,
Boom,
she,
mic drop.
smart woman, very smart woman.
what she's wearing is the most ridiculous crap I've ever seen.
Oh my God,
What does that have to do with
oh my
anything?
God.
No.
For someone
First of all,
who's,
she's in a jungle.
That's not shaming.
I can't even believe I let my kid play that crap.
Well, what
She's
is
in
he
a
gonna wear?
jungle.
Okay.
What is he gonna wear in the jungle? Do you know what Africans wear in the jungle?
Indiana Jones would have been wearing Daisy Dukes.
What's a Daisy
Y'all never gone to see
Well,
that.
that's an entirely different matter, but anyway.
Well, they were both Tomb Raiders or similar archaeologists, whatever. It's just shenanigans.
That might be another on the part of whoever the fuck made Indiana Jones.
No, Art, let me step in here because Indiana Jones was a man's man, right?
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Objectification,
Yeah.
matriarchy there, Art, matriarchy.
But seriously, doesn't it make more sense to wear like
Talk about
clothes?
objectifying men. You could look at Wolverine. He is
Right.
Hugh Jackman is the depiction of how us women objectify men, right?
Sinners.
That is an example of objectification of men. You don't
Right. So
Right,
can-
right, and you're aware that there was, and you're aware that there was a Wolverine game, right, Ermine?
see not video games.
Well, I'm just saying that's the point. Anita Sarkeesian's points are stupid because men are objectified just as much as women in
Not just
games.
as much, not even close.
Wait. Can we guys? Wait. Can we get back to my point, Mister? Because I think this is the crux of the issue, right? Which is why is it a bad thing to depict characters to be nude or semi-nude, even, or scantily clad or whatever?
It teaches young girls to sort of dress like that, I guess.
How?
It makes it because when they copy such thing as when they view how women dress in TV, they want to look down like them. If
And
you
is
ask
that a good thing?
young women, what do they enjoy? I think most of them will not say they enjoy history. Or they don't enjoy historical figures. They'll enjoy actors and actresses, and they'll try to
So-
copy them.
Right, so we have identified a phenomena which I don't agree actually exists, since Ocean, who is on the opposite side of the issue, has pointed out that actually there's no correlation with that. Let's say it's the case. Is it really a good idea to try and cure the symptom, right, and not the disease itself, right? Should we maybe try and make people aware of this phenomena, right, and try to somehow contravene it? Because I think it's a bad thing.
That's
That-
what she's trying to do.
humans- No,
Maybe-
she's trying to cure the symptom, right, not the
Well,
disease.
how can you cure the symptom? Are you going to put a bullet from the producer's head? Because I don't think you are. You're
Huh?
not going to cure any symptoms.
Well, should we not try? I mean, I could say the same thing. You cannot cure the fucking culture, right? You're going against the
Are
culture.
you-
That's pretty
You
big.
can get this to take over the music
Video
industry
games
and
stop doing this
produce your own product.
Stops doing this.
You do not own the music production, so you really have no say in what they do. They own it and they do whatever they want to do because they own
Right.
that property.
So what is easier, to try and stifle artistic expression, right, by limiting what we can produce in our imagination and give these ideas to the people, or is it better to try and to tell people that, hey, when the book says it's fiction, it's fucking fiction, and
I
not a
agree.
documentary?
But I
I
think
agree.
you've made
Okay.
Yeah. the
All right,
problem here is that-
one second, guys. I think Nadia wants to speak. I think. She's asking us if we're all tabbed out. No, we're not tabbed out. Go ahead, Nadia.
Oh, yeah. Well, nobody actually saw the, I guess, or commented on the, well, a bit of objectification here, which is the exploitation of women as providers of sexual services, right? So.
Huh?
Well, everybody's a provider of sexual
Yeah,
service.
but
So hard to.
couldn't we make the same argument about men as being exploited as providers of economic services?
Shut up! No video game is popping off men. All they're doing is giving money all day.
What?
Damn.
Well, I'm confused.
What?
I don't get the point.
I don't think anyone's arguing for the stifling of creativity. That's not Anita's
Yeah, I
point.
know. Yeah, I know you don't think so, but
Well,
that's
no, I
what
don't
it,
just
wait,
think
but
so.
that's what
That's
it
what she
leads
says.
to. Yeah, I
Well,
know that
because
she
this is
says this.
important. Well, yeah, but the problem is that she says it, you acknowledge that, but I don't think you actually accept it.
I'm arguing that it follows from her position if applied consistently. So if we cannot portray, certain groups of people in such a light, if the only light in which we can portray them is the light in which they ought to be according to our social standards, right? I.e., equal, not sexually cloud, not being, whores, hookers, etc., right? Slaves, right? Then you've eliminated but that's what follows from it, right? If you say
No,
that
that's
you
what
cannot
you're
depict,
saying.
You'll have
okay,
to
then what's the objection?
creative. You have to get more creative. The perfect example was in cartoons. You look at some of those cartoons from the 30s, 40s, and 50s. Holy crap, are they racist? Right? Let me finish, please. But you can't say today that cartoons are less creative just because they stopped with that racist crap of cartoons. They're actually more creative, more innovative, more amazing today, and all they did was stop being bigoted assholes.
But that's not applying the.
How are they bigoted? How are they bigoted? Can you define bigoted? Because the definition of bigoted is not being tolerant of each other's opinions, and you're not being tolerant of a racist opinion, so that makes you a bigot. It's sort of a double standard. So I don't think you should call anyone bigot because you're not tolerant of their view. That makes you a bigot.
Well,
that's
just being silly, isn't it?
That's a nice try, but being tolerant of hate, being tolerant of
they might find you hateful.
that does not make
They might find you hateful.
what
Hate
makes
is
you
subjective.
This.
It's an opinion a person has. It's a personal opinion.
If you're going to ask a question, I would advise you to let the person answer.
Well, go on then. I'm waiting.
It is not what bigoted is referred to is usually when it's associated with things like hatred, xenophobia, associated with a hate and disgust of someone's natural way of being.
I can guarantee you this, Ermine. The objectification of women, let me grant you that. It has nothing to do with hate. It's all about the love, trust me.
I was giving an example of cartoons. And a
Yes.
lot of that, I was not talking about women specifically. He asked me the question of why is it okay to be bigoted against bigots? It's not a bigot.
Let's stop using the word bigot because you're a bigot right now because you're not tolerant of their opinion.
I'd say it's
You are, but if you don't understand racist and racist thought 101, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I think it's just a funny paradox. I think we would all agree that being bigoted against bigotry is kind of acceptable and necessary.
Yeah, I think I want to throw this out there to Ermine. It's not against the law to be a bigot or a racist
Oh
necessarily.
shit, Sherlock! What are you helping with in this conversation?
Thank you, Captain Obvious.
Why are you speaking so much against it?
Please define a racist.
Hey guys, can we get back to the point? I'm
As if
I'm
it
trying to keep.
affects the
Wait,
person.
incorporate. Hold on. I'm trying to keep
People
on
like you
track.
don't even play video games, Ermine.
Yeah,
You
you
don't
just
know
kind of.
anything about me, so shut up.
You don't play video games.
So what? What's that got to do with anything?
Noobs
Ermine.
playing.
My
Point of moderation.
God was, you dum dum.
Okay,
Ermine.
point of moderation. Art, I think Art should be able to speak. He's very polite. So Art, go ahead.
Fuck off, you. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I want to keep on the track the point. Sort of. Again, I think the crux of this is what makes depicting women, sexually a bad thing, or even let's say we depict. Let's say there's a book, no, a movie that someone made where there is a world where all women are enslaved by men. Now, why could not anybody make that movie?
Nobody's doubting about making that movie.
Okay, so what would be wrong with it?
Need to be told, and if that's one of the creative ones, that's one. But I think what we look at it for is when it is above and beyond, like it's almost gratuitous. That's the word I'm looking for. And that's the frustration that people have. When you see a movie and you're like, God, why did they need all that extra? That's what we're talking about in video games. Do you need to be able to play the video game or tell the story with all that extra? No.
Well, okay, but Ermine, they're incorporated. Please, I'm sorry, bro. 1 second. All right, Ermine, there are gratuitous examples of masculinity in video games as well. So that's not an argument. Go ahead.
It is an argument when overwhelmingly it happens to women. You keep saying it's equal. I'm not buying it.
Why not?
Because it's not.
Masculinity isn't the same as being sexualized.
I don't know how many video games you guys played. Them have naked men in them instead of naked girls, because it's mostly guys who play the games, and they kind of try to pick male characters. So it's mostly male naked men, especially in MMORPGs. And most of the time, you get to make your own character. So it's not the companies who are making it; it's the people behind the character who are making it.
By the way, Spartacus, the last sort of TV show with the actor who died after the first season, 90% of the screen time it's buff guys, oiled up muscles.
I don't doubt that there are some shows that do that. I will give you that.
Right, but again, so to get back on the point, you said, well, it's when it's gratuitous, right? So, what is a gratuitous?
When it's not needed to tell the story or shoot the scene.
So who decides what's not needed, right? Because artists have different ways of expressing their.
I don't know what the ombudsman should be. All I know is in video games, it's excessive, and it's excessive.
But excessive to what, right? It has to be some kind of baseline after which it's excessive,
baseline.
Right?
It's an art form. There is no baseline.
Exactly my point.
No, that's not true, because it doesn't mean that's acceptable and okay.
But what I'm asking, why is it unacceptable, right?
And therefore, it's okay to be all of these negative things about a group of people. And
why is it negative?
That's not okay.
What is negative?
Okay.
What is negative about being sexual?
I just explained it. I already said what it does to women.
When it does what?
I think she wants women to go back to the traditional values of housework, etc.
No, what it is she's just mad because no one's.
Okay, guys, can we stop talking about Ermine and Bruce? Can we just focus on the argument just a second? So
that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
All right. Incorporated. Yeah. If you're gonna go personally,
bitter women, you.
Incorporated. Come on, man. Come on, dude. Come on.
Yeah. So can we focus? Can we focus?
You're gonna get hit,
focus. Can we,
bro?
Focus? God damn it!
We can't all be desired.
Listen, trying to do something here. Goodness.
Good morning, Art. Good morning.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
JJ has a good question. I think. What makes it bad?
Yeah, what's wrong with being what's wrong with being sexy?
It marginalizes women.
Okay, but
I already said those two. I mean, it's like you keep asking me the same question. What do you want me to say?
You're not.
I guess I don't understand how it's marginalizing anyone. Are you suggesting that there aren't? Are you suggesting that there aren't enough ugly flat women in media?
I'm talking about video games.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, we're talking about video games, which are essentially the same as an interactive movie for a lot of people.
The whole argument that Anita was bringing up was in video games.
Right, I understand.
Argument we could definitely bring up, but that was not the point I was talking to.
Well, we can speak specifically. to video games. That's what we were doing. But I don't understand why you think that it marginalizes.
I don't understand why you
everybody.
think it doesn't.
How
Okay,
does it? Well, if you could explain maybe how it marginalizes.
If you could
somebody.
explain how it doesn't. Like I don't.
No, but that's what you're on the side who's making the primary argument that it
No,
is
you've been
problematic.
making the primary argument that it doesn't.
No. I was from the beginning asking, what is wrong with this? Why is this a negative thing? Why should we try to remove this from our media?
You guys should figure it out. I'm so frustrated. I've said 18 different ways how it does different things, and all you do is say, well, it does it to men too. Well, hibbida.
That's exactly how I
not.
speak. But
Well,
I
I don't think that
listen.
any of that's been said.
Yeah, so I mean, imagine if we told right now to you that the way you speak to us is marginalizing us, right? You'd be like, wait, how does it marginalize you guys? What the heck?
Totally.
Right? And then we said like, well, we just need to show how it's not, right?
I just did just then.
I missed it.
When I said hubbida,
That's
that was
marginalizing.
marginalizing.
I was well.
Yeah,
This
that's
was
marginalizing.
I think that was
what we're saying.
certainly.
In a way,
That's actually marginalizing having the discussion, is what saying that is. I'm asking you how it marginalizes women. How does Laura Croft marginalize women?
She's walking around. If you really are a Tomb Raider, right? You're going in there.
How does it marginalize?
I'm speaking. You asked me a
J.J.
question, I'm answering.
Okay.
If you're actually going in there to bust up a tomb, you're going to be wearing pants, a longer shirt, equipment to make that the case. You're not going to be looking like Daisy Duke.
Okay.
Again, where is
And it then says that women are about their sex appeal and not
Right.
their abilities.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Ermine, that's fair. Let me ask you a question really quick. How does Axel from Streets of Rage objectify, quote unquote, males?
I don't know.
Well, there you go. That's the point.
Well, she might not be familiar with the character.
Let's go back to. I would like to go back to Laura Croft. How does what Laura Croft wears marginalize women?
I just explained it, JJ. I don't know how to explain
Okay,
it.
but hold on.
No, you
Actually,
actually did not explain it. You said if you're going to be out tomb raiding, you're not going to wear something like that. Well, who's to say what a woman should wear?
Can anyone actually
When she wants to raid a tomb?
Well, the
That's
designers,
to be marginalizing
the designers,
a woman's decision to wear what she wants to wear.
Lara Croft is the product of people making the game. So it's the designers of the game who decide that Lara Croft will wear skimpies and all the rest of it. And she could have been chosen. She could have been programmed and coded to wear something else, or look different, or not have.
Yes, she could have
certain attributes. I mean, she's got a big chest. She has those attributes. She didn't.
Right.
Yes, she does. Yes, she could have been chosen to look differently, but why are you saying that what she is wearing is inappropriate?
God, this is
no one said it was inappropriate in a practical sense. That was
according to you. That's according to you.
Well, is it practical to dress like that? But that's not so much the point. The point is
well, clearly isn't impractical for her. She performs admirably in combat and platforming sections.
In the video game,
regardless of what she's
that's
wearing.
the whole point. Well, because obviously the video game isn't going to work.
About a video game.
The video game isn't going to work if the
so it doesn't matter what you fucking wears because she's in a video game.
It
the
does
question
matter.
stands
Exactly.
No. It does matter.
The point is here. The point is here. The point is here that heroes usually look good, appealing, right? So regardless if you're male or female, it's going to be an appealing look to people. That's what the point of art is, right? That's what. God, go ahead.
That's something else. That's not what. That's
so
not
the
what
question stands, though. How does what Laura Croft wears marginalize women?
Well, I didn't use the word.
It's been unanswered.
It's going to be a bit of a dodge, but I'm going to say I was using the term objectification.
And
That's
what's
more
back?
relevant.
How does it objectify her? She's the main character. She's the protagonist. She has agency in terms of the story.
She's
Yeah.
she's way more than
because
objectified.
because of the way she appears.
So wait, that doesn't mean she's just an
So,
object.
As I said,
are you honestly claiming that she's somehow now less important just because she wears something certain?
Right,
That
that's
sounds like the
sexist.
definition of
Yeah,
marginalization
and
to
in
me.
fact,
I don't know.
focusing
Well,
focusing on her appearance marginalizes her intelligence.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What do you mean her intelligence? She's directed by the player. I don't know what you mean
Yes,
by
but
intelligence.
because it's a character, and the character is extremely educated, smart, and focusing on. He says
Exactly. No, that's exactly the
Okay.
point, JJ. That was fucking brilliant.
Well,
Marginalizing
No.
So can I not explain?
It's a female. It's a female in the video game you're playing as, and she's a brilliant female. It's not you as a guy playing Tomb Raider. You're playing a female character. She's brilliant. That's his
Can I
point.
explain, or
Oh, please.
Go ahead, G.
right? So you come to these games, and any form of media, you look at through your own filters. So you see that she's got a big pair of breasts, and you react in a certain way. As I said, she doesn't need to be that way. She doesn't need to look that way. If the focus is on her intellect, then why does it matter that she looks?
Because
Exactly, it doesn't. Right.
That's the
Wait,
point.
imagine.
I can't finish what I'm saying. There's no point being.
appealing to men.
This is silly.
Let us
Look,
discuss.
Her appealing to men. That's how the male brain thinks it's
wait,
attracted to physical features. If you look at the science behind the male brain, we are more attracted to physical features rather than emotion and intellect.
Except that for me, it doesn't matter if the woman is hot and sexually, dressed. It doesn't mean she's a lesser value, less intelligent to me. See, and this is where I think it's brilliant point, which G kind of made. He said that we come to media with our own sort of precepts and views, and exactly the point that we're trying to make is that the connection is more likely the opposite. It's not that the media is influencing society; it's that the society dictates how you view things, and we should change perhaps that.
There you
right?
go, Art. Yeah, and let me just piggyback on what Art just said. I didn't play Tomb Raider 1 on PS1 because I thought Lara Croft had a sweet fucking ass. I played the game because the puzzles were awesome. Period.
No one is saying that experience isn't unique to you. But the fact that you think she's got a sweet ass is interesting.
No, the point is that we can just say the point is again is that the thing itself, the sort of imagine art itself doesn't do anything on its own, right? It's just an imagination. It's just a material sort of representation of what could be, what could have been, right? It's when you try and apply your own precepts to it and say, because she's dressed scantily, that must mean she's less valued, and thus the creators meant her to be less valued. That's where the bullshit starts, right?
Yeah, that's right, Art.
The point is that objectification exists.
But again, what's wrong with objectification? I told you we can objectify. No, it's not. No. No. I can view somebody as being sexy and attractive without having to lower their value, right? Without viewing them as less intelligent. Well, you said it follows because you're saying, because they're scantily clad, that therefore we will view them as less valuable.
No,
project it to reality.
I said objectify.
But what is wrong with objectification But what is wrong with objectification if it's not what I said? That we place lesser value on people.
What's right with it, Art? What's right with it?
Nothing right or wrong. You can view somebody. So objectification to me is viewing somebody like sexually, right? That you're a sexual object. But I don't view that as a wrong thing, as a bad thing. Because I can view somebody as being attractive, right? Sexual, and at the same time hold them in high regard intellectually.
That doesn't happen, but...
Of course it does. Are you kidding?
I don't think you're objectifying them. I think you're confusing things.
Right, so it doesn't. But then we just agreed that just because they're scantily clad or sexy doesn't mean that they will be objectified, right? And thus perceived as having lesser value than men.
That's
and
exactly right.
No, and also the extras.
Exactly right. This is Art. You know what's happening here? It's fucking projection. They think just because that these characters, oh, it's a sexy woman, we're objectifying them. Absolutely not. That's
Well,
a
now you're
projection.
telling me what I
That
think.
you're implying that we're viewing it that way.
No, I'm actually
and that's
trying
not how
to
that's not how we're viewing it.
But I'm
So
not saying you are. You've not listened to what I've said. I'm trying to say to Art that looking at someone and seeing them as sexy is not the same as objectifying them. You can
Okay.
sexually objectify someone,
Well,
and you
what do
can
you-
see that someone is sexy without necessarily objectifying them.
I think that we need to clarify then. What do you mean by objectify?
Well, you to reduce them to basically an object with no agency. And the
That's not
problem
what
with
is
that
happening.
that takes away. Well, we can see the problem with that because in real life, people are dehumanized and degraded and treated badly when they're seen as less than people.
Okay, let's get one thing straight. If in the realm of video games, everything is a fucking object. It's either controlled by the player or it's a cloud of ones and zeros by some random number god or the AI.
And
that's
they are
not how we
known,
perceive
and in a
media.
video game, everything is known to be an object, and thus objectified, which is usually the point, is that that person over there with the sword that's scowling at you is not meant to be your friend. It's an object to be overcome, an obstacle to be
But you
overcome.
don't look, but you don't
Everything
look
is
at things like that. That's just not
What?
how people play. You don't go into a video game store and think, well, this title here is just a collection of ones and zeros. You think, oh, this is that game where it's got a cool setting and such and such. You don't look at things as ones and zeros.
Everything is objectified. The point is that
Well, I don't think that's true.
the manifestation of all human characters in a game are either objectified to be your friend or objectified to be your enemy.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, well, I don't.
Gee, like seriously? I mean, that's
Yes.
the entire point of video games. That's the entire point. That it's a battle between the good forces and the bad forces, dude. Like
Well,
seriously.
you've just given an example of what I'm saying. You're not saying that video games are ones and zeros. You're saying you've given it an identity. You recognise that in, I don't know, fantasy battle game, you're playing as the forces of, the Kingdom of Light versus the forces of the evil Dark Lord.
The
So you've
point
given it.
is-
You've given it
the
a
point- the
personality,
point
but it's
here
not ones and
is-
zeros.
And they are
G,
objectified.
please,
You might have to drop a mic on that one.
G, please listen to me. G, listen, okay? Video games are an art form, okay? It is not a direct reflection on culture. It's an escape for
Exactly
people.
what art is.
No.
Art is a reflection
Yeah, I
of
think
God.
that-
culture.
Yeah,
My brain is like I'm losing IQ points at this point. This is
Art
crazy.
is a reflection
That's
of
sad to
culture.
hear, but
Oh my God, that's the craziest thing I've heard all day.
yeah, if you're gonna
Art
relevate
is
it
an
to art,
expression of a message. It doesn't have to reflect your culture.
yes, but
You can critique other cultures. Critique your culture. You can propose a new culture, right?
you
So
can't.
many things.
Okay, you can't have it both ways.
Yep.
I have no problem with agreeing that games are an art form, but art means exactly what it means says. It's you examine it and critique it through, as I've said before, the cultural filters and attitudes and beliefs and opinions that you have.
Do you understand that
That's-
they're an escape? They're an escape.
Yeah,
Okay,
a lot of
that's
people
right.
treat it
That's
like
the
That's what you
reason
just
why
said.
you play. That's
Right.
the reason why you play
You
a
don't have
video
to shout
game
at
is
me.
to
Right, and that's a
escape
given.
reality.
And that's a given. But
That's
the whole
separate from
argument
what you
is
said.
over, and the criticism is that women are objectified in video games. They're objectified sexually, I guess, to be specific, right? That's what we're arguing about?
Well, that's part
And-
of it. There's some. I mean, that's not all. Excuse me. All objectification isn't just sexual.
I understand that, but that's the criticism, right? Is that women are objectified sexually, right?
Right. That's a criticism
Criticism?
of some games. She doesn't say all games, by the way.
Well, I didn't say all games.
No, I'm just quantifying, just qualifying.
Right. That's irrelevant. That's a given again. It's not all games. It's not certainly isn't Clack. Certainly isn't Tetris. There's no.
Right.
Anyway.
Okay.
Okay. So the criticism is that women are objectified sexually in video games, and that's a bad thing. I'm not sure why it's a bad thing yet. That hasn't really been explained.
Right? Do you think it's good to objectify people? Do you think there's positive outcomes?
There's no people in video games.
No,
Not
I'm talking
real.
in general. Because as I said before, objectification dehumanizes
No, I don't.
people.
No, I certainly don't.
And leads to situations which we
Also,
can see in real life where people are treated badly.
Also, murder is not a good thing that I would do in this thing. Does it mean that we should not murder people in games and in movies? People should not be murdered?
Nobody's disagreeing with that.
But it follows because he's saying, "Oh, would you in real life
Exactly.
be objectifying,
Yes.
people?" And we're saying, "Well, yeah, sure, but doesn't apply to games, does it? Because it's not real people there."
Yeah.
Sorry, that's not really the point that Anita's talking about. But maybe that's true. I don't know.
What is the point that she's talking about?
She's talking
Thank
about
you, JJ. That's an amazing question. G, give us the Anita Sarkeesian thesis, please. Give it to us.
Her work is called Tropes versus Women. It's not about murder. It's about specifically. It's about attitudes towards women in video games and how they're presented. That's what it's about.
Attitudes towards women in video games. So attitudes would be like behavior and how you treat, right? And she's analyzing how virtual, synthetic, not real entities treat other virtual, unreal entities. And she concludes that one entity treats another unjustly, unideally. So
now you're being reductionist. Now we're going back to the ones and zeros argument.
Oh my God!
No. I'm not talking ones. I'm talking about entities, like they're characters there, right? Imaginary characters who do not actually exist, right? One is treating the other. Wait. One is treating the other unjustly and unfairly, right? It's treating it not in a way we would see ideal in real life, right? So what's the problem?
And they're doing this based on gender.
Right.
The problem is that these have consequences. She puts
please
evidence.
show me this evidence.
That would have to involve me going. That's going to take some time because I'm not.
Art, let me help you out here. Let me help you out here, Art. It's already a null point. If the only point is that women are objectified in whatever way you want to see it in video games, same thing is done with males in a different way. It's a null point.
Bullshit ass argument.
It's not a null point.
No, wait. Can we stick to the key point here? I think not to say that your point is bad, right? Because there are men who are virtual men who are subject of the same thing in games and in movies. But what makes this wrong, right? So the only way you could say that makes it wrong is that you can show a connection by which humans sort of transport or take these values that are exposed in movies and games and take them to real life, right? You have to show that connection. And when you do, the question is then that could be asked of you is this phenomena tolerable, right? Should we even allow this phenomena to exist, and should we not try and stop this phenomena instead of trying to treat its bad consequence? Mic drop.
Well, no, sorry, I was searching some stuff. Well, I mean, we should challenge attitudes. I mean, Rev says that video games are an art form. That's fine. Then they should be subject to the critiques that art, invites. You can't then say, well, they're just an escape, or that they're ones and zeros, and that these are just pixel blocks and interacting with other pixel blocks, because that's not what you're drawn to.
Well, that's not really the point.
When I was talking about the ones and zeros and whatnot, I was referring to the gameplay. The plot is a different story, I'll grant you.
Well, not just the plot. I mean, the everything, the characters.
Well, yeah, the plot, the setting, the scene, the art styles, yeah, sure.
Let's just kill all art forms, no matter what they want to say in their story. Just kill it all. Fuck it.
So what's being said in Tomb Raider then? What's the message that Tomb Raider would lack if it was removed from the world by the evil feminists. Because you just made that point that that's what we all want to do, when that's not what's said in the slightest.
Wait, what?
So what would we do?
Wait, what? What was that question, G?
Well, Rev said that let's just get rid of all art because it's all sexist. So what's the message in Tomb Raider?
What's the message in Tomb Raider?
You got a really smart woman solving puzzles. That's the message.
Yeah, it's kind of the same message that was in Indiana Jones. Fuck Nazis.
Nazis.
Yeah, I'm not understanding
Really?
what G is asking even.
Well, I'm responding to Rev going to a sort of hyperbole, which I don't think is particularly helpful because no one is saying that we should ban everything.
I apologize for that hyperbole, G.
Thank you.
Right, so let's say, because I'm looking at this study, or reading an article about it, I haven't seen a study itself, but it seems to say that women do change their perception based on their avatar in a game, right? So the way we can simply solve this is to allow people to choose how their avatar looks in games, which is already implemented like in pretty much every game, except maybe some strictly story-driven games where the gender of the character is important to the plot, right? So this is no longer an issue in video games. So what's your next source here?
Well, this is the sort of thing that you want as evidence that Anita has provided that I think you ignore. So this is the thing. She presents evidence to back up what she says in her videos.
She presented this?
Yes, that's from the link I just posted. That's from one of her videos.
Is that what she presents? Okay.
That's one of the pieces of evidence, or one of the links she provides.
Evidence for what?
That she makes.
Feminist.
Read it and see.
The study is from Stanford, and it shows that sexualized avatars affect the real world. And it's supposed to be, so I'm not sure even what's the study exactly doing, so I don't know the specifics, but according to the article, it summarizes this, shows that women sort of change their identity, right? They're more confident if they have a sexy avatar.
A Stanford study shows that after women wear sexualized avatars in a virtual reality world, they feel objectified and are more likely to accept rape myths in the real world. The research could have implications for the role of female characters in video games.
They're more likely to accept rape? How are they more likely to accept rape? If they accept someone asking them for sex, that's not rape. If they say yes,
that's not. I'm interrupting you because you've misquoted me. It says they feel objectified and are more likely to accept rape myths in the real world. That is, myths about rape.
So give me a myth about rape, because I don't know what you're saying by myths about rape.
That women, well, for example, women who wear sexy clothes are asking to be raped. That would presumably be one. I haven't, you can read the article and I'm sure it will give you.
Right, so here's my question, which I posed again previously, that is it really a good thing to allow this such a phenomena to be in us, right? Isn't it better to try and convince people or make people know that what they're perceiving in these kind of mediums is not reality, right? Instead of trying to stifle the type of media we can produce and what type of imaginary worlds we can produce and escape to.
Wow, I hope people heard that one, Art. Words of wisdom there.
Yeah.
But people know that they're video games. That's not what's being disputed.
Well, according to but you're saying there's a phenomena that sort of transports this view from this reality to from the virtual reality to an actual reality. So should we not try and stop that transaction, right?
No, what I'm saying is that we view things and are influenced by things. We're influenced by culture. It doesn't mean that we don't know that they're video games. It's just that these things influence us.
Should we not stop the influence? I mean, unless you believe there's some kind of supernatural transaction which we cannot affect, right? If it's physical, I believe, then we should be able to somehow stop it.
if you're saying should we stop people from having, should we stop harmful views about, for example, the rape myths that I've just mentioned, that we should
to be formed and applied in real life from media.
Well, from wherever they come. I mean, if people, for example, come away thinking that promiscuous women are asking for it, quote unquote, then that would be something that we should challenge. So yes, in that respect, we should. And one of the ways to challenge that is to look into feminism and how it deals with the phenomenon of toxic masculinity.
Let me get this.
Which is
You're
what we call
against.
Oh my God.
You're against women wearing short clothes in games, but in real life you encourage that. From what I can see, you encourage it in real life, but not in games. So I don't really get your point of view, because isn't it the same thing? If you encourage in the real life that doesn't do rapes, you should dress like that. You dress prescriptively half naked, but in games you're like, oh no, that objectifies women because the characters half naked in real life. Like, it doesn't cause rape. You should dress like that. You should express yourself. But how does it match up?
Well, I didn't say that. So.
Well, okay, so here
I can say I didn't misrepresent.
That's exactly what I was trying to get at earlier.
I didn't say that. Again, I didn't say that. Just to say that women wearing short clothes is instantly objectifying them is not. It's a bit more complex than that. It's how they're presented. So Lara Croft isn't just wearing.
Sounds like backpedaling to me, G. I'm sorry. I like it, but that's backpedaling.
You said something about promiscuous women are not asking for it?
No, I'm talking about an example of a rape myth. He asked me for an example of a rape myth, as per the claim made in the article. And from the article, for instance, let me just quote it. After their time in the virtual world, the participants filled out a questionnaire rating how much they agreed with various statements. Bailenson and Fox, the people who did the study, folded rape myths such as, quote, in the majority of rapes, the victim is promiscuous or has a bad reputation, unquote, into the questionnaire. And participants rated how much they agreed or disagreed with the statement. So that's an example.
All right, so G, respect to you, all right? Let me ask you a question really quick. What do you think the answer to this problem is? Do you want all women in video games to wear burqas and have like their fucking thing coming right down to their ankles, or what's the answer here? What
he
do
just
you think
wants them to dress more modestly.
No, it's not. It's about recognizing these tropes. That's all Anita's work is saying, is that these are tropes that exist. Let's look at them and let's examine what they mean
tropes?
and how they affect the sexist tropes, the tropes she talks about. I mean, I'm not going to go into all of her videos. You'd have to look at them.
That women dress sexy? Is women dressing sexy a trope?
Come on, man. You've asked me this and I've answered it. This is silly now, isn't it?
I don't think video games.
I don't think I asked you this.
You did. You have a habit of not listening, JJ, and it's a bit annoying.
Are you telling me that I don't listen to my own questions?
Well, it doesn't seem to be the case.
We actually haven't talked about tropes yet, really.
Well, I've mentioned this. I mean...
video games are not much accessible than others like media.
I've already said to you, I mean, it's like Spinal Taps. It's like the Spinal Tap thing, isn't it? There's nothing... What's wrong with being sexy? You seen that film?
Oh yeah, many times. I don't know what's wrong with being sexy.
There's nothing wrong with being sexy.
Okay. Then what is this trope that you're talking about?
She identifies a whole list of tropes in her videos.
When I add, okay, good.
You can look at them yourself if you're interested. That's fine. So the answer to get back to Red's question, the answer isn't just to cover all women in sacks.
Of course it's not. That was trivial. Nobody's even really suggesting that.
Exactly. I was being sarcastic. Yeah.
Hey,
don't answer the trivial question, G.
Hey, I wanted to point out that girls are portrayed in video games as pretty objects of the eyeball.
And so
Absolutely.
are males. And so are males.
Well,
and so are males.
So here's the thing. they have two different consequences, right? So the males in video games tend to have that 300 look, right? The over muscular, the kind of muscles that you probably can't achieve, right? Like they're just they're ridiculous, right?
You can just say, big, well-defined muscles.
People have complained about that with Superman, right? That it creates an unrealistic expectation of masculinity for men. I get it. But it doesn't say use me. And for some reason, when I play games with very immature men...
How so? Wait a minute. How so?
It doesn't say use me.
Let's get back to that, Rev. We'll
Okay,
get back to that later. Go ahead, Didi.
I'm trying to tell you that typically the attitudes are different in the gaming world. When I play MMOs, the attitude and how women are treated and men are treated is really different. And how they're talked about when you play a video game is different. When you ask a guy, when I'm a girl, and if I play a male character, do you know how much that bothers men? It's very weird. Why should it bother a man? Why should it bother a man?
Play female characters, it's kind of disgraceful. I mean, you should play to your own gender.
It shouldn't bother them, Didi.
Why does it bother them? It shouldn't, but I have had so many complaints because I have a character that's a male, character that's female. When I'm on a male character and they find out I'm a female, they go, well, why are you on a male character? Like, it really bothers them. And I'm like,
how do you know it bothers them?
And because they tell me. This is called MMO. We get in and we chat to each other. We get on Ventrilo together. We get on Mumble together. We get on Skype together. We talk. We shoot the breeze. We play PvP. I hear it over and over again.
I know how that goes.
It's too bad that they have mommy issues, but
I'm trying to tell you, in the gaming culture, there is an expectation that women are supposed to flirt and be hot. This is a thing. And if they help you, then they want to Skype with you. This does happen sometimes. Like, look, no, man, I don't need your help. I don't want your help. I don't want your help because Lord knows what I'll owe you. I'm trying to tell you that this does exist. This is actually more reoccurring in games like WoW than you would imagine.
That what exists?
That males expect something from females, and sometimes I wonder if it is the way that the industry kind of gears females as an eye candy. Women are eye candy. Men.
Deidre, that's just an example of what happens in the real world.
And I'm trying to say that these are not ideal things. This is not something to strive for and say, you know, in my utopian to be just thought as a piece of meat. This is not an ideal that I would want to strive for.
What? What do you mean piece of meat?
Oh my God!
Don't MMO games offer you a ton
Are you saying that when you play WoW and you're a female character and a male helps you in some way in the video game and they want to Skype with you and then you Skype with them, all they want to do is look at your tits and they don't want to talk to you?
Sometimes this happens. This is a more reoccurring phenomenon than you would ever expect.
And this is because of characters in video games that are female showing a bit of skin.
I think it's a both. I think it's immaturity. I think it's
immaturity has nothing to do with video games.
You're talking about the society.
It's part of the culture.
You're talking about the individuals in our society, not the game.
So I think they're kind of.
I'm trying to say to you, in the games of MMO, where artwork and personality and culture merges, you do see weird things happen often. It's often.
Artwork and personality merge, what?
I'm trying to tell you that there's the artwork, right? So, like, if I put on, I'm thinking in WoW particularly, if I put on my female elf a blood elf, horde side, of course, I'm always a horde player. If I put on some gear, right, on my female character, for no reason at all, on the pant legs, it splits completely up the thigh, and there's this humongous gap, and then it's just underwear. But if I put it on the male character, hey, I have pants. I'm trying to tell you that there's a big difference between the two. I'm just saying.
How is this different from men showing like their muscles and
Exactly,
the
Art.
package?
Thank you.
Pretty sure you can. I'm pretty sure you
Except-
can see the package through the clothing there as well somehow, right? In a
Well,
male.
well,
Yeah,
not
I'm
as
deeply
much,
triggered by the
not as
fact that I
much
can't wear a
as
dress and
breast,
the next
right?
person should wear my choice.
But what are you going to do with something that protrudes? I mean, that is part of the human form, right? But what I'm trying to tell you is when you go out of your way, like the split going up the thigh, that's extremely that's
What
deliberate.
does
But
the
that's just
split
one
have? What
armor.
does the split
I
up the
don't
thigh have
think
to do with anything, though? No, I'm
It shows skin.
beyond
It's
all that.
completely showing skin. I mean, what piece of armor would do that?
Well,
because it has to do
This
everything
armor?
with,
what does that have to do with anything?
Armor, if you were in a porn, obviously that
Again.
would be its functional. You know,
It's marketing the
Deidre.
product to its target audience. That's what
regardless
they're
of marketing.
target audience. The target audience in here is mostly male. If you look at the statistics,
mostly
because-
male,
Fine.
right?
That's
Immature
relevant,
males.
though.
That's
So
the
we
target
assume-
audience.
So we assume that
So
those
what
men.
Oh my God.
What
They're
does it have a
marketing the
psychological effect on people?
So
I
if
think it
they're marketing
does.
the product, they want to
But it-
fit appeals, and this is what
Big
appeals
Macs
to
have a psychological effect on people.
product like this. That's how you earn.
We have fat people, and we have fat people, don't we?
Life has psychological effects on people too.
What I'm trying to say is that they could tone it down here and there. I'm just saying.
Why?
But is this all
I don't
armor?
think
Right?
they want
You
to
showed
tone
one
it down.
example of this armor. Are you telling me that all armor for all female characters is like this, like revealing these, these parts?
Well, I'm trying to tell you that sometimes you have a tier, right? And WoW, and you don't have a choice. Like that's the best gear. And now that they have transmog, you can change your armor into anything. But originally, you were stuck with what you were stuck with.
That's again has to do something with promoting and marketing. If you understood business, you understand that you need to supply the exact fit for your audience. Your audience in this matter is WoW, mostly male play. I would say most of them are virgins, from my personal experience.
Mostly virgins? What's that got to do with it? Oh my goodness.
So they are attracted to certain stuff, and they market certain stuff.
I mean,
such as Coca-Cola. They market food. You want to drink Coca-Cola with your food. You play a game. You want to play a game with a nice female. So you're a virgin.
And you want to, whack off while you're playing, while you're in your raid. Clearly.
Well, I always do. I always do. Wait, shit, did I just say that? Well, the point is this really? Do you think this is caused by the game because it's if female armor reveals certain body parts? Do you think that this whole thing started because of that? Or isn't it more? Wait. Or isn't it more likely that it's because of our sort of culture originally, right? It's how we sort of, maybe even biologically. I sort of see guys.
Art, listen to me, Art. You just had Art. Listen to me. One second, Art. You have to understand. We have to hate our junk. Just hate your junk, man. Hate it.
Shit.
That's what they want, bro.
That's right.
Every night I just look at my penis and cry.
I'm not really telling people to trans or whatever.
What I'm trying to say is I have a right to say, hey, I just want to play my game, and I like to be friends, just like I'm friends with you guys. I want to play my game, get in, get out. And I have noticed that in the gaming culture, some men act like you are obligated, which makes me not want to accept a dang shred of help from a male. Because who knows what you'll order? Who knows what they'll ask you to owe them later when you don't have
listen, DD, they're massively fucked up for doing that. Sorry,
Maybe
Lazia.
because they're kind of desperate or something else.
Yeah, I mean, you can laugh and chuckle at yourself, and I do. I go, what are you, stuck in the basement? Like your mama's basement. Like it's just you can laugh and chuckle and whatever. But the thing is that I do resent some of the gaming culture, which is sort of like if I can pull my own weight and I'm not dragging your team down, right? Don't treat me like I'm that bitch that you just keep around as a hoe. Like I'm not gonna play that game. And if you're gonna treat me that way, I'm gonna find another group of people that won't.
Nobody's forcing you to play that game. You bought that game to play it. Nobody told you.
No. But right. And here's the thing though. I don't think men ever get approached this way in games.
Maybe it's because of biology, right?
Really?
Do you have women that approach you and say
that's happened. That's happened to me. Yes, that's happened to me. That's happened to me.
In every MMO that I've played, not that many of them. There hasn't been that many of them, but it happens. So if your anecdotal evidence trumps my anecdotal evidence, fine. But I can attest that it does happen.
Yes, it happened to me in Guild Wars 2.
Yeah.
There you go. Well, Rev got propositions. There you go.
Of
What
Because of
happens in Guild
reasons.
Wars stays in Guild Wars. Right, don't worry.
You must have been playing a 300 guy. Just kidding.
Oh, yeah, there's that snarkiness. I love you.
You kind of can't help but play that one of those 300 guys.
Yeah, it's kind
Because
of an
that's
ideal.
the way they all are.
But
And
I
you
know
want to
that you guys
argue,
think
and if
that,
you want to argue that
Oh,
that
we
presents an unrealistic view of a male body
it
to
is.
some kid in his basement, in his mom's
Yeah.
basement,
It is.
Hi.
I mean, fine, but
It is. It is unrealistic.
but it's
And it can be damaging to a nerd in a
but
way,
it's not supposed to
psychologically.
be. It's not supposed to be realistic.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a game.
The key is it's fantasy, absolutely. It's fantasy world,
And I
but
live in my own
the thing is, I think some people take their fantasies a little far, and I'm using MMOs as an example where sometimes they take their fantasies a little bit too far. Apparently, male
Yeah.
to female, female to male. There you go.
That's just a human thing. That's not a video game thing.
Speaking of
It is
human
a video
things,
game thing.
It's
Video
not-
game
it's
addiction.
not-
Video
but
game
it's not
addiction is
just
a
a
real thing
video
too.
game.
And
It's
I'm
not just a
a
video
gamer.
game
I'm just
thing,
saying, like
It
I've
is a
seen
human thing.
I've seen some
So
pretty
biological,
unhealthy behavior.
every gender's brain is different, and a male thinks different. They are attracted to certain features of a female, whereas females are attracted to different things. It's a biological thing of the brain structure and the DNA, the genetic make of the brain.
The problem
I gotta
is
go
that
buy.
people forget that video games are fantasy, and they get so wrapped up in this shit that they think it's their real life. That's the problem.
Yes.
yeah.
And I don't think video games have a bigger part of our lives. I think it's mostly movies and the stuff we watch that.
I
have
disagree.
influenced us.
Again, I play MMOs, and I'm telling you, I have known people where that is their life, their entire life. And I'm telling you, 10 years of playing WoW, and I've seen all sorts, and I'm going to tell you that there's a substantial addiction that is involved in gaming, whether it's Guild Wars or first-person shooters, and people get really hooked, and it's an emotional crutch. Now, I'm not going to say that it's the worst emotional crutch at all, but I would say that if it impeded maybe your work or your spouse relationship or something like that, then it would be concerning, absolutely. And guess what? Psychology now has latched onto it now, and they actually are now addressing this, like that there are some people that get fired because they're so hooked, similar to an emotional connection with gambling, or shopping, where it's that reward center that's going ding, 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 ding in our brain.
Right.
If you don't do it in moderation, if you don't have a control over it, you can actually ruin your life over gaming. And I'm not saying gaming's bad. I love the game. I love community. I like the competition. I think it's really fun. But you're laughing. But I've seen people take it way too far. I had a guildie have a heart attack and die while on Ventrilo. I'm trying to tell you, weird stuff happens.
That's World of Warcraft for you.
Well, I would suggest perhaps that. Oh, and also welcome, Bucks.
Hello, Lizzie.
I might have a different concept of objectification that might perhaps actually fit into from what you was proposing. Kind of had a little bit to do with the passage in the book I screen shared. That was that the, I suppose, socioeconomic status and rewards and such were conditioned on one's quote-unquote sexual service, including, the kind of beauty to the eye, right? So, in that respect, I'd say that it's a continuation of the objectification that's relatively clear, and I don't know, I'd say, people are actually just flat out acknowledging a state of affairs as it stands. Just that, oh, well, how women are up for sale, and all these kinds of what is it, behaviors, rewards, and all that are some kind of the system as it stands, and perhaps also excused by quote unquote being natural, right?
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that happened to you, Nadia. I really am.
What?
But
Which?
you know what I mean. I'm sorry that happened to you, but that doesn't mean that that's across the board. That's the way it happens. Go ahead, Art.
Yeah, Shit, I actually have to go to the bathroom. Damn it.
No.
It's tough to strike a balance between, I think, what's natural attraction, stuff like that, and where it comes to the point of using each other, and that's where my personal sensitivity is. It's not that you think women are attractive or you think men are attractive or anything like that. It's how you're treating people, each other's humanity, who they are.
Can you hear me? For one, let me establish that first. You can hear me, yes?
We hear you, Bucks.
All right, great. Explain to me this, Link. How is finding someone attractive, in the grand scheme of things, objectifying them? Because you can find someone attractive and then 5 minutes later have a great conversation with them and learn from them. I have. I'm certain anybody in here has, regardless of
I'm trying to say
what you're attracted to.
No one said that.
I think we already established that like half an hour ago.
Yeah, you strike a balance, right? Like we all are biological. Like there are people I find attractive, people I don't. Clearly, probably the same with you. That's fine. I don't see a problem with that. I think that's a pretty natural thing. But I think if your worth is only that, if a young man's message that he's getting in the basement is that your worth is and who your summary of who you are, what it means to be a man, has nothing to do with your character, but your stature and your physique, and that's what you are. That's what it means to be a man. That would be a bad. That would be a bad message.
Има принцесска майка.
They make the physique.
Размързила съм за утре бутчета, супа, пилешка, гъста ще направим утре.
Too many people talking at once.
They make the physique a certain way for marketing purposes, just as they make the woman's body a certain way for marketing purposes. They don't. When you're in game, you focus on the battle, or you focus on the. If it's an RPG, then you may focus on the language or the story a bit more. But primarily, you focus on the in-game content, unless it's like one of those obscure fucking porn games, which are very few and far between. Unless you're playing that, then you are not focusing all that much. At least I'm not on their looks. And when
the voice of reason has arrived. Thank you, Bucks.
No problem. Yes?
I said back, not back.
Oh, okay. But yes, when desperate people in desperate situations who are looking for a feel and they can't get any in real life, and they see a woman online, they're thinking, holy fuck. But that's not based off of a character's presentation. That's based off of the idea that it's a woman. They're
Yeah, that he's
situation that's there.
It's all biological and it's in your brain. That's how you're born with it. You don't just see fancy female in a game. Whoa, let's objectify her. It's the way you think, the way you're born with.
I think as a female gamer, it'd be nice to have a little more options that get away from that just a little bit.
I think you have an option.
I think it's pretty limited.
No, you get to pick different armors. Elder Scrolls Online, have you played that? You get tons of armors you can choose from. All kinds of stuff.
I wouldn't say that's a gaming culture.
If the armor's not there, you can mod it in. Simple model and texture swap.
Well, we're talking about Elder stuff like MMOs.
Yeah, MMOs or PS4 or whatever.
Yeah, okay, MMOs is a bit trickier. Alright, just out of curiosity, this thigh gap or whatever you mentioned on the armor, is that on all of the leg armor or just on certain leg armors?
I'm pretty sure women get leg armor too, not just skirts and short dresses, because I've played it and I've equipped some leg armor. Well, I've never played a female character, but I know females and I've seen pictures and they do have leg armor. So I don't know
The
where
thing was
I
from.
that it doesn't have leg armor, because just about every game that I've seen has leg armor for both genders.
What's Baffle go? Oh, there she is. Yeah, I mean, look, when I play even an MMO, sometimes I have an armor that I don't like the look of, but it's got better stats, so I use it for the time being.
Yeah, that's the whole point of it.
Exactly.
Men have that future too. It's not just so women have to wear skirts. Really terrible armor that I have to wear.
Yeah, I want a character with an ankle-length skirt and a turtleneck. No, I'm just kidding. Like, I'm just saying, like, something in the middle range, you know? Like, I don't mind the human form. I just think that sometimes it's just exaggerated. You know, and when I switch to a male character, I tend to not go for the really bulky I am Sparta, too. I think it's kind of weird. Like, but that's just me. That's just me.
I try to be
For the record, I just want to, just a point of order, this is Sparta, not I am Sparta.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know what? I mixed This Is Sparta with I Am Spartacus. I just merged it.
Spartacus.
Fair enough.
I am Spartacus.
That's right. Have you seen that? Stanley Kubrick?
He's from my country.
Where are you from?
Hmm?
Laz, where are you from?
Bulgaria. Trace.
Bulgaria. Wow. Okay. You are the first Bulgarian I have ever spoken to.
Trace, and wouldn't call myself Bulgarian. Only 20%. I guess. Around that.
I just want to bring up one last thing. One thing I don't get is why it seems like people don't recognize the power that a woman's sex appeal can have.
Yeah, especially when you're marketing stuff, and the males see this and they're like, "Whoa, I want to see this." It's not
Yeah,
big.
actually, I found a study a while ago. I'll have to take it up, which indicated or which suggested that men's cognitive abilities are significantly lowered when they encounter an attractive woman.
Yeah, it's biological. It's nothing to do with objecting stuff. It's
Once
how
again, as I said, you can be attracted to somebody and let's just say get off to somebody, but then 5 minutes later have a great conversation and learn from them. I think everyone's done that, so I don't understand what you're like. If you want to talk about objectification and you equate being sexually attracted to somebody with objectification, I would disagree with that, but let's accept that link. Why 5 minutes later, when you're no longer into them in that way, because you just, whatever, why can you not have a good conversation after?
Well, you should be able to, right?
Work,
you should be
right?
able to have a good conversation, like someone was saying something like somebody in this chat had made an equation that big boobs equals that you're unintelligent, and that's something that I hear a lot. Actually, I have, again, it's anecdotal, but
stereotypes are established
right. They're established. Why are they established?
Because they tend to have at least a little, and I'm not saying this is true because it's not
at
true,
least a little
but
true,
because they have a little bit of, because they tend to have a grain of truth to them. Now, I'm not saying that
big boobs equals low intelligence.
True, but I'm saying there are some big, there's some girls with big tits who are unintelligent, so therefore there's a grain of truth to that. Now, how that stereotype was established, it's because a lot of men noticed a pattern. That's how stereotypes are established, and that's how the general perception of a population is established, because they notice patterns. That's human. That's how the brain works.
So all Asian females are bad drivers, then that's okay to say too.
No, it's because
I saw a pattern.
may at one time have had a grain of truth to it somewhere, and it caught on as being a stigma.
All Mexicans mow lawns. That's okay too.
No. See, you're saying that like it's true, and I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying that Lizia, you were saying something.
Oh, I think we might.
The stereotypes are based on sort of a majority, not a majority.
Mm-hmm.
To say all Mexicans mow, no, that isn't a kind of stereotype, but to say all Mexicans like tacos or spicy food would be a correct stereotype, because if you do a poll, the majority will like it. So stereotypes are based on a majority.
Right.
No.
Okay, so the majority of women who have breast size doesn't have any correlation with their intelligence. I'm sorry, I
If I
really
may.
disagree.
That
May,
the majority of people are dumb. The average female, the average person isn't intellectually superior, sort of a 120 plus IQ. So the majority of females who have big breasts are not sort of super intelligent. So they're kind of a moderate or dumber, because that's the majority of people are not. That makes the stereotype correct. I don't know if I said that correctly, because
You're saying rich people are
Hello?
skinny bitches and smarter? Is that what I'm getting?
I'm saying that only a small minority of people can classify as really smart.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to say, when it comes to stereotypes, and I'll use the Mexican lawnmower thing as an example, there's two ways I can foresee this stereotype arising. Is it because people notice that most Mexicans mow lawns, or that most people who mow lawns are Mexican? Because those are two very different statements.
It's because they like to do it's sort of let's say illegal migration. They cannot legally do cooperation,
Yeah,
and
that was
so
a
they
rhetorical
do
question.
jobs like mowing lawns and cleaning houses. So the stereotype is based on because it's mostly Mexicans who do it, or Latin Americans. Then that's an American stereotype. You don't get that in Europe.
Yeah,
So
I was being
based on-
rhetorical, but my point being that there's two different ways that this stereotype could have arisen. You know,
Yeah.
it's not like, I don't think it's likely that people saw a lot of Mexicans. I think it's more likely that you saw a lot of lawnmowers being Mexican as opposed to a lot of Mexicans being lawnmowers, if that makes
that has
sense.
to do with immigration and illegal immigration. That's a really cultural thing, etc., etc. And talking about illegal immigration, this is my boy here.
Build the wall.
Yeah, I guess so. Any support?
I tried to buy his T-shirt, but they wouldn't let me buy it. They won't let foreigners support Trump.
They wouldn't let who?
Foreigners support Trump. I wanted to buy his T-shirt
You can buy it off eBay and stuff
and a
like
red
that. You
cap.
can. You're a foreigner too.
Yes, I wanted to support Trump.
Sorry. What policy do you like?
What was that?
What policies of his do you like?
I don't know. I just remember him from wrestling.
Oh.
I liked him.
Okay.
In
Yeah.
wrestling.
He was a funny guy.
He was. Yeah.
Do we have any fans or haters of Trump here?
He seems like a pretty intelligent guy when it comes to his policies, and I do agree with the majority of them. I do agree with the idea of building a walls. I do think illegal immigration is a problem, and I do agree. I agree with a lot of the stuff that he says. Actually, I've listened to a number of his speeches, like 6, 7 of them, and he seems like a really intelligent guy. And I think he's just been lied about. That's where that negative. That's where the negative aspect.
Bucks, how dare you, Bucks? He's Satan incarnate. How dare you?
Of course, he's worse than Hitler. He is Hitler, as a matter of fact.
I love the people who own the media. They're a hilarious bunch of tribe. They're a hilarious tribe.
I think Trump verbally is awful.
No, wait. He appeals to the majority of the audience who are not highly intelligent. That's why he's such a good politician, because he appeals to the average man. He doesn't want
He
to.
doesn't even appeal to the average man.
How is he a bad speaker? Wait, 1 second. You stated that he's bad in his speeches. He delivers his messages. He doesn't. Granted, I mean, I think they did a poll on this or something, or not a poll, but a study, and they actually they looked at like what level of grade, what grade level like each politician spoke at and I think this is still up somewhere. And I think he spoke at like a 8th grade level or something like that. But he delivers his message very, very well. Very well.
Right. This is the message I get from Trump. I'm the best around. Screw Mexicans. And yeah, we're going to make America great again. But here's the thing with Trump that I wanted to point out. People that are attracted to Trump start to fish around, ask why they're attracted to Trump. Why are you voting for Trump? You will find you can usually throw them in 2 bins. totalitarians, people that say, I'm sick of the Republican Party being impotent, and they're attracted to the way his language is wielded, the way he crafts his language, which are in absolutes and extremely commanding, right? And then the other people that are attracted, you can throw them in another camp and say political nihilists. So those are your libertarians, those are your really disheartened, maybe centrists, or really disheartened Republicans that are just like, America needs a reset, and so does the Republican Party. Screw it, let's just go Trump.
You didn't
Hey,
use the word
wait,
racist
one
once
second,
in your
but one
argument.
second, Bucks. 1 second. I'm sorry, DD. How do you feel about Hillary?
I think she's awful.
Oh.
I think she's awful.
I
as
want to
well.
congratulate you though. You didn't use the word racist
Please,
once in your
please,
argument.
I can't hear Dee because you're all talking over her. Dee, how do you feel about Hillary?
I think she's awful as well. The reason
Thank
why I
you.
think she's awful, she's an established, she's definitely a corporate puppet. She's for foreign interests. She's in it for herself. She's made that clear throughout her entire career that Hillary cares about Hillary. So this idea, if you think you are a progressive, which I don't really consider myself a progressive, I'm like a centrist leftist. But if you consider yourself a progressive, she is not a progressive. If you consider yourself anti-corporation or you think that there needs to be reform, she's not going to give you reform. If you are for women's rights, she's not really for women's rights. Not really. Like it would have made more sense for Democrats to vote Bernie. It doesn't make any sense, and centrists. It doesn't make any sense for anybody to vote in Hillary. Like she's just not going to be able to bring back what, that economy that we had during Bill Clinton. I think that some people are hoping for that. It's not going to magically happen just because you vote in Hillary. And then the things that Hillary's done when she's had other positions, whether it's the email or the Benghazi crisis, all that stuff, she just flags as incompetent. She doesn't flag as somebody that I wouldn't vote for a president. So no, I am a Bernie or bust person. I refuse to vote for Hillary Clinton. I will not do it.
Not to mention, she's probably going
I
to be in jail by
appreciate
the
the
start of her
answer.
term.
I appreciate the answer, Deeds. Go ahead, Buck. Sorry.
All I was going to say was not to mention she's probably going to be in jail by the start of her term.
She won't be in jail, by the way. She won't be in jail. It's all rigged up, etc., etc. I kind of like Hillary. She's so hilarious. When she starts talking, it's just so hilarious. It just lies and it twists stuff up. She goes to one place, she says one thing, then she goes to another place, she says another thing. It's so funny for me. But I like her for that. She's kind of a comedian. She's a better comedian than Trump, in all honesty. When you listen to her speeches, she hosted a rally, and at one stage she's like, I'm a moderate, and she hosted the rally on another stage. She's like, I'm a progressive now, and it's just hilarious. Have you seen the video when she was talking about Bosnia being attacked with bombs and sniper shells, and oh my god, that was she's just funnier than Trump, to be honest. The thing she comes up with is just ridiculously terrible and hilarious.
I should say there's a third camp, and those are people that are convinced that Trump will be able to rescue us from economic crisis. And
He will. I love his economic.
that's the third. That's the third. Which, I mean, that might be true. Except, I mean, this is a man that likes to bankrupt his own companies quite often and ditch them, and you can't really do that with America.
Wait. His 4 companies got bankrupt because the people who were meant to manage those 3 companies died in a plane crash. So he really had a hard time when his managers died in a plane crash. They were his closest friends. If you research what happened to these companies, it's because his managers died in a plane crash and they were really close, and he had a sort of a breakdown. So it's not really up to him. He's not the kind of guy that manages casino companies. He's a real estate. He builds stuff. He invests in stuff. And the people who were meant to manage his stuff were really close friends of him. They died in a helicopter crash, and that's what happened with the bankruptcy. And this is what your average voters will not hear about. They'll hear, oh, he bankrupted this, he bankrupted that, but they will not hear about why it happened and how it happened and what's the backstory of it. And I don't think it's very nice to pick on somebody who had 4 bankruptcies because his closest friends died and they were meant to look after those companies.
I actually did not know that. Thank you for educating me on that.
You're all horrible.
That is what democracy is, isn't it? Your average voter listens to something Huffington, I know CNN says, and they're like, oh my god, he wants to kill all Muslims. He's a bad guy. And oh no, he wants to kill Muslims. He hates all women. He bankrupts companies, or we cannot have it. And he has over about 600 successful companies and 4 bankruptcies, which are really not related to him. It was more a tragedy what happened to those 4 companies. So really, democracy is a funny thing. Average voters. But I love his economic policies. They are really attractive. I disagree with him on the Muslim ban. But in Hillary, we might as well just get a gun and shoot Muslims if you're voting for Hillary. Did you get that video when she's like, oh, we're gonna beat the shit out of Iran. Iran doesn't stand a chance against us. She really wants to grill Iran up. And Trump is the only anti-war candidate, by the way. He voted against every war. Bernie is not. Bernie voted for the Serbian war. Have you ever heard of the Serbian war? The Serbian-Bosnian war. It was the Yugoslavian breakup.
Yeah, the attempt was to try to stop genocide. That was the thinking.
It wasn't a genocide. Both sides were killing each other. And what the bombings did, they did not target army areas. They targeted civilian areas. And if you want to bomb someone, you should bomb their army, not their civilian areas.
How did Trump vote in any election? How did Trump vote at all? He wasn't a politician. How could he possibly have voted either way?
He was a public figure that stood against him. Public figures have great standpoints on. They influence people. So he had the influence.
He hasn't voted, so he can't. You can't make the statement that he's voted either way. He's never been a politician.
I said he was against them, not voted for them. Also, he influenced politicians. He's a billionaire. Billionaires control, so politicians don't.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, in a way, I guess so. That's democracy for you. Democracy is this idea that the mob rules, when really it's just these couple of guys in a big dark room and politicians, but who blames the guys in the dark room? Only a small minority of people know about these guys in the dark room. The majority of people are like, oh, we don't like this politician, let's remove him. So remove them and they put another politician and it's the same thing. So really democracy will never work, in theory.
That's why we have to have Emperor Trump.
That's people argue, oh, he's the next Hitler, is going to take over America. One, America has a democratic system. He doesn't really make decisions. People behind the doors make the decisions for him. He cannot take over the country because that will be illegal.
What if he
You already forgot Emperor Trump's 100-year reign.
Yeah.
But what if he loses because I didn't buy his cap?
Yeah, he probably will lose. He will lose that one vote and lose by one vote.
It's gonna haunt me, you know.
Well, everybody gets reeled in, right? So Bernie would get reeled in. So everybody that's socialist phobe would be really need to calm down, because he can't even implement as far as he wants to. It's just not going to be able to happen. And Obama got reeled in. Everybody's going to get reeled in. Trump will get reeled in to some degree, but Trump's mouth does not get reeled in. He has a mouth that can get us in trouble.
No, it cannot get us in trouble.
I think it can. He's going to be our version of Putin, and Putin's freaking mouthy too.
Have you ever seen
Putin's a different class of intellect of Martin. He likes to sneak around and do this and say this, but Trump is straightforward, like, fuck you guys, we're winning. Putin is much more sneaky than him.
Trump is actually a very intelligent, articulate individual. When you actually listen to his non-presidential speeches, such as on the economy, he did a few. It was back in the mid-2000s. They were incredibly good, very good. He also did some in the 90s, but I can understand why you'd be like, oh, that was 20 years ago. I get that, but that does not take away that he is a very articulate, intelligent individual.
When you get him out of economics, he flip-flops around on social issues a bit.
I don't like his social issues apart from healthcare.
His only attracting feature is the economic, I think.
Economic,
If you think his way is a good way, right? Like
economic immigration, foreign policy to an extent. Yeah, foreign policy is actually a big, strong point on his. Healthcare, he's like Bernie, universal healthcare, and education. He wants to remove that. What's it called? Common Core. Wants local education, etc., etc. What other policy did he have? Second Amendment. That's also a big topic in America.
With education being too local. Oh, sorry.
What?
And
the trouble with education is excessive localization, which does the whole ethnic segregation and so on. Go ahead.
But I think I don't know how American education works because I'm not American in Europe, but I think he wants to make it locally, which I think it's a kind of a good thing for each state to make their own education because each state knows their own troubles. They know what they're lacking. Some states might do good in other states might do with maths. And each state should have control on the when you have country control in a massive country like America, and each state is doing differently. Common Core is a kind of a bad thing since it really kind of puts a norm in and really drags states down in certain topics.
The Common Core thing is causing a lot of confusion with parents and kids still.
Yeah.
Like my Facebook feed is because I'm in my mid-30s, and there's a lot of parents on there, and they're like, my kid's bringing home homework, and I don't even know how to help them. What do they want from us? Like they're freaking out about it, and people are going online trying to figure out how to solve math the way that they want it solved instead of this traditional way, and it's just becoming a disaster. And I heard that Bill Gates was actually behind some of this, and I think that's kind of interesting as well. But
no, it's not the case. It's the people in this dark room that I've seen this Common Core education that really does degrade the brain of the kid. He doesn't really do hard questions. It's just probably easier way to do maths, but it's really more difficult. I don't know how to explain it, but really degrade your brain. It doesn't progress your brain into thinking.
What used to be
smart.
It used to be okay. So it used to be that you would take kind of very simple math, like your consumer kind of mathematics, pretty basic, division and adding and all that stuff, and then it would get gradually more complicated into fractions and decimals, and get gradually more complicated into proportions, and then eventually you'd make your way into algebra, and then it would be sort of like a shock for a lot of people. They couldn't suddenly they're like, I don't understand why there's letters and ABCs mixed with my, like they were freaking out. And so they've been trying to figure out a way of getting these concepts of geometry and algebra to lower grades so that it's not like throwing people into the pool, right? And I agree that they need to do that, and kind of some of these concepts need to be introduced earlier so people aren't freaking out. But the way that they're doing it now, it's just unrecognizable to a lot of people. A lot of people are just really lost, and they're like, I can't even help my kid with his homework because I don't understand what he's doing.
What year did they fully integrate this Common Core system into like grade schools or whatever? Because I'm only 18. I just got out of high school, and I never dealt with any of these Common Core ideas in school. So it had to have been incredibly recent, right?
It got introduced 2009.
Okay, that to an extent makes sense. Yeah.
Thanks, Obama.
Yeah, thanks, Obama. And I think it was well-meaning. Clearly, I don't think it was like some evil conspiracy or anything like that. But I think it's really caused a rift between even the parent-child relationship. They're like, we don't know how to.
Do you know what the argument for it was? I mean, I've heard a lot of argument against it, but I've literally never heard one argument for this could be a good thing. Do you know any of them? I've never heard one.
I think some of it's incorporated learning styles. So, like, if you're a kinesthetic learner as opposed to like an audio, you would be able to incorporate a different kind of learning style together, because people really do learn differently. Not everybody learns while sitting in class, listening to a lecture, and not everybody's visual either. And so, like, there were some arguments about that, and there was another argument exactly. A lot of it's test readiness, and I think it was to set people up for supposedly a practical understanding of math, like how it would integrate into daily life.
Well, I mean, I think we can all clearly see that it's failed. So clearly the system didn't work. I mean, even if it was all meaning.
This is why they should try testing stuff before they implement it.
Yeah, maybe
give them like a year
few
in like certain areas with the stuff.
Right.
And, yeah, I would agree with that.
I'm not sure if they do and I'd have to go research this. I have some friends that are teachers, and I'd have to ask them. They might know. I don't know if they ever take like a few guinea pig schools and then test it out first. Like,
I think it would be better if they offered the parents some incentive, just like bring your kids here, we'll give you $50, or not 50, but like, I don't know, $10 an hour. We want to test out this new system. Try it with, I mean, they could do that, right? Try it with, I don't know, 100 kids a state or something. See how that works.
Yeah. Because different states do different stuff. Different states
Exactly.
have different mentalities. It's because it's so big and it's well. I think Trump's policy quite similar to Bernie's policies some way, most of them. Because if you listen to Bernie's policies like years back, he really did want to stop illegal immigration. He really was against illegal immigration. And I think some of those files were deleted, but you can still find them around the internet. He's like, because he recognized the problems illegal immigrants have. And right now, I don't think he's against it. I haven't heard anything about illegal immigration from Bernie's side from what I can tell from the debates. But back years ago, he was really against it. So he changed his views too.
Hey, Palm, what does that side comment mean? Me and old boy Jesus? What does that mean?
It's me and Jesus.
Oh, now I said... Okay, now I get it. Okay.
Can't you see it? It's actually the one like very close to my school from my childhood. It's like maybe a minute away from it.
Now I get it. I see it now. Yeah. All right.
We're taking a picture.
Oh, I didn't understand either until that. Okay. Just hanging out with Jesus, huh? Oh, that was a bad joke.
Yeah, he's not having a good time, but yeah, you know, you enjoy it while you're here.
It's interesting. And this is just a side note. I don't really want to get too far into it, but there's a kind of a divide. You can sometimes see, you can sometimes guess if someone's a Protestant or a Catholic just based on whether or not Jesus is on the cross or not. So like, Jesus is on the cross. Oftentimes it's Catholic. Oftentimes, and the reasoning is, and I've had a lot of conversations with Catholics. The reasoning is they want to remember that Jesus is sacrificed, and they're really focused on the cost of sin and the sacrifice that he made. And then a lot of Protestants, the reasoning of why they want Jesus off the cross is that Jesus overcame the cross. He is risen.
He is risen.
Right.
Yep.
And that yes, the sacrifice is made, but it doesn't stop there. And so it's really interesting.
Why do
thinking behind it.
Orthodoxy is the supreme Christianity. It's before Catholicism, etc., etc.
I am very, I've been exploring Orthodoxy. I find it really interesting, and it seems to tie into Judaism a little bit better than evangelical Christianity. That's interesting.
I agree. Dee, if I were a member of a church, hon, it would definitely be the Orthodox. Go ahead.
We also portrayed Jesus as a different person, a more accurate visual of Jesus. If you look at the crosses, it's kind of a bit tanned, suntanned. He was still white. It was still white, but the way that Catholics and Protestants portray this blonde hair, blue-eyed guy.
Ridiculous, just crazy, stupid.
Well, art
portray him is correct because he was tanned, he had black hair, etc., etc.
Art is really interesting, right? Because it's about our perception, right? And so you can kind of play with that a little bit. And while I always kind of laugh at these white Jesuses, I can always tell Mormon art, for instance. Mormon art looks so American. Like perfect teeth, Jesus got like plump cheeks, and he just has this look, and you go, that's a Mormon painting. I just know right away. That's Mormon. It's funny. It's really funny to me. Even their movies, you can tell. Like when there's a Jesus movie that's Mormon, you can tell. Just look at their Jesuses. It's always interesting. So, but when you look at different cultures, right? Look at the German art. Go back sometime if you're bored. Look up how the Germans depict Jesus on the cross. It's gratuitous, and Jesus is twisting in pain, and he's like, oh, you know, and it's just like, whoa, it's like hardcore, like here. And then you look at, gosh, I'm trying to think of a particular example. There's some popular pictures of Jesus where he's really feminine, you know? You go, wow, this does not look like a carpenter. This looks like maybe a computer programmer, or I mean, like that's really mean of me to say that. But he's really gaunt, and some of his features, he's got really big eyes and his high cheekbones, and some features that you would almost deem as feminine than masculine on the sliding scale, and some people argue that the artist was trying to portray that Jesus is the nurturing side of God, which I thought was kind of weird, you know. And it's just interesting how art portrays him, right?
That could be correct, because Jesus went so much against what God taught. I personally don't agree with Jesus, because Jesus was like a little bit of the opposite of what God taught. If you read what God teaches and what Jesus teaches, it totally goes against each other. What my theory is that God punished Jesus because he rebelled against him as a sort of a rebellious hippie son, and God's this strict father that wants laws and you should not do that. And Jesus like rebelled and like this hippie kid that goes against his father and gets punished for it. And that's how I theorize all this Jesus against God stuff, because he really did go against God's teachings and create his own, oh, let's all love each other, all love your neighbors type of stuff, which it really is not what God taught. If you ever paid attention to the difference between Jesus and God's teachings, all tests, etc., etc.
Helena, do you have a preference on how you see the Jesus paintings?
A preference?
Yeah, have you ever seen the different depictions of Jesus and been like, that's a weird picture? Like, I hate Salvador Dali's Jesus. Like the part where Dali's Jesus is satanic looking. Jesus is blonde. He's got these scary eyes. And then there's this one where he's floating, and one of his big toes is giant, and one of his other big toes is small. And I'm like, what's wrong with you?
Wait, link that. That one's not coming to mind.
There's two Salvador Dali Jesus paintings that are just twisted, and I'll show you them sometime.
Oh, you know, maybe he's making fun of the sort of Dutch influence, right? Like, you know, the Northern European influence on the depictions of Jesus. He becomes this blonde, and just like you were saying, the Renaissance type stuff, right? Where he's blonde, he's blue-eyed, he's got flimsy little wispy hair that's sort of barely there, super thin hair, and he's thin and he's very passive. I don't know if I'm not so sure I go with this idea that you know the artists were trying to, I don't know, depict the feminine side of God. I think that might be stretching a little bit, but there's definitely, you know, this Caucasian Jesus that's so strange.
I think they were trying to appeal for the pagans. They were trying to appeal to the pagans because most pagans were northerners back then, because most southern European countries kind of had a big influence of Christianity, so they tried to appeal more to the pagan side of northern European, and most pagans were, as you say, kind of blonde, light features. Caucasian males, majority don't have blonde hair, blue eyes. The majority Semitic and Mediterranean. So Jesus was Caucasian. He was a Semitic guy, Caucasian Semitic. They tried to appeal to the pagan. That's what I believe in. Because pagans were blonde, and they made Jesus blonde so they can convert all these pagans from Northern European, because they were really menacing all Southern European. They're like, hey, look, Jesus is like you. He's all blonde, blue hairs. Come join in Christianity, and they converted them.
didn't they also do that with like holidays and stuff like that? I don't know if they call them holidays, but they call them whatever they call them. They would like pick specific days and like pretty much use pagan holidays, but just rephrase the name. Like this isn't whatever. This is now Christmas or whatever.
I have a serious question for Helena because she likes art. Please tell me why one of the big toes is ginormous and the other one's small. It really bugs me in this painting. It really bothers me.
Let me see. I can't explain that.
Please explain this.
I don't know.
I hate this painting just based on the toes. The hands are pretty cool. I like the hands, but the toes are upsetting me big time. I'm just saying. This is bothering me.
Why does it bother you?
Because it's so noticeable, and it focuses on it because of the angle.
What is he falling into?
Okay, here's his toes, and they're weird.
It looks like he's falling into like a really bright beehive. What is that?
Yeah, it's a beehive, of course, obviously.
It looks like a sunflower.
I've never seen this.
Something like that.
I have never seen this before.
Yeah, it's a trip. Like there's some really interesting depictions out there.
The toe thing is really interesting. He's got this skinny little toe and then this great big fat dancer toe.
I don't believe it. They look similar. If you look closely, it's because of the shading.
What do you mean by come on?
I think Jesus' sandals were just worn, and that's why one of his toes just got messed up.
No, I think it's because of the shading. They look similar. If you like, if I get a ruler right now, they'll probably measure like a couple of millimeters apart.
Maybe an optical illusion. That's interesting. Okay.
Well, one of them looks fatter.
I'm not buying that. I'm not buying the shading thing.
Well, one of them looks fatter. One of them looks longer. To be honest.
Yeah, I agree with that. One is long and one is fat. Yeah.
There's also an indentation, like because of the way the shading is. Like so, the big toe one it goes in. So like the part where I don't know what you call this. So please excuse me. You know, like there's like a kind of like a knuckle area of your foot. That like it's all indented looking because of the way he did the shading.
I can't believe this bothers you so much, though.
It does. It really does. Okay, I'm done.
That was amazing. Can you link that? I'm going to study it and read about it. Could you put the link for that last one in the side chat thingy? All right, I'm going to go there real quick, and I'm sure people have discussed this toe issue because it is darn obvious when you look at it.
Maybe you just have different toes.
Yeah, so I'm screen sharing a painting right now. All right, Dolly's painting.
What's a good one?
Corpus Christi. Yeah. Pay attention to the dimensions of the cross. What is that? What is that? What is that?
Plus sign.
What is it? What
no,
is it?
it's not a plus sign because it squares out and it squares out on the other side too.
Well, there are two squares and then there's one at the top, and plus sign's even and all. So.
Why do I bother?
I read the comments.
No, I'm trying to figure it out. Hang on. I'm seriously looking at it.
I mean, it's floating, but I doubt that's what you're talking about.
I think it's a kind of a predict 3D feature of Jesus. Cubes, the different shapes and rulers.
If you behaved yourself, we would have heard Rev's story of what it meant.
No, don't worry about it.
Okay. Just gonna leave you wondering.
He died on the cross. That's how it was for Romans. It's the crossing.
Wasn't that like a popular tradition when it came to like executing people?
Yeah, put them in a cross and humiliate them. That's what Pompey Magnus did to the Spartacus.
Oh.
You've heard of Spartacus, yeah? That's what he did.
There's other cultures that crucified too. It's not just the Romans.
Yeah, but it was a popular thing to do in Roman times.
Some cultures it was worse. They did This is disgusting. I don't know why.
They ripped their ribs out. It was like, I don't know how they did it, but like they made like looked like fucking like wings or so. Like you could Google the stuff. Like fucking.
Yeah, it's
I forget
disgusting.
what it's called, but yeah, strange.
Did you watch that show Vikings?
No, I've just seen the imagery from time to time.
Oh yeah, they did that on Vikings, and their life executed him with eagle that tore his stuff out.
Oh yeah, they did that as like a fear tactic in like times of war, I think.
So gross.
Man, it's just strange. Like killing someone isn't enough. You have to like rip their ribs and shit out.
This is when you enjoy killing. This is fun for them because they didn't have HBO.
I gotta go, guys. I'll see y'all later. Sorry, I didn't think it was gonna happen, but it did. I'll see y'all soon.
Okay.
Kids are bored.
Sorry. Bye.
No, it's not a Nordic culture because I think they believe that if he didn't scream or cry, he goes to Valhalla, heaven, etc. That's why they did it, to test his masculinity, if he's ready to go to heaven, if the gods forgive him. It's mostly done if they committed some crime and then they want to see if the gods will punish him or not. So if he screams and like cries, I don't know what it was, the thing was screaming or crying, one of the other, he doesn't go to Valhalla. If he doesn't, if he endures the pain, he goes straight to Valhalla. I think it's pagan tradition. Well, the crossing are not so much tradition, just...
So let's make it impossible for you to go to Valhalla by just ripping you to shreds piece by piece. That's great.
I think a lot of people did not scream. Because back then people are really endurance. They had to have the strong endurance and power to survive in such times, such as especially pagan times. And up in the north when it's all cold and you have to wrestle bears. And
Rev, you just explained that. That's cool. I didn't think about it that way. I kept looking at it like differently.
Yep, 4 dimensions, not 3, 4.
That's cool.
Isn't
That's
it?
cool.
Isn't it?
Yeah. That's really cool. Hey, country girl. Hey, country girl. I'm a city girl. Pleased to meet you.
Hey, city girl. Good to meet you.
That Joseph Smith guy was a real nut. Oh, I don't know who it is.
He was in jail for being a fraud a few times, I think, if I remember right.
I don't know, probably some American guy.
This room is lacking direction. Well, what is the direction? What are we supposed to be discussing? I looked at live chat. This room.
They're like, hey, Lazia, these people need some education, and I just came here to educate you all.
Okay. Well, I like to pick my teachers, but it's nice of you to offer.
Well, fact of the matter is, it's Nadia's room. Nadia, get us back on track.
Do we agree that Anita Sarkeesian's thesis is true and correct, or what?
Nope. Next topic.
I think there's shreds of truth that have been lost in strange agendas, and then things have been exaggerated and lied and twisted. So now we can't even talk about it because now it's just jump the shark.
Sorry, what's the topic? Because I can't hear him. Language barriers. Sorry. Can someone repeat the topic?
She brought up Anita Sarkeesian, and then Art essentially wanted us to move forward. It sounded like.
Well, I got interrupted.
No, please, let's talk.
When the conversation actually happened, so I was wondering what happened.
Oh, what happened? I think there's some thread of truth and some concerns, but they've been. She was particularly, I think, unfair and stretched things out.
They've been perverted to the point to where they're no longer useful.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Like a lot of SJWs, like it just went crazy.
I'm a social justice warrior.
Oh, I am too.
There are
I believe
causes
in
where I
both
can
views.
agree with, right? Like, absolutely. And then people will accuse me of being SJW because now that's a slur that people throw around. But then there's a point where people just are ridiculous. Like, it just you need to calm down. Not everything is PTSD. Not everything is a trigger warning. There is no such thing as a safe place. All that stuff just drives me insane.
I mean, there is, but I think it's an idiotic concept. But they do create them, but it's horrible.
Okay, you know what? Discussions about Anita Sarkeesian trigger me, so let's just move on.
Okay, next we can talk about MRAs.
What's an MRA? I'm not American. I don't get these terms.
What on earth is going on with the TIGTAUs?
That's a good question. Could somebody define it? We need Jason here.
A what?
A TIGTAU.
TIGTAU? You mean FIGTAU?
Yeah, I have no idea what that is.
Not FIGTAU, but TIGTAU. Trans going on, whatever.
Ah, trans going their own way? Interesting.
So whatever they are.
And who they're going their way from?
I don't know exactly.
Men going their own way, is that the topic?
A little bit, yes. I was wondering, like with Darren Meyer and Blair White. I think, for instance, Darren Meyer has a video called "Trannies of the Men's Rights Movement."
Right, you actually have somebody who's transsexual or gender fluid or something in your room that identifies as an MRA, I believe. And I find it very confusing, extremely confusing.
Men's right activists. I get it now.
Yeah, you're talking about Shinu, Didi, right?
Yeah, if she was here, I always think it's kind of interesting that she exists. Like not as a person, but that position is a very odd position to run into.
Yeah, it's very bizarre. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand it either.
Also, somebody that seems to identify as a woman aligns themselves with MRA and then says they're attracted to women. I mean, I just can't wrap my head around it. I'm trying to figure this out, and I don't get it. I just don't get it. I think in the community, the most intelligent, I guess you would count him as MRA that you could run into in this community is probably Francis Roy. If you get a chance to talk to Francis Roy, I think he makes the most sense. I've listened to him some. I don't agree with him a lot, but like he's probably the best one I've run into because it.
Anyone hear of that 60-year-old dude who identifies as a 6-year-old? This is kind of like half a year ago news, but it's still fucking horrible. And he got quote adopted unquote by this dude who apparently fucked him, and then he said I felt like a real woman. A guy identifying as a 6-year-old girl felt like a real woman by being fucked by a 70-year-old. Okay. And the reason that the old guy did it, right, is because it was as close as he could get to pedophilia without it being illegal or something like that.
My Bucks, you're scarring my fucking brain, man.
No, it's horrible.
There is a lifestyle, and it's very weird. I think it's weird, and I'm being really judgy, so sorry.
I identify as a polar bear, and if you don't agree with me, then you're being judgmental, and all judgments are wrong. Stop being judgmental. Just go with it.
There are people that dress up as babies, as adults, and they want to be taken care of as babies, diapers included.
Yeah, they
being
do that
fed.
in their fucking basement, though. They don't do that on the street. Lizzie, you were saying something?
It's just so weird.
It really is.
It has to do with their brain development. Their brain did not develop quick enough, and they was took as children. It's a rare case, but it does happen. If you Google it, their brain doesn't develop, etc., etc. The genetic defects, it's called. Their brain didn't develop in the mother's womb, so they took as children. They act like children. They feel like children. Again,
but
it's
then
a genetic.
they go to work and they act like adults.
Yeah, then that's called pretending. That's called pretending.
Well, I'm telling you, there's people that are pretending.
There's people that actually have this thing that act like children, and because of their head they're in children. But there's people that pretend.
Well, I mean, there's a difference between like a fucking weird fetish and like your brain being directed in a certain direction biologically that it's not supposed to, right?
Yep, I guess so. But it's mostly done genetically. Like transgender is a genetic defect. Homosexuality, pedophilia. Down syndrome is also a genetic defect. I would say it's a genetic defect. What else can be called a genetic defect? Etc. etc. But pedophilia is also is this fucking with a child's brain.
And they all are developed. Do they all develop the same way, or like do they all develop in a very similar way, or?
Yeah, they pretty much develop in a similar way.
Oh,
okay. They mostly feel like little girls. It's mostly feeling like little girls.
Okay. Yeah.
Most of the cases are feeling like little girls. Because I have not seen a case where some guy feels like a little guy. It's mostly feeling like I feel like a little girl. And that's how the brain develops. So that guy you're describing, a guy that feels like a 4-year-old girl, he has a transgender defect and his brain didn't develop correctly.
All right. Yeah.
That's what the defects are. So they are born this way. If they're real, they're born this way. But it's a defect. It can be fixed.
Do you think it's bad? Do you think it's bad encouraging it? Like you said, that transsexuality is a defect. Do you think it's bad encouraging it, or do you think that you should entertain the delusion?
Because if you encourage it, you cannot fix it. Let's say you encourage, let's say pedophilia. How can you encourage pedophilia? You normalize it. Then people, when you say, "Oh, we found a cure, we can modify DNA. We can put this DNA in here. We can fix your brain. We can fix pedophilia. We can fix the way you think." And it's like, why are you doing that? Are you pedophiliophobic? Are you?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I hold a very similar position. Exactly. Yeah. And then what happens is it becomes a. I'm sorry, man.
In my head, and I had to read on it, and I was correct. I don't know how I'm correct, but yes.
It becomes a cultural taboo at that point, to the point where if you address it, you're ostracized from any realm of having a productive life. Like if you bring it up at the kitchen table, they'll tell you don't want to live here anymore. We don't. This family doesn't want to be labeled as being trans or whatever. That type of thing. Same with work.
Are you arguing, guys, that we should not be for transsexualism?
I'm arguing that we should be progressive and find a cure for it, but I'm arguing that we should not normalize it and encourage it. So people can just, it's normal, you can do it whatever you want. You can do that, you can do that. Because if we normalize all genetic defects, if we normalize all genetic defects, we have to normalize pedophilia, autism,
That's kind of problematic. You're saying you're implying it's choice, right? But it's not a choice.
No, he didn't.
Genetic defect is not a choice. It's the way you're built.
Before this, you said we allow it, the people can choose this, and it's okay to choose this. You did say that, but that's fine if you didn't mean it. That's fine.
Pedophilia isn't a choice. Why shouldn't we encourage pedophilia?
Right. So I want to get to the nitty-gritty of this. So are you fine with people claiming that they're transsexual, like for example Nadia here?
I said normalizing it is bad. I didn't say, you are transgender. You are transgender. It's not a choice. But normalizing it is totally different. You're saying you can be transgender, okay, that's nothing bad. But it's.
I don't mean what you mean by normalizing, because these people, like Nadia, doesn't want to be a transgender, quote unquote, in the sense that she wants to be a female in a man's body, right? So she doesn't want that. No transsexual wants that. What they want to be is to have a physical body that comes with, the mind that they have. So what exactly?
That's why I argue to progress with science, and we need to fix this genetic defect by modifying DNA. But if you let's say, what's called again? Sorry, I lost the words. Normalize it. It's no longer seen as a bad thing.
Why is it why should it not be seen as a good thing?
You just said she's not comfortable with it. So
Yeah,
how is
yeah.
your argument?
Lazia, explain to us how is an illness, like you're saying, it's just like I try and
Huh?
explain to us what you're saying here.
I did. It's an illness. It's a genetic defect. You develop wrongly. You're born with a. Is she a man or is she a woman? What part did she was born in? Because you have a man's part and you have a woman's brain. You can be born like that, and that's called transgender. And that's the way you develop stuff.
Well, what do you mean? What do you mean it's cool like that? I mean, you're implying. Okay, you're implying there's a choice there again. You're saying we should not
How
be saying
mankind
that.
is a choice.
Wait. You're saying that we should not say that it's okay to be like that.
Because it's not. Is it
Right.
okay? I
But
didn't say it's
it's not
okay.
like anybody has a choice. Right? People
Encouraging
have
it
a
is
choice.
bad.
I
Encouraging
don't
it.
know.
Encouraging only. That's why I think you're implying choice, because encouragement only works when you're talking about acts of choice.
Exactly, Art. That's right.
Not really. Say someone has Down syndrome, which is again a defect, a genetic defect. Would
All
you
right.
normalize it?
Lazia, do you think that Nadia is choosing to feel the way
No, I
that
just
she
said
does?
it's a genetic defect. I said like 50 times it's a genetic defect. By normalizing it, you say it's nothing bad, so we cannot cure it. It's normal.
No, but
It's normal.
nobody says that. Nobody says we should not quote-unquote cure it, right? All transgender people want to quote-unquote cure themselves, even though that's a bad word to use there.
So this is
They
not
want,
my statement.
Wait, see, there you go. There's an example of normal. Wait. There's a good example of normalization. You just said you agreed with him that it is a genetic defect, but then you said they want to cure it. They want to cure a defect, and then you said that's a bad phraseology. Earl, you didn't say that, but you said something very similar to that. So therefore, you're normalizing it by saying it's not a cure. But if it's an abnormality and then it is a cure.
All right. Okay, all
I don't
right.
think
1
I've said
second. One second, guys. Nadia, what do you have to say?
It's a good
Go ahead.
example.
Nadia, go ahead.
Well, generally, we seek medical treatment because it's something that's at least distressing us. And
Exactly. You want healing, right?
sorry,
Yes.
what's that?
He said, do you want healing? Do you want to cure this thing so people are not born with the wrong parts and the wrong brains?
Well, once already born that way, then there's a question of what to do. Right.
Yes, but you can fix it before you're born that way. That's what I'm arguing here. You can fix it by modifying DNA. And science is going that way, by the way, science is going that way. My teacher spoke about how they're
And how? What's this?
modifying DNA and stuff like that. So, because...
It's not purely genetic, though.
What?
Yeah,
it's
the
genetic. It's developmental. It's about
Yeah.
what was it? Yeah, go ahead, Nadia.
yeah, the model generally cited as while there might be, I think, in transsexualism some kind of a genetic vulnerability, so to speak. Hormonal influences in utero are the usual things cited as the suspects. So
Yeah, because you're born with two different parts. It's called brain sexuality and brain gender, and there's physical sexuality, such as your parts, and your brain is different to your parts. So you're a female, you have a man's part, which is a defect because you were developed in the embryo. That's why I'm arguing that if we normalize it, we will not be able to find a cure because people say, "Oh, it's not wrong."
Nobody
Not wrong.
normalizes that in that way. Everybody normalizes in a way that, yes, we should prevent this, and we should accept people who are in this tough position, right, and not to try to portray them as something, lesser or,
If we normalize
Art, you're awesome, man. Loving your words today, man.
Thank you.
And a doctor tries to find a cure, he'll be labeled transphobic.
No,
If a doctor,
well, if he says cure, then implies that it's a disease, right? Which is not. It's just like it's hard. Like, Nadia, help me out.
Maybe there was an abnormality. If there's an abnormality that can be cured, then it is a cure. If it was a normality, then it wouldn't need curing. Regardless of how you phrase it, that's what it is.
cure would represent reversing it within an individual already affected by it.
No.
It's more of a matter of prevention than.
You cannot prevent it once you're born with it. You need to prevent it
You
before
can
you're
actually.
born with it.
No, you can
DNA.
actually. No, there's treatment for this. It's using hormones, and I've seen trans women who've been who had this privilege, right? And they look like absolutely like a woman, like a teenage girl, like even in early teens, they look like the gender that their mind is, even though their body was born originally something else. I mean, you've probably seen the pictures on the internet, these sort of, funny pictures of, that they show, there's sort of a few pictures that sort of go down, right? And first it looks like a pretty girl, like, oh, this is a cute chick, but then it goes down and, oh, she has a dick. Kind of the joke that sort of goes around. It's that, yeah, there are means to actually catch this early and prevent this to happen, right?
Right.
Oh.
So, Nadia, you've said that what you have needs healing, right?
Yeah.
There you go. Go ahead, Lazia.
I mean, Lazia, would you say that Nadia is? Oh, he's talking to someone.
Sorry, Buck, I didn't listen to what you just said because.
Right. So, would you say, Lazia, that we should somehow treat Nadia differently because she's a trans woman?
What do you mean treat her differently?
Well, because you say we should not be saying that it's okay to be a trans woman. We should not normalize it, right? Or to be a trans person. So, how would you? So, would you say that what she's doing is perverted, or what she's doing is somehow immoral, or what she is somehow immoral?
I don't think anybody with Down syndrome is immoral. I think they're born that way, but they should not try to normalize it.
Okay, maybe we're just speaking. Maybe it's a language problem. You not seem to be taking the position that sort of, like, for example, like some funny Christians do.
Yeah, I don't. I'm a progressive. I like to progress science.
Okay. It seems to be a language issue here. But yeah, when you say, yeah, just be careful how you word things because it has an implications which you did not mean apparently. So yeah. But Bucks, I think, is full on.
So do you agree we should find a cure?
Well, yeah, but I don't think cure is a right term there because it implies that there's something wrong. Like there's a disease.
There is,
right?
because it's a defect. It's a defect.
Well, I would prefer maybe abnormality, like you said.
I think the issue of something on the order of a developmental disorder is within that it's not really discussed as a cure to, well, I suppose carry out reconstructions or whatever other kinds of interventions to, well, I guess, reverse the developmental disorder. So, I mean, the two kinds of things would be prevention and whatever kinds of, I guess, treatments, whether you consider them reconstructive, palliative, or otherwise, or those affected by it, where I guess once they've got the development, you can't really feasibly reverse it at this point. You might consider, say, some form of psychosurgery, which, yeah, I'd sign up for that as well.
I'm practicing more preventing it because I haven't researched ways to cure it once you've been born with it. So really, it is about preventing happening and modifying so it doesn't happen.
How would you be able to intercept such a thing, especially if many people argue this happens within the womb, right? And it might happen with hormonal influence on the neurology. How would you intercept something like that? We can intercept some things, but not all things.
And modify it. What do you mean by intercept? Put it in, modify it. I actually
what stage would you intercept and modify DNA?
The chromosomes, the DNA build of the person.
Yeah. DD, what Nadia talks about is killing embryos that might have a certain problem. I think that's,
No,
she wants to take it.
Not kill them, we can modify them. Science needs to further the study. We need to further the DNA modification.
So then, eventually, you want to move to a time in society where everybody's a test tube baby, and
No,
everybody
not
watched the
everybody.
movie Gattaca?
Not everybody, only people with genetic defects. So they can be born with the right parts and the right brain. So then we don't have this issue here that we're having right now. When people are feeling left out, they're feeling different, and now this defect, they're outcast by society, etc., etc. And it's only very few people with this genetic defect, so it's not everybody's a tube baby. But also there's this danger when that people can pick to have this baby genetically modified, and I don't think that should be legal. I think that this should be only used for defects and illnesses instead of just normalizing this DNA mix-up and stuff like that. It should be open only to
Right, Lazia, right. But how about this possibility? How about this possibility? If somebody is born with what Nadia has, gender dysphoria, the government would pay for her transition. How about that?
Well, you can. Why should you do it when you can prevent it? Well, why would you want to do that?
There are people already afflicted who are born out in the field.
People who are already born, I don't know about them. I think you should just do what we're already doing, give them operations and stuff like that. But when we find a cure to prevent it, we should start implementing this right away. So maybe in like 50 years from now on, nobody will be born like that. Only a few people will be left, and you have what do you have, operation or chromosomes? What did they do to you? I don't know. I'm not big study fans on current transgender operation. I'm more of a how to prevent it studies.
Well, the genetic factors that lead to, I guess, some additional vulnerability. I think, well, are not entirely deterministic. It's more that, when the hormonal influences occur, it's a say lesser severity of the hormonal influence that would suffice to cause the condition when that gene is present, and so on. Or at least as I understand the model from the BBC article on it.
Oh, don't read the BBC. Come on.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
you should only read private research doctors. You should not read any mainstream research doctors. They're paid to say what they say. You should only do private stuff, because they don't get paid to do. They serve science. They don't serve corporate.
Wow. Okay. So anyway, what Nadia is talking about here is that we're dealing with the technology that we have at this present time.
Yes.
Nadia is dealing with a situation here that she needs help with. So, how do we deal with that situation? Well, it's called covering a health concern when there is a health concern. It's called gender dysphoria. So, she needs healing. That's what she should get. She should have what she needs.
So what does she need, an operation?
Yeah. That's
And
exactly that's what the psychologists say.
Is that illegal?
Принцеса искаш ли?
Що кекс искам?
Защото на Виктор ще правя две принцеси.
Аз искам кекс.
Well, I guess I can use some of the. Somebody tried to.
Operation's illegal.
Sorry?
Operation's illegal.
Not here.
So you already have this solution. You already have the solution. Now we need to find the way to prevent this.
Okay, so that solution is extremely unattainable for a lot of people because of the financial situation.
Yes.
The solution for already existing transgender people, if you go with the suggested thing, which a lot of psychologists say, like for some it is surgery. That is very unattainable for a lot of people.
Maybe they should not have it if they cannot afford it.
Right. So
That's a luxury for them.
If you look at this quote-unquote luxury, if you look at transgender people, and then you look at the percentage of suicides that they go through, that should be a sign concerning that they're not being treated.
There you go, Dee Dee.
What was that, Lucia?
They go with the genetic defect. It's all a research. Different genetic defects have a sort of an influence on the brain to emotion and depression and stuff like that.
See, that doesn't even matter at this point. Okay, you have a person right now that's living that they don't want to live because they feel that they don't have the right body. So what do we do in that case, Lazia? What do we do in that case? We fix their body. We fix their body. We fix their body, right? So that they want to live. That's what should happen.
Operations are legal, and you do operations. I'm not arguing anything against that. I already said you can do an operation. If you cannot afford it, maybe you should work and get the right money. Maybe get a bank loan.
Some people can't get there.
Where's my job?
Yeah, exactly, Nadia. Exactly.
I would say that's on them at that point. I mean, they should strive for it. If they can't attain it for whatever reason, I'm not going to speculate, then that's on them.
All right, Bucks, do you understand that Nadia has done her best to pay for this? I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go there because it's private shit. But you have no idea what she's gone through, bro. You have no idea.
Again, that has to do
once again, I would maintain that they should strive for it, and then if they cannot get it, they should. I really don't think that suicide is a practical answer to those problems, but if that's their ambition, then, well, damn, that's a really unfortunate life there.
So what I'm hearing is, I don't want to treat you. Your treatment's a luxury, and suicide could be an option. Save us a few bucks.
Yowzers!
No,
wow,
I think
that sounds about right.
My argument. You condensed a perversion of my argument. That was not my argument. What I stated was, if they can afford the surgery, then do it. Why wouldn't they? Fuck it. Who cares?
I'm saying that
if they cannot afford it, then that's on them, and I think that they should be sensible. Their decisions.
So you're saying
I'm not this humanitarian.
You're actually saying that healthcare is not it's not a right. It's a privilege for those that have the most to pay for it, right? That's what you're saying.
I would say that particular issue would be. Lizzie, you were going to say something. Yeah.
Well, what, do you live in a capitalist country?
You pass the fucking buck there.
No, he was waving his hands, and I want to let other people speak.
Do you live in a capitalist country? Do you? Anybody?
What was that?
Repeat that?
Do you live in a capitalist country?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of charities?
Charities, yeah.
Say that again?
He said, have you ever heard of charities?
Yes, I give to some charities.
And if you help these transgender people, you donate to the charity, and the charity gets the operation done.
Okay, have you heard? That sounds sensible if you're a libertarian, but you're not a libertarian. Let me tell you. Have you heard of the disproportionate amount of money that's given to certain charities versus other ones? We'll look at breast cancer. Everybody loves boobs. Females love boobs. Males love boobs. Even gay men often love boobs. Everybody loves boobs. That charity gets so much money flowing through it. Now, let's look at the transgender people. Who gives to them? Tell me. In the United States, who gives to them?
The people that sympathize with their cause and know about it. Yeah. I think. Well, actually, let me tell you this. Though I believe that that's through marketing. I mean, I see at least a different commercial regarding breast cancer at least once every couple days. It's not often to the point where it's an annoyance, but I see it all the time. You don't really see that with trends. It's due to marketing. That's why there's a disproportion in the donations. Not saying that justifies it, but that's just what happens. That's why.
I'm
Who
trying.
is once? I'm sorry, Dee Dee. 1 second. Who is this? The Christian Meta? What? Who is this guy? He's not coming on mic. I mean, there's 10 people in the room. If you don't have a mic, just leave, man.
The Christian metal fan.
All right, cool. All right, cool. If he doesn't have, listen, Nadia, if he doesn't have a mic, he should probably leave. So, okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Who's talking? I had my point about charity, and you should support.
I made my point. So.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure who here would support a transgender charity in America?
We were discussing why there's a disproportion in the amount given to breast cancer charities in comparison to transgender charities, and Christian guy said that he's never seen a transgender charity, and that's where we're at.
And even we could compare it with breast cancer versus prostate cancer. People actually will choose to give to the breast cancer more often. You can compare breast cancer with MS. People give to the boobs every time.
Well, I wouldn't. Let me make a point.
How if you have something that isn't people just don't care about, they don't give to it. And a lot of people don't care about transgender issues because they're such a minority, and they're debated morally that they just don't get the funding.
No, well, they have pulled. Well, let me just make this point, and then Lizzie, I want to hear what you have to say. But let me just make this point. I have seen, and there are many all across this country, school programs promoting breast cancer. They take kids out of the school to do walks for breast cancer. There's a whole marketing thing. They have commercials. They have big, not necessarily rallies, but these things are presented on big public platforms. That gets more attention by the media. That's why it's not titties. I wouldn't say so. At least maybe that's a part of it.
Why does it get attention? Why does it get attention from the media? Because everybody loves it.
It's because what the media has chosen.
It's because what sells. It's what people consume.
Wait. Let me add to your argument a little bit. Maybe it's because boobs are easy to market. I don't know. But
everybody likes boobs. It's in our genetics.
I don't know if it's that, primarily.
Okay, it's because cancer is a bigger killer than transgender. It has to do with the
type. When you compare cancer with cancer,
it has to do with all the numbers.
Prostate cancer, yeah. Prostate, yeah.
AIDS is also a big charity, so it's...
Not everybody likes testicles.
What?
I said not everybody likes testicles. They don't get as much funding.
What do you mean? AIDS?
Testicles. Not everybody gives to foundations for prostate cancer, and people are like, sorry you have one bulb, at least, the other one's working. Like the apathy level is different. I'm just saying. I'm using that as an example. You can go cancer to cancer. There's more apathy towards male cancer than there is the female cancer. I don't know why. I'm just pointing it out.
You don't think that there's a component of marketing there?
I have to say this. I have to say this really quick. I love breasts. I do. They are fucking beautiful. They're awesome to suck on. But I'm going to tell you this really quick, all right? The Jill Coleman Foundation for Breast Cancer, do you guys understand that the majority of the funds that they take in, they don't actually give to,
Yes, that has to do with corporate greed and not charity.
Right. Yeah.
And also, the charity appeals to the amount of victims that it affects. So breast cancer, the charity will be more popular than parts, like man's parts charity, because it's more common. The biggest charities right now are AIDS, cancer charities, and aid for third world countries charities. Those are the biggest charities that I can list.
And AIDS isn't exactly an easy thing to say, like, oh damn, like you could make the boob argument, like, oh damn tits. No one's going like, oh damn, the AIDS infected penis. Oh god, no. But I do think that a large component of it is marketing and the way that they want to put things out there, project things onto the people. To get money into their own pockets. And while I'm not saying it would be easy to do with AIDS, they just chose AIDS for whatever reason, just like they just chose breast cancer for whatever reason, probably because it has certain sympathies with other areas, So
Yeah,
anyway, I do have to go. I'll be back in like an hour. Have a good time.
all has to do with numbers, and transgender are a very small minority, whereas people with cancer and AIDS are bigger. The third world country, AIDS is very popular because all the ads, and there's like billions of people starving, so it's a big number. That's why such nations get so much money, and transgenders don't get so much money because they're a very small minority. So they don't need that much income as to say big charities with bigger numbers of patients they need to help with people in need, and that has nothing to do with boobs. I mean, it may have to do with boobs, and it also has to do with the marketing and advertising that companies put. But here in Europe, I've seen more cancer, third world charities, and AIDS. That's the three top things I've seen. And breast cancer is not one of them. It's most of the normal cancer, brain, heart, etc.
Yeah.
I've seen very few breast cancer adverts.
Yeah,
There's tons here in the U.S.
Yeah.
Tons.
Probably because of America.
The fact of the matter is that there are. Listen, our country takes in plenty of taxes, and they got plenty of money to heal people of their needs. Okay?
They have plenty of money for the elites, not for the poor.
Period.
That money goes to the elite. That money doesn't go to the people, it goes to the elite. And if you understand the monetary system between the Federal Reserve and the lending money, it will never stop on going. It will just keep on going and going.
Right. So you can actually go online and you can. There are now charity watchdog organizations, and they will go through every charity and they will rate them. So, for instance, if you didn't know and you live in the United States, Goodwill doesn't rate that great. Goodwill doesn't rate very well at all, actually. Goodwill, they're saying that basically the people they're supposedly helping aren't getting it, and it would arguably be for profit instead of charity. Goodwill, another one that doesn't rate very well, and people mean well, and I really care about veterans. So if you care about veterans and that's your thing, look at Wounded Warriors because they're broken. Wounded Warriors is rating poorly, and they're not helping enough vets, and look at other ones that are rated higher that have that thing too. And so now luckily there are people that are paying attention to how much a CEO makes, how much their staff makes, how much is going in, how much is going out, and that is something to be concerned about. If I am pro charity, but look at the charity you're giving to, and are they giving out enough for what they're getting in? Absolutely.
Amen.
Хайде, нещо за пиене искаш ли?
Да, мляко.
Говори си напри, голема гърба вече.
Yeah, charity just doesn't work in general, really. Beyond the administration costs being vastly higher, I think that and the causes being generally like what you described between, say, breast and prostate cancer. I think there's even kind of worse things like I think a majority of charity money goes to things like opera houses and maintaining Central Park and things like that.
The arts, right? The arts actually take up the biggest chunk of charity. Most people don't know that because the most wealthy in the world want to preserve the arts, but they don't do it in the local schools. They do it in the high end. Yep.
Ivy League universities, yes.
Yep.
Charity, arts and Ivy League, yeah.
Nadia, just a simple question. How much charity has come to you through your channel?
Well, I couldn't put a very good number on it. I think
Never mind. It was a trick question. You don't have to answer.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, there's also a question of the status, given that there is some extent to which is kind of a, I don't know, user kind of contribution model for something like a, I don't know, media production or somewhere. So, like PBS.
BBC has an interesting section on arguments against charity. Oh. Thinking too small. Charities often target symptoms, not causes. Oh yeah, with homelessness in the U.S., that's really, really bad. It's like it's pretty obvious these people don't have a place to live, and the homeless shelters don't actually do anything to arrange that. Just kind of, well,
It's temporary.
yeah, but
It's
there's
temporary and inefficient, essentially.
yeah, there's no actual real long-term kind of well, arranging for either housing or really anything done on homeless people's behalf to gain whatever income. I mean, if for the most part, they're having some kind of difficulty they couldn't overcome to begin with. It's just how they ended up on the street. And, just browbeating them saying, okay, go knock on doors and beg for a job. It's not really going to get very far. Placement is something that's really badly ignored. And, of course, housing is largely, I think the way like Section 8 works is they're like retiring the vouchers, and for the most part, and so the pool isn't going up or getting newly allocated, and it's not really for poverty, more like ability.
That's the other good icon. Okay.
What's that?
I'm back.
Oh yeah, charities doesn't really work all that well. We were bringing up how I think the majority of charitable donations are to the arts and very, I guess, high-ranking university endowments. So like Harvard and Princeton will get vast charitable donations in the form of endowments, right? So.
Sorry, my microphone was muted.
Go ahead.
A lot of charities don't do that well. Only certain ones that don't donate the majority of their money to the government or the CEO.
Well,
I mean, that's why I argue that you should have a charity, a suitable charity, instead of people donating you can get the cure.
Well, that's the thing, though. With the knowledge beforehand that charities are incapable of addressing these things in any kind of effective way, you're effectively advocating that the issue not be addressed, right?
And this is why what's so wrong. They're addressing public toilets instead of charities. They should be addressing the right issue.
Addressing charity?
Right now, the big thing around transgender is what toilet they should use instead of what charities they could use to get an operation. And this is mostly
isn't really possible anyway, because like I said, the majority of charity goes to the arts and educational endowments for already wealthy universities, and generally not much toward those in need. And where it is, quote unquote, toward those in need, you have the issues like with 80% of administrative overhead, and also the use of it for in ways that do not in fact address the issues, like with homelessness rather notably, housing is not actually arranged.
Exactly. So you see this transgender association are not pushing for the right thing. Well, why
Well,
are the transgender associations
what do you
pushing for baffled? They should be pushing for the right
Sure.
charity. The money should be.
I just demonstrated to you that charity is ineffective, right? So your advocacy of
A
pursuing
lot of
charity
charities are. A
addressing
lot
it
of,
is
a
in
lot of
fact a method.
charities are.
Sorry, I hadn't finished yet. Your advocacy of pursuing charity as a method of addressing it is in fact, therefore, advocating not really addressing it at all. Right. And welcome, Gus.
They should address this issue. The charity should donate more to the cause instead of the corporation or the college, etc. This issue should be addressed primarily instead of what they're addressing right now, bathrooms or something like that.
How would you even coordinate those kinds of quote unquote donations?
What?
How would you even coordinate those kinds of donations to the right areas?
Okay, so we have a
not even plausible.
We have a transgender charity.
You would in effect be erecting a structure, hypothetically, as large as, frankly, a government to, direct a large collected pool to, the causes that need them and in manners that do it. So you're already in effect advocating the construction of a parallel welfare state. Which point, why a new one in parallel?
Okay, so here's how the charity should be structured. So you have this transgender charity.
Yes. Charity doesn't work already. We've already
we can address the issue and make it work, because a lot of charities do work for the people. It's not all charities are bad. A lot of charities do work for the people. And if you find the right charity or the right charity that helps transgender people.
The trouble with charities is not that the people in individual organizations are corrupt. It's rather larger and systemic. For instance, the overall flow of funding and such doesn't actually get allocated in any respect according to the actual need for that funding, and furthermore, the means available to those charities restricted by both the economics and the logistics of them as an organization, which by their usual rather small sizes is extremely limited. In effect, cannot really do anything anywhere near as much as organizations that can actually employ people gainfully, and furthermore, that can carry out need-based allocation on larger scales. Like, frankly, something akin to a government budgeting out to which areas of the various welfare state kinds of social insurance programs it dedicates how much money. Go ahead.
Are you arguing that the government's fault is this inequality between charities where the money goes? Is it the government's fault?
No.
No. So whose fault?
As a product of the way human beings socially interact, and of, in effect, the lack of larger scale coordination and organization, charities are incapable of addressing numerous major issues that
really, Nadia, really.
Well, while some individuals may be benefited in either by, say, organizations or that matter, individuals carrying things out, the scale is too vast. And these charities are rather typically overwhelmed. First off. Secondly, as far as, directing the resources to where there is need, right? The direction isn't based on any kind of assessment of that kind, but rather the success of a marketing campaign. Or of intrinsic tendencies like sexual attraction to breasts. Right? That's not any kind of assessment of need for a meaningful allocation of resources.
They should have a list. That this transgender charity should have a list. The person who called first to the charity, and they should have a list of people who called. You call in first when this charity is established. Person calls in first, he gets treatment, and there'll be a lot of calls. You list these people who called first, and you have a structure where you help this person get the operation, you help this person get the operation, this person get the operation.
Jim Collins Foundation has 2 surgeries per year as sponsors for the whole of the United States. That ought to give you an idea of the mismatches of the scale.
How much of that charity goes to the government?
As far as I know, none.
None of the money from that charity goes to the government.
It's a tax-exempt organization.
Yeah, I don't know how charities work where you're from, buddy, but around here, a charity doesn't have to butter up the government. That's why they're called charities.
So where does all this money go? They're either not getting enough money, or someone's taking the money.
Well, presumably, the people for whom the money is raised for get the lion's share of the money minus administration costs. I'm not sure what your point is there.
Yeah. Well, one of the things he's doing is, I guess, advocating that people rely upon what's in effect noblesse oblige, and
well, the concept of noblesse oblige is something
eliminate
that can
welfare state, particular welfare state activities related to treatment of transsexuals, to the whims of philanthropists. And also, welcome Simon. Go ahead.
The concept of noblesse oblige is something that can't be reproduced in modern society because there are, in effect, no ruling nobles. So the whole notion of noblesse oblige is something that died when feudal governments did. Any attempt to use it now is a complete mismatching of the concept. If you're talking about the generosity of those who have towards those who have not, we tried doing it that way. It didn't work. I mean, yes, there were always people who were generous, and it was always considered a sign of generosity to give if you had plenty. But unfortunately, that still meant people were left out in the cold. And what we discovered was that it was a much more effective model on government in terms of government programs to take a little bit from everybody and thereby create a larger pool with which you could more effectively assist smaller people.
Do you like state rules? State rule. Are you implying we should do more straight state rule?
Could you finish your sentence, please?
Are you implying that we should have more state rule instead of democracy and libertarianism, etc., etc.?
Well, I despise libertarianism. I see it as a completely bankrupt ideology. I think if Atlas Shrugged was given its proper title, it would be "I've got mine, so fuck you." I believe libertarianism should be fucking drowned in a short trough in shallow water, because there is absolutely nowhere on earth. Oh, with the possible exception of Liechtenstein, which I could Liechtenstein the back of, put it on the fucking province of Ontario, and mail that province to a place that gave a fuck. Other than that, there is nowhere on earth where libertarian ideology has ever gotten anything but the same old of the rich get richer, the poor get poorer, and eventually one day the rich wake up and find the poor at their throats. I love that semaphore you do, by the way. Don't stop that.
Actually, let's say capitalism, libertarianism, everybody gets richer, but the gap goes up. I think Margaret Thatcher explained it as the poor jump up, but the rich jump up bigger. And what the lefties argue that the rich are getting too richer, and what she said, well, you rather the poor get poorer, the richer get poorer. And that is a kind of a correct statement if you look at the earnings. The rich may get very richer, but poor get a little bit poorer, a little bit richer, step up, but the rich still gets rich, and that's a libertarian and capitalist economic statement. And
Yeah, I don't mix libertarian with capitalist. They're two different varieties of animal. At least the capitalist is smart enough to know that he doesn't get anything without having to rely on the infrastructure and the mechanisms which are often backed and guaranteed by government of the nation that he or she operates in. At least the capitalist is fucking smart enough to know that.
Very true. Very true, Gus.
The libertarian isn't even that fucking smart. The libertarian seems to think that there's who's beatboxing me. Somebody's beatboxing me. What's up with that? The libertarian isn't even smart enough to realize that without the basic infrastructures and without the basic levels of cooperation that we all enjoy, much of which is stabilized by an interventionist government, they wouldn't be able to get to point A. So I don't think libertarianism and capitalism should be mixed together at all.
Libertarianism has a government control, but it's only a very small thing. It's small enough to make sure capitalism works. I think you got that ideology wrong. Libertarianism is.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Every libertarian I've ever spoken to would like to see government put out to pasture and used for such powerful notions as perhaps national defense, but mostly cutting the ribbons on opening malls and museums and stuff.
You haven't spoken to any economic libertarians.
Oh, economic libertarians. Oh, those are the most fun kind. Those are the ones that believe that the free market, the free market will fix and cure everything. Yes, of course it will. Most libertarians I talk to, particularly those who are younger than age 40, don't have enough history to understand that we actually used to have a libertarian system. Long ago, back before 1900, we had a libertarian system where the government didn't get involved in commerce, didn't try to protect consumers, didn't try to do any of that stuff, didn't try to get involved in charities of any kind, and it didn't work. People got hurt. People bought goods that didn't work properly or sometimes hurt them. People were fucking run roughshod. People were treated as little more than slaves in labor situations. And when you got old, if you didn't have a family to look after you, you were basically fucked. We found this out the hard way before we put all these systems in that libertarians, if they had their fucking way, would gut like a fish and leave everything back up to the free market.
I dislike libertarians too, just to point that out. I don't agree with them. Apart from some of their economic policy, the free market is good to some extent. There always must be this protectionism for economy. I do agree with a lot of their economics too, but I do dislike libertarians a lot. Well, you strike me as a socialist.
Yeah, that's me.
I guess that right. Guess where I stand.
God only knows, but I'll figure it out.
It's on the very top of libertarianism.
Oh, the very top of libertarianism.
Well, I'm perhaps
the opposite way.
I'm perhaps a bit more radical. I mean, I would advocate the abolition of property currency in the nation states.
Yeah. A lot of magical thinking there, but hey, what are you gonna do?
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Where's the map?
you and I have had these conversations before, Nadia. Do you really want to get back into it?
We can try. Okay.
This is why I subscribe to Trump's economic policy so well, because it has libertarianism to an extent, but it also has protectionism to make sure that the free market doesn't die out and collapse and get destroyed by countries like China. So his economics is really wise
What,
and
China?
Where?
The reason the free market doesn't exist in China per
no,
se.
I'm arguing that China kills you in stuff like trade and free market.
Say that again.
Are you familiar with Trump's policy on economics?
Whose policy? Whose? Oh, Trump. Oh, I thought you said Chum. I thought, who the fuck is Chum?
Yeah.
No, I know Donald. I know Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a retard that managed to trick an entire country and letting him run for president.
No.
Yeah.
Let's argue his policy. What policy don't you like?
Policy? You can bet your ass that's not his policy.
Well,
See,
what policy
how
do you not
closely have
like?
you? How far? How closely, Lazia, have you followed Trump's life?
His life?
Yeah.
Very closely.
See, well,
Very.
okay. Then what can you tell me about his early days when he struck out on his own just after he sort of left the mentorship of his father? His father gave him a little bit of money and set him up. Ermin,
money.
Ermin, I'm going to mute you because I keep getting this hard chop, 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 chop. And it's nothing personal.
After you go that minute, you went to Manhattan. And Manhattan was basically broke at those times. It was a crime-ridden city, and it's the capital of New York, Manhattan. It's a big city. So he started buying stuff and building real estate and trains.
Yeah.
I think the first project he had was trains, and I
You
believe it is.
understand? You understand that realistically speaking, just about every single capitalistic venture that Donald Trump has put his hand in, he's eventually gone bankrupt.
No, it hasn't. Only four have been there. I think I described that.
Oh.
What?
Oh.
Four.
Which one has he not ended up bankrupt?
What do you mean? Only four of these companies went bankrupt, and that's due to other issues.
He spent the majority of his time. He spent the majority of his time either cleaning up from a bankruptcy, trying to come clawing back from a bankruptcy. I mean, this guy's not a very good businessman. I mean, he tends to move a lot of money around because
how many bankruptcies?
mostly trading on the back of his dad, really. But he tends to move a lot of money around. But he's not a very successful businessman. Every time you turn around, that guy's in Chapter 11.
How many bankruptcies has he had?
I don't know. How many bankruptcies has he had exactly? You tell me.
Four.
Oh, jeez. Must be pretty big bankruptcies because he keeps disappearing off the map every 10 years. Takes him a couple of years to crawl back up to the surface. I mean, he was really big back in the 80s before you were even born. What happened then? What happened to him? How come he just didn't keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger? Oh, because he went bankrupt. Oh, because he went bankrupt.
It's due to casinos. Do you know who are meant to run those casinos?
It doesn't matter. He put his name on them.
No.
He said it was all about him. He said it was all about him.
He cannot run 600 businesses at once. People run his businesses.
Oh well, if you can't run 600 businesses at once, you shouldn't get them.
No, he had people running them. That's why he had managers.
What the hell is he going to do when he's president of the United States? And he does what he did when he was running businesses. He just sort of spins the plate like a Chinese circus and expects it to operate just fine when he's not there to watch over it.
You have people there. That's why you have the Oval Office. And you have
so you want to elect a guy who thinks it's okay. You want to elect a guy who thinks it's okay to put a process in place and sort of hand wave at them and say, well, I got people running that for me.
No, every president has people running that for him. I think if you're a socialist, you understand that a president doesn't do everything himself. He has people who look after certain stuff that he does, certain policies.
Why would, as a socialist, I understand that any more succinctly than I would as a capitalist? What does my being a socialist have anything to do with that?
Socialism, the state is bigger, so different people have different responsibilities.
Absolutely. And as a socialist, I also understand the value of oversight. And Donald Trump
for a president. You could, on your sort of like point of view, you could just elect anyone president then, because someone else is going to do the job anyway.
Yeah, why not? You know? I mean, this guy apparently is going to throw broad policy ideas at the smart people, and I'm sure he's going to have Jews for the money stuff, right?
Yeah.
He's going to.
Yeah, he says. Yeah. I like this kid. Yeah, he says.
He's sitting there drinking some Trump vodka and eating some Trump steak right now. Just leave him alone. Oh wait, I don't know. They've been bankrupt, haven't they? My bad. Sorry.
No, they're not bankrupt. They're still successful.
What
Trump steak and Trump vodka? Oh, right off.
Oh, sorry.
What country do you live in, Lazia?
Guess.
Guess? I can't possibly guess. I'm still trying to place your accent.
When was the last time you bought some Trump steak and Trump vodka?
I don't live in America, so I don't know.
They are not successful.
They sell them. They sell them at Trump places. They sell them at Trump hotels, Trump casinos, and that's why he made them for these places.
No, he made them for like airports and things like that. That's what his original plan was. Oh, people want a hearty fucking steak as soon as they got off a plane, or as soon as they board a plane. That's what people really want.
Trump food and Trump vodkas for his hotels and his businesses. It wasn't it?
All right, let me try to guess where you're from. I don't. Israel. Don't laugh at me. At least I'm trying.
Oh no, I'm not kike.
Oh, okay.
Racist.
You hear that, boys and girls? He's no kike. All right.
Alright, okay. You can tell he's not any Jewish blood in him anyway, because his fucking business sense is horrible.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. He thinks Donald Trump's a business tycoon, so every time you say that, a little Jewish man falls over dead. You know that, eh?
Nothing beats a little unexpected racism.
Are you in the Ukraine?
No, I don't think any bombs are going off outside.
Are you in continental France?
No, I don't see any Eiffel Tower like black people.
I can't see what you see out the window, so don't even.
There's no black people burning an Eiffel Tower down.
Hey. Ease up on the whole thing with the racism, all right?
I'm surprised if
there's not as many. We can overlook a comment or two because you're young and silly, but if you keep going, you're going to run afoul of people around
I'm
here.
relating issues to the news, such as the Ukraine war, the Paris riots between black people and the police.
That's not just in France. If you go to lots of like tourist destinations, fucking anywhere in Europe, it's majority black people selling thing. Otherwise, it's just because where they're coming from.
All right. How about Estonia?
No, there's no stones here.
Lithuania?
Oh, that was awful, mate. Was that an attempt at a pun? How about Estonia? No, there's no stones here.
Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Oh, sorry, I keep interrupting. My bad.
Brazil? I don't think that's...
You keep thinking I can see what's out that window. I can't see what's out that window. You keep looking out that window and saying, well, I don't see any of that out there. I can't see what's out that window.
Not in Brazil, no, that window. Yeah.
Spain.
No.
No.
You're getting the right path.
Portugal.
No. I'm not black.
You don't have to be black to come from Portugal.
Could you live somewhere that isn't massively racist?
No, I think it's a meme. Google King Alberta. It's a meme.
It's a meme, yeah. You'll think so.
Yeah.
What is that?
Try. Forgive Forgive him, Psycho. He's too young to know what he's playing with.
Alright.
I don't know. Don't tell me you're in Canada.
No, why would I be in Canada?
What do you mean, why would you be in Canada?
Why? I don't stick to Justin's cock.
We don't have to do that. That's not a
Yeah,
national...
yeah, I saw you.
We don't have to do that. Here, up
You
here.
do.
We're okay for that.
Stop doing Canadian liar.
Okay. Well, yeah, this is silly.
We're going to be Justin's many. Why have you bankrupt your country?
I'm sorry, what did you say about my country, you little fucker?
Why have you bankrupted?
Who does he keep looking at?
I don't know. He's looking out his window.
Is there someone outside that's offended?
I don't think he. Frankly, I don't think he knows where he is.
Yeah, I'm looking at Justin's out there trying to collapse my economy.
Who's trying to collapse your economy?
What, Justin?
Are you from Austria?
Are you from space?
Yeah.
I'm from space. I thought so with them ears. Well, I don't know. I give up. I can't place your accent. I don't know where you're from.
How's Canada?
What?
How's Canada? How are you collapsing there?
We're not collapsing. Why do you think we're collapsing?
Gold reserves went like 0.
Gold reserve? Who the fuck needs a gold reserve anymore? Nobody uses gold to back their currency anymore.
That's why it's collapsing.
Okay, so are you from a country...
So the sales of VHS, it doesn't really mean...
Are you from a country that still relies on gold to back its currency?
I actually don't know.
You don't know?
I actually don't know. I am a foreigner. I'm a migrant.
You're a migrant.
Yeah.
So you are from space?
Yeah.
Okay, good man. Well, I give up. I don't know where he's from.
I came from space to take the black people's pyramids.
To take the what? The black people's pyramids?
Yeah.
What are you going to do with them?
You're not going to be happy until you make black people mad at you around here, are you?
Oh, do you guys not have a life outside of here? You never heard of We Was Kangs?
Do I have a what? Have we not heard of what?
We Was Kangs.
Say that again.
We Was Kangs.
We Was Kangs?
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know what it means either.
It's basically this parody meme of these Afrocentrists, real Afrocentrists that claim they were masters of Egypt and masters of Rome, and the Egyptians were black and the Romans were black, the Russians were black, and the white aliens came from outer space and took all their pyramids. And it's very hilarious to watch them rage about, like, you milk chocolate boy.
Afrocentric dudes have you ever heard say that Europeans was black?
Mr. DiCaprio. Do you want a link to their page?
That's a lie. That's a lie.
He claimed that the Queen of England and Abraham Lincoln were black.
Yeah, totally.
We all know the Queen is black.
I heard it was a vampire slayer.
Who said Abraham Lincoln was black? I'll call them a fucking fool myself. Who said that?
DiCaprio. Jesus DiCaprio.
There are the whole movement calling.
Gus was there. Do you remember?
I was. I remember that now. I was trying to remember the boy's name.
I don't know who that is.
He's right.
Okay.
I don't know who that is, but whoever said that lost their fucking mind.
We get all kinds up in here, man. You know that.
Let me just find this page.
I don't know. I don't think he's like a genuine Afrocentrist. I think he's probably like basically.
Well, if he's talking at Jesus, talk, I'm gonna tell you, yeah, he's not Hotep. So like, yeah, he's not the person. He's something else.
He's probably. I
This
think
is not the Roman one, but this is when they claimed the first president of America was black.
Jesus DiCaprio claimed that as well, but I think I think he was basically had it as a troll routine that kind of exaggerated the.
One second, let me link to the YouTube video.
Claims of, I hadn't finished my sentence. Yeah, he had a troll routine that basically, made more extreme claims along the lines of Afrocentrism. Go ahead.
Look at that video. I just linked you to it.
Why would you have to ruin
Why
it for
would you even bother posting a link as if anyone's going to believe you? We're all wavering on the issue of whether the first American president was black.
They go out
And now
and
you've
street.
persuaded us. This is fucking ridiculous.
Look at that YouTube video. Just linked to them. They think they were Egyptian
No.
Jews control the pyramids.
No, I won't look at it. Why would I do? Why would I bother? I could be spending that time sticking wasps up my ass.
That would be probably a more
What is
valuable
this?
use of your time.
This is it. This doesn't say England.
What?
They said there's a black guy in this $20 bill. Like
Yeah. Apparently, the black guy was the first president of America, because there was a black guy that was a senator that had the same name as a white guy in the. I don't know what you called it. When they wrote the Constitution, the fathers of the founding
this
fathers.
is nothing but a meme. Anybody could have put this meme up here. That somebody took a picture of somebody pointing at a. It does look like a black person right there. And but somebody made a picture. Somebody made a picture and turned that into a meme. You could have did
exactly.
that.
And they
You could have did that and said some crazy.
Psycho, everything on the internet has a 100% accuracy rating, or it's not allowed on the internet.
Exactly, and they believed that they were the first black presidents of America. I've argued with some of these.
No, I've never heard nobody say that. I've never heard anybody say that before, except for this dude that Nadia is talking about, who he needs to put down whatever he's smoking if he's saying some stupid shit like that. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to let you say that. I'm not going to let you spread those rumors that's the norm within my community, because it isn't.
I never said it's the norm. It's the norm on them pages, though, because if you argue with the people on them pages, Jesus Christ, they believe you're a white alien out of space. Especially that video.
Everybody don't believe that alien talk either.
Yeah, but a lot of Afrocentrists do believe that.
There's a lot of white people that believe that crap too. I mean, they be on.
Yeah, we don't call black people aliens. I've actually never heard of any guy called a black person, especially not a page that has how many likes this page have.
Are you able to find Jesus DiCaprio?
92,000 likes. 92,000 likes on page.
Yeah, we probably need to find Jesus DiCaprio and point Psycho Atheist at him. But
there's so many pages like this. It's like so hilarious. Jesus was black, etc., etc.
Why are you looking at this stuff?
Yeah, that's well, maybe not.
Run out of wasps.
I don't know.
Yeah, there's never enough.
Look at it as. Hey, has anybody been able to find Jesus DiCaprio's profile? I know I have him blocked, so I can't really search for him. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know where I got cut off at, but yeah, you ain't gonna pin the whole alien thing on us though, man. Like we not doing, like, it is some black people that do believe in the alien stuff, just like it's white people that believe in that alien stuff. But
I'm talking about them thing. I'm
you're
talking
not
about
going to sit up here and say it's all.
I'm saying that they said white people are aliens over Africa.
Who's saying this? You talk about like Nubians? I know Nubians used to talk that crap.
It has 92,000 likes.
What happened?
I just linked you to a page that has 92,000 likes, and they promote this stuff.
I'm asking you who? Which group are you talking about? Which group of individuals are you talking about? Are you talking about a specific group of individuals?
Whatever they call them. I think they call themselves Afrocentrists. That's what they call themselves.
No, that's not what they call themselves. That's what other people are calling them. I'm asking you, what do you know? It's a whole bunch of different. See, you don't know what you're talking about.
Hey,
you're probably
Psycho.
talking about Nubians.
Psycho.
Yeah.
Jesus calls himself a Hebrew Israelite.
And these people.
Oh, he's a Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah, he won't say
well,
black
he's a weirdo,
Hebrew
then.
Israelite because he says all Israelites are black. So
Well,
he'll say
yes,
Hebrew,
yeah, exactly.
Hebrew Israelite.
Well, I actually agree with him. I don't like when people say black Hebrew Israelites because
Right.
you can't find any Jews that even call themselves Hebrew Israelites. So why would you identify them as black Hebrew? Hebrew Israelites are black. Like they're the only group of people that call themselves that.
Yep, and then he takes it to that extreme that they're talking about. That every great culture was from the. He also thinks that all the Asian cultures are people with Down syndrome bred.
Hebrew, but Hebrew Israelite. That's weird because Hebrew Israelites think the white man is Esau. They think the white man came from they call him Esau, and they don't acknowledge. They know that the Europeans was white. Like they think the Hebrews are black, but they think the Europeans is white. Like that's weird even for them.
Yeah, he don't. He's crazy. Trust me. You should. I'd love to see you guys talk.
Did you see when he makes the Jewish like cry?
Too. I denounce them all the time. The Hebrews, I denounce them all the time.
Sorry to interrupt. I just heard you made the comment about him believing in Jesus and all that, and he does to an extent, but he also takes all kinds of
they believe it.
other things.
They believe. Well, some Hebrews believe that Jesus is the Messiah. You got some Hebrews that don't believe in the Old Testament. They only believe in the Old Testament, and they don't acknowledge Jesus. Like they be beefing with each other about that topic a lot. So yeah, majority of them do believe in the New Testament, though. Majority of them.
Време е вечерния час за спиране на интернет и на устройства, на таблети и на телефони. На момента за шотдаун. Веднага. Айде, майко. Може. Телевизора е друго. Това не е интернет.
Did you guys know that Jesus was black?
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course.
I don't believe he was either black or he was Middle Eastern. I definitely don't think he was white, and I think those pictures was false.
He was white.
Jesus was white. I don't believe that. He was either Middle Eastern or black.
He was Semitic.
We just talk about these terms: black, white, yellow, whatever. These are merely colonial terms.
No, they're not. They are racial times and sciences. Do you believe in evolution in science? Because science defines different races in different categories.
I believe in evolution.
What?
Yes, I believe in evolution.
So you believe in races?
Evolution deals with species, not necessarily races.
You can call them species or race. It doesn't matter what you call them. Evolution argues that black people stuck in evolution and other races adapted. That's why they progressed so fast. So if you believe in evolution...
Actually, that's not what evolution argues. Evolution argues that all organisms adapt to their environment.
Yeah, and it argues that black people are still stuck in Africa and they do not evolve as much as Asian people and black people.
You need to realize that the reason you had Asians and Europeans later on is because you had a group of black people that did leave Africa to settle those areas.
There's also different theories about Neanderthals and hunter-gatherers that are not out of Africa.
About what?
Neanderthals, so I cannot say that.
Talk a little slower, dog, because your accent is real thick. Talk a little bit slower so I can understand what you're saying.
Not all humans today are out of Africa.
We don't have any evidence of that.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. There's a huge back to the Central Asia as well. And I'm not talking about the Mongolian stuff, but a lot of our ancestry can be traced back to a single person there.
Look at different species.
Well, that was a big area for Central Asia. Was a big area for a lot of the early primate species. I believe it was called. I forgot the name of it, but it wasn't Homo erectus because that was us. There was another one.
The turtle. That's what I'm talking about. Turtle.
That lived for about 500,000 years in what is today China before it went extinct.
Oh no, not that.
However, that species is extinct now. They didn't evolve.
Yet there are extinct, but the Homo sapiens bred with this
That's possible. That's very much possible, but that doesn't negate the fact that doesn't negate the fact that they still don't have ancestry from Africa, even if
they might as well have ancestry from Africa. That's what the evolution theory does, but it also argues that when they went out of Africa, they evolved. So that became smart, and that then science.
Adapted.
Wait.
The,
Science backs that up with IQ differences and physical differences between races, which is
Okay, here we go. First of all, I can refute the IQ thing because I can show evidence that IQ actually correlates with socioeconomic status. And then number two, the differences that did
brought up
occur
IQ.
between the races, although they were differences, they were so small that it really didn't mean anything. I mean, all humans on planet Earth can still interbreed with each other. They can still produce viable offspring, which shows that they're all the same species, regardless of any other claims.
the IQ test was done by I think was only a white and a black guy, and they both were adopted by this wealthy, I think it was wealthy middle class family, and the black guy shows that he scored much lower than the white guy, even though they had the same upbringing. I don't know what the name of the test is, but if you Google it, I'm pretty sure you'll find this test. So the IQ
Google
thing is
what does that mean?
what? This test was done. It wasn't just make a poor black guy and a rich white guy and test them. It was they were given the same choices, the same education, the same basically the same circumstances.
So you did this. They did this with one white guy and one black guy, and that determines how both races are.
They did it with
That's
plenty
what you're
of
telling me.
Well, that
It wouldn't matter anyway because IQ is not like the
accurate.
determining factor on intelligence.
They did that test with many people, and you can Google it. You can look at Gerald Taylor.
How
You can
about
look at Gerald Taylor and all the scientists have done this, and the scientists that done this have been.
and give us the you give us the list, otherwise it's bullshit.
I can give you
I
loads
think
that-
he's hiding the bell curve.
Okay, so I went ahead and posted the link, and it does say that.
What was the original claim? Before you move on, Incorporated, what was the claim?
IQ does correlate with income.
Before that, what was the very first claim? I didn't hear who brought up IQ and why we're even talking about it.
All races are different.
Well, I'll give you a.
What was the claim about it?
The claim was all races are different and evolve differently.
But who brought up IQ?
I did.
What did you say? That's what I'm trying to. What did you say about it?
That all races have different IQ points, on average. On average.
On average. I don't disagree with that. I don't think a high IQ score would mean one race is smarter than another, though.
Actually, you're wrong now.
That's not.
That's
a good argument.
Well,
right?
Well, the question is though, is it something regarding the race per se that gave rise to the distinction, or was it something like, the conditions to which various are subject? And I dare say evidence is strongly in favor of the latter. Go ahead.
What? I did not catch that. Sorry.
Oh, good grief.
Evidence is strongly in favor of it being a product of the conditions to which people are subject as opposed to innate biological differences. Go ahead.
Not exactly. Because back in the day there was no schools, etc., etc. So you had the Caucasians in the Middle East and Europe, and you had the Asians in Asia. And obviously you had the black people in Africa.
No IQ test back in the day, dum-dum.
Yeah, but you can look at the achievements that each race does. Look at the inventions, look at the empires.
Look at Egypt, dum-dum. Look at Egypt.
Egypt was white. What are you talking about? It's Caucasian. It's Semitic.
Oh my God!
This is what I'm talking about. We lost hands.
Egypt is not Caucasian.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Stupid.
Well, what do you mean? Oh my God! Look at King Tattoo's DNA test. It's Western European.
No,
Google
Semitic.
King Tattoo's
Semitic.
Cleopatra was white. We'll give you that.
No. Oh, you only
Well, Cleopatra was descendant of the Ptolemy dynasty, which was, I guess, descendant, furthermore, of a general of Alexander the Great, right?
Black black people only had 75 years of rule in Egypt, and that's the Numadian dynasty. You can Google it. The rest were Semitic, Greek, and other Caucasian ethnicities. They were not black. Only 75 years of Egypt was black, and they did not.
It's uncontroversial. Well, it's
Except
uncontroversial that the Semitic or the Egyptians were Semitic. Now, on the other hand, there were other civilizations floating around. What is it, Dongara and surrounding Timbuktu and so on, that at least had city-states that were at high levels of development. Go ahead.
what did you say? Sorry, I cannot hear you properly.
Is my audio bad?
No, you're fine. I think it's just maybe your accent.
I'm pretty sure the majority of Egyptian royalties were Semitic or Greek. Have you ever heard of the Alexander the Great? He conquered Egypt and he had a big dynasty of Egypt too. So
Well, that was his general or Diadochi Ptolemy.
Ptolemy, I have not researched Ptolemy, but most.
That was Ptolemy Soter was the first Greek king of Egypt. Go ahead.
Okay, now one of the things I will say, if this gentleman is going to make the incredible claim that Egypt is Caucasian, well, DNA genetics disproves that. They have taken DNA genetic tests of the mummies. What they found is that they indeed did have sub-Saharan African DNA, as well as some Semitic DNA, and it's also present in their culture. They have their language. The Egyptian language was a Semitic language. Okay, it was very close to Arabic and what is Hebrew and that type of stuff. That's kind of
Coptic is the modern day descendant of the ancient
exactly of where they were. So for you to even come out and say something like that is absolutely ridiculous. You have no proof. You have no evidence.
Hold on, I'm still waiting for the argument of how scoring higher in an IQ test inherently makes you a smarter race or a more intelligent race.
Because intellect is direct to the intelligence. If you have low IQ, you're not going to be
but scoring that doesn't link to an inherent intelligence. That you're inherently smarter.
Yeah, it's a composition fallacy ongoing here. Right, the individual heritability is not indicative of overall group characteristics. For instance, that inheritance of an individual will not reflect the broader kinds of influences that affect the group as a whole.
It would, because each race has distinctive features such as DNA and brain, which makes that person. And your brain will have certain DNA that makes you smarter, and your IQ point up, which is related to race.
I'm sorry, but you're starting to prove to me that I don't know. Well, I'm starting to question what race you are.
There's also a bit of a difficulty here with what kind of influence it could have on neurology. Because what DNA does is make for various kinds of proteins, and, well, that's not directly involved with neurological structure. While the various kinds of, say, neurological diseases, such as amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, do exist. The kinds of distinctions in functionality are, well, not things that would have a bearing on I suppose, intelligence or the kind of cognitive facilities. It's vastly more likely, given the kinds of evidence regarding what would comprise intelligence within a neural network, that the influences are developmental. Go ahead.
If you look at the study, you will see that blacks are lower on cranial capacity than whites, and rentials such as Asians, etc., etc.
Women are lower cranial capacity than men. However, that doesn't actually produce a, um, I guess, intelligence correlate. In fact, also, cranial capacity correlates to height, which is generally understood not to produce intelligence per se. Go ahead.
I think if you look at the graph, you actually see that people with higher neutrons and chronicle cultural capacity did high-end IQ tests.
Higher neutrons?
Neurons, you mean?
Neurons. Cortical neurons, millions. Black people have the lowest. Negroids, black is a kind of a bad term to call them, since you can have a black-white guy. Chronicle capacity, blacks also score the lowest. The IQ tests, Asians score the highest. This graph excludes Ashkenazis, which are Jewish, which score the highest IQ ones, which are 110 on average. This is an average, by the way.
What is the source for this?
This is a research. I think the scientist who did it. Let me find the name of that scientist.
Pioneer Fund? Shockley. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, let me find his name again.
Yeah, it's that whole bell curve crap.
Yeah, that was Charles Murray, but there's another one who's, I think, a former associate of Shockley's who was enough younger to have substantially outlived him. Go ahead.
I'm still looking for the name. 1 second. James Watson, I think it was the guy. The Nobel Prize.
Okay, that's a different guy, but I don't remember. I don't
He
recognize
won the
his name
Nobel
offhand.
Prize. That's true. Then apparently his study was racist because it was too factual. Then he had to sell his Nobel Prize because he got bankrupt because people didn't want to donate. Companies didn't want to associate to racists who do scientific research. So this Russian guy was like, hey, fuck you, American shit, and he bought his Nobel Prize and he returned it to him. And I think this is the study he did. The other study, Gerald Taylor. Have anyone heard of Gerald Taylor? He talks about this studies, etc., etc.
Yeah. Well, one of the fun parts you'll have there is that the components of neurological structure you've identified as influential regarding intelligence are themselves not necessarily a product of genetics. They are.
Another thing.
Go ahead.
Asians have higher capacity if it's not genetic.
Okay, the way that the whole Asian supposed superiority in IQ is explained away is that if you go to China, you go to South Korea, Japan, or whatever, these countries have very different educational systems than in the U.S. It is not uncommon for very young children to be exposed to high level mathematics, high-level geometry, high-level algebra at a very early age. This is just part of their educational system. They challenge the kids intellectually, from when they're young, and this is something that's not done in the West. Whereas in the West, children are more encouraged to be creative, coloring, drawing, that type of stuff. Well, in the Eastern cultures, they're encouraged to be academically competent from an earlier age.
This research was done on the basis that they all had the same abilities, because it was not just IQ points.
No, these skills are cultivated in them from an early age.
Personality, maturation, social organization, reproduction, and IQ point is also one of them. And black people do mature much faster, where Asians mature much slower. So this isn't the same
bullshit, because we all know good black don't crack. Now that's some bullshit.
Yeah, that is a. I think what he means when he says mature, that there's actually you can explain that away too. Actually, black children have tested to have superior motor skills from an earlier age. Like they tend to
see motor development. They develop it earlier. You can see the study.
They tend to walk earlier, talk earlier. Better hand-eye coordination. Black child can dance really well when they're really young. That's just how it is. But that doesn't, that to me is also the small difference, as well. It doesn't, because it doesn't mean every black person, has superior motor skills.
This is an average. This is an average. Not all black people average. This is all average. It's not this black person is low on IQ. This black person is very high. It's all averages.
Well, yeah. What you would ultimately need to do, though, if you were sincere about this, would be to, well, carry out a multivariate analysis of variance that I don't think very many are prepared to actually do. The second and higher order statistics are very rarely published or collected, and by and large proliferate as far as in effect geometrically with respect to the number of factors under consideration. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a really complex study because, like someone touched on there, the culture plays a huge part on this. It's not just the genetics. If you look at Asian culture, they heavily focus on more education, and like it's not even within just a black and Asian and white type thing. There's a lot of terms of like religious cultures and things like that put more emphasis on education, and it's so there's so many factors, including financial factors and lots of. I know you cited the study, but the study you cite, well, you didn't. I don't even know if you listed the study between the two people that were adopted. One was black and one was white. But that is very limited because it's not really accurate if it's only two people. So you would need something a wee bit more
That's what I argued, but apparently there's more searches between people getting adopted in certain circumstances where they're both the same and they score differently, and that has to do everything with DNA and race.
They're
Not
adopted in the same
culture does play a part of it, but not when such studies are showing.
You didn't even cite many studies. You only have you got more of an extensive study because you only said one study and it was like between two people. Like you get intelligent black people, you get intelligent white people. Sometimes there's a difference due to genetics.
Yeah, we're talking about averages on average.
You're not giving me a decent study where it's a more extensive study. Like you can flip a coin twice and flip a head twice. It doesn't mean that it's always going to be
I don't expert on every study, I expert only on some, and I give you plenty of names that talk about this, such as Jared Taylor, Watson, what's his name again? James Watson, I believe. James Watson, what's that guy? The evolution theory guy. Charles Darwin. He talks about the difference in the race, how races evolve.
Well, Charles Darwin's theory of evolution has been pretty much dismissed now, because there's
but that guy that I was talking to believed in evolution. The guy that I was originally arguing with, I think he left. Oh well.
Well, Darwinian evolution's been pretty much dismissed now. But
Yeah,
even when Darwin was talking about races within his literature, it was almost looking at it from our terminology we use today, it would be considered racist. But when you compare it to other books and things like that was written back then, you can tell it was just the wording and things like that was written and used back then. It wasn't a matter of him being racist. It was just the wording.
It was from the studies he concluded between the achievements of each races and how each races look and evolve and do different stuff. That's how he concluded his study, I believe. And if you look at Africa, you will not see much achievement there. If you look at Asia, you'll see a lot of achievement.
Oh, I think I'm up to I can't dig this much dumb. I don't even know if race.
Well, if you think it's dumb, why don't you argue your point? I mean, you're not arguing a point. You just say, "Oh, this guy,
Fuck up and let anybody else talk." That's why.
That guy is dumb. The kings of Egypt were black. Come on, dude.
So
we built the pyramids. Come on, dude. Look at that guy. He's dumb. I'm not.
Okay, now here's my thing. I don't even
I was right in the middle of a sentence when I got cut off. I'm sick of stupid. I'm tired of flat earthers. I'm tired of this whole like race debate. Who I even question whether race is even a valid qualifier. I'm tired of people rewriting history just because it's convenient and have no study or appreciation for it. I don't care if we disagree. Hell, I don't even care if I'm wrong. But at least look up the stuff that you spew before it comes out of your mouth.
Yeah, exactly. Another thing is that
you're not arguing anything. You're just
you don't take into account.
Can you dispute anyone?
You don't even take into account the fact or the idea of like I've never heard you talk about early childhood development, what a kid is exposed to from an early age, and how that affects their intellect. I mean, just like I said with the Asians, if you're exposed to algebra and geometry from a very early age, you're probably going to be more competent in that when you're older, because we know that our brains develop when the most when we're young. All right, so if you were, let's say you get someone who's never been exposed to algebra and geometry, all right, how do you expect them to be good at it when they're like 25 or something, if their mind has never been exposed to it? So I mean, you just glossed over that. I noticed you never went over that. You don't think that what a human being is exposed to can affect their intellect?
Well, what did Asian people get exposed to that black people didn't get exposed to when they built empires and inventions?
Okay, I told you that in their education system.
I'm talking about thousands of years ago, not right now.
I'm not talking about thousands of years ago. I'm talking about today. The reason why they have a higher IQ than Westerners and Africans is because they are more intellectually challenged from an earlier age.
That this study was not done by different coaches; it was done in the same household and etc. But if you look at the history, what did Asian people get exposed to that black people didn't get?
Let me ask you something. Do you have you done any research on the Zulu kingdom?
The what?
Have you done any
Zulu
research
Nation.
on the Zulu kingdom in Africa?
No, I've not done any research.
Okay, let me ask something. Have you done any, hold on. Let me ask you something, sir. Hold on. Have you done any research on the Ashanti kingdom in West Africa?
I think it was not the kingdom with.
The Ashanti kingdom. Have you heard of it? Have you ever read about it?
Kingdom near Nigeria, south of West Africa.
Have you read about it?
Yep, I'm pretty sure I've read about it. I think it was one of the only kingdoms.
What do you know about it then?
I know that it was dependent on gold. That's the only thing why it was so big.
Okay, so they were very wealthy, right?
Yeah, they were all dependent on gold, and when they ran out of gold, for God, they fucking died. They died when they ran out of gold. That's all I can say. They had the wealthiest black man in history, I believe, was the king of that kingdom, and he sold his gold cheap. That's why everyone was buying gold from this African guy, because he's so cheap. When gold ran out, they
okay. But I mean, so you said you have read about the Ashanti, right?
Yeah, I've read about the independent gold.
Now, have you read about Great Zimbabwe, or the kingdoms in Zimbabwe?
No, I've not read about Zimbabwe. I don't believe that.
Not read about that. Okay. Have you studied?
Right now?
Have you studied any of the hunter-gatherer societies of Africa?
Hunter-gatherer society.
And
No,
how
I
they
don't.
survive. Yeah, there's hunter-gatherers in Africa that still, there's different cultures. You have the Bushmen and different cultures. Have you studied any of these cultures?
Apparently, the kingdom of Zimbabwe wasn't that impressive, from what I can see.
Okay, well, hold on. I notice you're not really giving me full answers. You're making judgments on stuff that you haven't even studied. Like, you talk about Egypt. For instance, do you know where the Egyptians claim in their folklore where they came from?
They came from Egypt. I don't actually know where they came.
No, in their folklore. In their folklore, the Egyptians say that they came from the place where the Nile starts. Now, do you know where the Nile River starts? Do you know where it starts, sir?
It's going to start from the sea.
Come on.
No, it starts in what is today Uganda. Okay, and Uganda is in sub-Saharan Africa. All right, so we know that the Egyptians themselves say that they came from sub-Saharan Africa.
Well, where does it start? Where does it start again?
By genetics. It's backed up by their own folklore.
Pretty sure the river starts from.
Are you gonna refute that, or I mean, you make all these racist claims about that's nothing, and what you consider
the river starts from the Mediterranean Sea.
We was kings.
That's objective, all right. What you consider
from the Mediterranean Sea.
It's objective.
It started from the Mediterranean Sea.
Some people might be impressed with ancient Greece, whereas other people are more impressed with ancient Rome. It just depends on who you ask. You can't just look at a society and say, "Oh, that's not that impressive." It might be impressive to the next
Who
person.
created academies in literature and culture, mathematics, algebra, roads?
Wait, does anyone know Jack?
Yes, I invited him. He's very
Nope.
good.
But
He's a very good, articulate
I was just about to say, somebody put the call out. All the 4chaners, I guess, about to start bum rushing the show.
Uh-oh.
Again, the
They done put the call out.
Well, I let Jack in, so he's a very good individual. I hope he doesn't get kicked. Hello, Jack.
Hello there, people.
If you know him, I'm sure he's.
We're arguing race and how we was kings of Egypt. They believed they were black in the south and in Zimbabwe.
We was Kangs, brah. We was Kangs.
But why does the Nile rip out?
You do realize nobody talks like that, right? You do realize nobody talks like that, right?
They're fortune idiots.
Right? You do.
Oh man.
Right?
You do realize that the Nile
Right,
River.
so I guess y'all came up in here. I guess y'all feel like trolling now. Y'all
Yeah,
feeling y'all little strips of numbers, and now y'all about to start acting stupid.
Okay, hold on.
I
The
didn't
Nile-
do nothing.
Full time.
If you make a joke, you're a troll. Is that what it is? So if I said, "Oh, why did the cookie get run over?"
No, you're a troll
that-
because you came up in here. Only time this the only time you came up in here is when they put the call out. Oh, they over here. We got some black people in here talking about they kangs. Let's go up in here. Let's set them straight. Blah 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 blah. And everything else. Shut your little stupid ass up. Don't come up in here when race is the fucking topic and think you just want to come in here and just start race trolling all over the fucking place. Race baiting,
Come
trying
on,
to
Jack
get all kinds of things stirred up, trying to talk all this. What am I talking? I'm talking about why are you here? Why are you here? You here to race bait, ain't you?
Him because
So
he's
start
a nice
race baiting.
person. I was
Y'all
gonna
shut up. I don't even want to talk to you. Shut your little stupid ass up. I done debunked you already. I done debunked you many a time. Shut up. Now I'm gonna talk to your little buddy that came up in here. What you up in here for? What you up in here for?
If you actually let me speak, I mean,
What you up in here for, bro? Answer the question. What you up in here for? Say what you up in here for.
Well, I was trying to. You're talking over me. But Commentaries sent me the link.
Dumbass.
For what? For what?
Yeah, hold on,
If
Psycho.
we-
Here's the
for
thing.
what?
They're ignorant. They don't know what they're talking about.
I didn't even say anything.
Jack wanted the link. I said about an hour ago. I said I'm
Why
gonna
did he
go,
want the
I'll-
link? What was y'all talking about before you dropped this link? You didn't drop this link because they all talking about politics. What y'all drop the link for?
Okay, let me explain. Let me articulate my point. I was gonna hang out with Jack. I said about an hour ago. I'm leaving. I'll be back in about an hour. Give me an hour. I went into a hangout with Jack. We had a good discussion. We made jokes about a number of things, individuals that we
Yeah, I'm
know, just
sure.
a number of things. And then I said that these people are pretty cool. They're having debates. This is more of a debate community type of thing. They're regulars in. They're regulars in this Nadia person's hangout. Do you want to join? He at first said, I don't know. I mean, it sounds. I'm gonna be busy. And then he said, you know what? Fuck it, Cheryl. Should be fun. And then I said, yeah, I agree. So I'm gonna go. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Goodbye. Have a good day. And then I joined. And then he joined. And that was the extent of it. And then I said we was Kangs because.
What? Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Exactly.
I know. We all know that's a bunch of bullshit. But whatever. I'm waiting.
God, we have
to actually watch the hangout while you said.
I'm waiting because I already know what this
Jack,
is.
can you do
I already
me a
know what
favor?
this is. Listen, man. Listen, bruh. Let me explain something to you. I was 18 before too. All right. I know what the fuck this is. You can't talk this little dumb shit to me. All right. All right. There you go.
Okay, fine. You want proof? Here's the recording, Jack. Please, I'm begging you, send them the recording that we just did.
I really don't even care. I'm just waiting for it. So come on with
Okay,
it.
Jack, please send. Psycho takes issue with this, so please send him the link.
The problem is Psycho talks over everyone because he wants his points to go over everyone, so he talks over everyone. So I'm going to make my point now. In the videos,
I asked you a point. What are you talking about?
But what happened was, okay, we're offline. Buck said, "Do you want to join the hangout?" I was like, "I'm not sure. They sound like pretty, big retards." But then he sent me the link, and now here I am.
All right, well, yeah, you here for a reason. So I'm just waiting to see what it is. Go on.
My reason is because I want to discuss some wrestling.
Some wrestling.
This is the YWC, isn't it?
No, this is the Great Debate. I've heard a few people refer to this as being the Great Debate. I think I said that.
Yeah, you did say that, but I just wanted to make a joke.
Mm.
Oh, speaking of making a joke, what is it? Somebody in a Facebook post said one thing that he hates about millennials is that they use big words to sound smart. And my reply to that was that the catechretic phallogocentrism of the cisnormative, heteronormative, white supremacist capitalist patriarchy allofunctionally interpolates the eclectic counter-hegemonic meta-narrative of intercategorical complexity. Go ahead.
Well, I think you're talking about anti-disestablishment
I ain't fucking with
terrorism
you,
there.
Nadia.
Hey, hold on, Nadia. Just because you did that, it warrants this.
Yes, just because you know words, congrats.
Yeah, that was pretty amazing.
Okay, well, that's what I'm toning down when I try to speak to, I guess, the rest of everyone. Go ahead.
All right, but yeah, I mean, they're a bunch of idiots. And which one of you guys from Illinois? I know one of them is from like freaking Illinois. That's you, huh, Bugs?
Illinois, I hate Illinois
Yeah,
Nazis.
Bugs. I think he's like this little suburban kid from Illinois, aren't you?
Yes, I am from Illinois.
Yeah. Yes, I am from Illinois. He just has that weird.
You from the south end of Illinois? You from the farms and shit?
Nah, he's from
From the south end of Illinois? You by 80?
No, Marcel's
by
right
Route
around
80?
the middle. Right around the middle. It's about an hour from Chicago. Ottawa is slightly more well known, so about 15 minutes from Ottawa, if you know where that is. Or not even, like actually.
in a suburb, right?
Near there. Not exactly the suburbs, but like 10 minutes from there.
Is the area that you live in predominantly white?
Yeah. I would say so.
Okay, that's all you have to say.
Nothing
Now,
wrong with that either.
Oh, well, you can't really say that because where I'm from is
Not at all.
predominantly white as well.
There's nothing wrong with an
There's
area.
nothing wrong with that, not at all.
Right? But it just shows that, just kind of shows where you're coming from, man. But
Okay, fair enough.
That being said, I mean, can we change the subject? I mean, who here wants to talk about dinosaurs? You think dinosaurs are cool, or?
No, we're not talking about dinosaurs.
I heard dinosaurs had feathers. So that's pretty cool. Jurassic Park's been lying to me my whole life.
I have a dinosaur locked up in my basement.
Well, I've got my usual set of, advocacy to carry out, and I don't know, you could perhaps engage with some of that. I don't know. Oh. Well, maybe I should list them out.
Hey, Lazia, are you still around? Oh.
Okay.
Oh
dear. Well. Well, that seems to have it's lost us our interlocutor. Well, maybe not. Okay, so I'll rattle off the list of positions that I personally endorse.
Anyway, I was just going to suggest to him and perhaps his cohorts that they take a look at a book and documentary called Guns, Germs, and Steel. I posted links on the side to both the documentary and the book.
Nadia, what are you
Usually,
posting on the
you're-
side?
oh, that was a list of the various positions that I advocate, which may be disputed. Go ahead.
I see you listed 4. Then I see you forgot one, huh?
Maybe.
Nadia, Nadia.
Okay. Well, it was good to meet you, Nadia. And, well, hopefully we can help you come to a better understanding. Go ahead.
Later, Slazzy. Have a great day, man.
No, we don't know who you are.
Nah, you somebody. Are we supposed to know you?
Fox critique commentaries is a legend.
What was that, Jack?
You're a legend, Fox.
Thank you, man. You're amazing as yourself.
Yeah, thank you. You know, brah.
No problem.
Do any of you actually know who I am? Oh.
Are you Bully Ray?
I just asked him. Are we supposed to know?
Oh, like we were supposed to give a shit.
Man, I'm personally. What was that, Jack?
I'm the intellectual savior of the masses. That's all you need to know about me.
Jack didn't do nothing.
Hey, guys, what's your names?
Well, I'm obviously
It doesn't
Nadia.
matter what your name is.
Wow, you don't even know who I am?
Yeah, he's in here just to troll.
So Jack, how do you feel about transsexuality, if I may ask? It tends to be a pretty regular topic around here.
I think people who are transsexuals are mentally sick. I'm joking there. No, I'm not actually not joking. You know. That's all I have to say about that. You're either born a male or a female, X and Y. That's all I'm gonna say.
So you argue for a gender binary and not against transsexualism per se. The counter contention to that would be that there is a determination that is contrary to the gender transitions. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with the statement when he says they're mentally, how do I say, mentally sick. That sounds horrible, but it was definitely, like you can see with MRI scans and things like that, you're just born into the wrong body and stuff. So, yeah.
I think that's just a lot of conspiracies, and you know, it's for people who believe in the Illuminati. But each to their own.
What are you saying is a conspiracy again?
Huh?
Someone just said there's like MRI scans of people who like are actually born in a different body, and I just said I think that's the same people believe that, are the same people who believe in conspiracies. That's just my opinion.
Okay.
I don't believe in conspiracies.
I'm not much of a conspiracy theorist myself either.
You know, I'm kind of being tongue-in-cheek here, and I don't think any of you are getting it. So it's gone really awkward.
It might help if you sort your microphone out a bit because you're really muffled.
Yeah. Well, I would maintain that given that we are biological creatures, well, phenomena involving us will be biological in nature and well, are likely to be detected on some number of biological assays. So,
what's the legend
for
of
instance,
critique commentaries is thoughts
I'm sorry?
on this issue?
Oh, wait, you started while I was still speaking and I couldn't hear the beginning of what you said. Go ahead.
Sorry, that was my mistake. Bucks, what's your thoughts on this?
I think that transsexuality is a concept. Well, not really as a concept, but in its current position is a mental abnormality. As far as a solution, I tend to side with Lucia as it pertains to the treatment prior to the child being born. After, then, if they can afford the treatment, I agree. I don't think that that they should be given money for this treatment, because I do think of the treatment as being more of a luxury. If they can afford it, then I think that they should pursue it and afford it.
What do you mean by treatment? What do you mean by treatment?
Treatment for their well, what I mean by treatment is them getting all the various surgeries. It's a very complicated process, so I can't situate transsexuality.
The surgeries and things like that haven't really treated it. There's a lot of studies that show that it doesn't actually help with the quality of life by that much. In fact, it's still a very complex issue. But,
Actually, I dealt with that claim on the basis of which study was it again?
Suicide study?
Yeah, there was this Williams study or whatever. Yeah, they had lifetime attempts, right? They showed that there was no difference in lifetime attempts between pre and post-op. Now there's a bear with me. Lifetime attempts will include those attempts made prior to the surgery. What one sees in the post-op case is that there are no, I guess, additional proportions of suicide attempts being made. At which point, what you have is that the suicide attempts, in effect, almost stop. Right? It's basically, yeah. Well,
I don't think I've seen any
43% before and after. Well, this is what the study that was cited by Nevin and I forget who said, but here we go.
No, it just I looked at that. I read it last night actually.
Right.
But like I think more studies needed because, like you said, yes, in terms of it being not as accurate as it's taken into factors of pre-surgery suicide attempts and things like that, into the factors of.
I mean, I've seen studies that went against
here we are with, quote unquote, do not want it someday, and have had it. So here we are with 43% among those who want it someday, and no additional after they've had it. It means after they've had it, they stop trying to kill themselves.
Hey guys, there's this channel on YouTube called The Wrestling Otaku, and he says that all people who are transsexuals should kill themselves. I've got a link to his channel. You can tell him what a goof he is. It's just in the side chat now. I'm sure Bucksford commentaries would back me up on this.
He is a sickening individual.
Yeah,
there's a lot of trolls on the internet. Just don't give them the praise they look for.
Yeah, but no, like my point on that would be that I've seen studies that count that not necessarily they counter that specific claim, but they provide data that goes against the claim that study makes. So yeah, I would agree that there does need to be more studies made.
We were talking about this earlier. There has been a lot of advancements.
Okay, I'm sorry, I got disconnected.
Sorry, I was just going to say there has been a lot more. What was the word I was looking for? Like complexity in the actual surgery and things like that. So we'd have to wait a few years to see the quality of life in terms of how better the surgery actually is and things like that now. I think that we're not going to see accurate data for a good number of years anyway.
And it's very hard for me to believe that.
Sorry, go ahead.
All I was going to say, it's very hard for me to believe that people who are suicidal is and they wanted to end their lives. That's such a drastic step. And not even a step fucking end game. But yeah, and then after one specific surgery, it just cures that, or at least not necessarily cures, but it just takes those negative feelings away. I doubt that all of them, or like a majority of them, just had that one issue. Like I wouldn't say, granted, I've never had that experience, but it would be very hard for me to picture, having that one specific of I don't feel like I'm in the right body to I want to kill myself, and then to post-op, okay, I don't want to kill myself anymore, and that's the only issue they've got. It's okay.
You mind? Okay, so there's. I'm sorry. So that experience of having something extremely uncomfortable and unbearable in one's groin is something that makes people suffer enough to drive them to things like attempts at self-surgery and suicide. Now, the study
is actually not very detailed in the Williams study that I just gave, but there is a perhaps more extensive meta-analysis of the studies in the literature at the article that I just gave. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think we're talking about the advancements in the surgery, like Gus was talking about yesterday, where I don't know if he said it was his friend or not, but he said someone he knows had the surgery, and basically said he was not happy. He was not happy with the surgery at all, and wished like basically didn't get it. So that's why I said there's argumentation for like the evidence just not being there yet, because we've not had time to evaluate the
Regret.
surgery.
Yeah, regret does exist. It's actually relatively low, even in those who report, well, in effect, no sexual functionality. The discomfort of the wrong body parts in the genitals and such is apparently extremely, well, disturbing to people, and then to try to do something about it. This article regarding the non-suicidal self-injury, as well as suicide attempts in transgender people.
Genital mutilation or something?
Analyze, in effect, how various people respond to, well, not being able to stand what's in their groin, and not being given the means to address it. So, go ahead.
I got a question for Jack. How can you be a wrestling fan and hate transsexuals? That's like you 4chaners who run around here saying you hate black people but listen to hip hop. I don't understand you dudes.
Never been on 4chan, nor have nor have I ever claimed to like hip hop, but I doubt you're referring to me.
Well, you know, in wrestling, there's no transsexuals. I don't know what you're trying to get at there.
Well, there is Gold Dust.
Yeah, there is Gold Dust.
Yeah, we're
Gold
fucking
Dust. Yeah, I'm about to say Gold Dust. I mean,
that's
majority of them are gay.
But I mean, that's like saying, I wouldn't say that I'm anti-homosexual, but for the people that are anti-homosexual, they like wrestling. I mean, you could say that there's a, and I don't get the link. Like, yeah.
That's like saying.
I'm not a huge fan of anime yet. I've got nothing wrong with Chinese people, or Japanese people, I should say. Sorry.
That's like saying if you listen to Kiss, you're Jewish just because they're Jewish, you know.
I mean, you can say that that they're men shirtless, but you can focus on other aspects than that, such as the actual physicality of the match. And I'm more so referring to UFC at that point. I mean, why you watch wrestling is more so for the overarching story, but it doesn't mean that there's necessarily a homosexual element to it for the men who watch it.
Wrestling embraced transsexuals before anything else. I mean, you can go back to Gorgeous George. He was betraying a transsexual.
I know that he was
transgender.
That was as a heel gimmick, and yeah, he did do that. But because a particular sport or a particular group that I happen to agree with, and I'm not saying that I'm anti these people, but I'm just making a point. If a particular group that I tend to agree with on most things or that I enjoy for entertainment agrees with something, it doesn't mean that I have to agree with it. For instance, like let's use the Kiss example. If I'm anti-Semitic and I like Kiss, it doesn't mean that I automatically have to be like, oh, Jews are great. It just means that I like this one particular thing that just happens to be this, you know.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I need to agree with him on this point.
Jack, you fucking anti-transsexual scum.
God, I should be locked up, guys.
Yeah, indeed. This is Jack Lewis, by the way.
Yeah, I'm Jack Lewis. You know.
Okay.
The greatest channel in the earth. Which definitely exists, and it's not just Peter Gilmore's fantasy.
Yeah, see, it sucks though. Like every time we bring that up, we can get a laugh, but nobody else in here besides us knows who that is.
The funny thing
we can say stuff like that because normally we're in hangouts with 10 other people or 8 other people who know what we're talking about, but they unfortunately don't. So it's whatever.
Yeah, like we can make YWC jokes here, like about the ghetto games, and they'll just look blankly at us.
Yeah, people will laugh for like
this
fucking
is,
10 minutes, but unfortunately, we're not in that environment. So.
Okay, so this I guess PhD thesis may contain a broader view of the literature, though it's like this perhaps awkward for many to peruse.
Was it, Nadia, was it just the
I
one
know.
article or the one study that was cited to say that suicide attempts went up or stayed the same after the...
No, there were a couple of different ones, but it was a relatively easy one from, I think, a Wall Street Journal article by the noted transphobe Paul McHugh, which noted merely that, post-op transsexuals had suicide rates higher than the general population, which doesn't actually demonstrate any kind of, well,
I had this argument yesterday.
relationship. Sorry, I hadn't finished my sentence.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It doesn't actually. What Paul McHugh's noting that the post-op suicidality was higher than the general population fails to demonstrate is that, well, any kind of relationship between the pre-op and post-op levels of suicidality, where one would attempt to demonstrate to assess any kind of efficacy of treatment is whether there's a reduction or increase or no effect, as opposed to merely a comparison of the post-op to the general population. Go ahead. Yeah, and yes, I got, I guess, derided or similar for not having a, a pre-assembled kind of set of papers to cite, which, well, generally goes by my, number one, not really having to address this issue very often. It's kind of nice and interesting that it's being brought up more. And also that a lot of this is a misinterpretation of the results actually being cited by those who are in the opposition. Go ahead.
So why were they bringing it up? Was it saying that, were people saying that they don't think transsexuals should have access to the operations, or it should all be funded themselves, or that they don't think they should do it in the first place, or why was it?
It was a defense in depth and in fact combining all three counter-argument strategies. Go ahead.
Right. Okay. I thought that might have been it. Okay.
Well, I don't think the only evidence you've sort of cited as that guy being a transphobe is because he's Catholic.
No.
I don't think that's well, that's the only evidence I've heard for him being a transphobe.
Well, it's also not very consequential because to really carry out much reasoning based on it would be a genetic fallacy. However, I mean, if it really were challenged or similar, it could very easily be investigated further. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it has to be investigated further before you throw that term about, though.
Fine.
Well, I can't just call someone a racist blindly without much evidence.
To gather more data?
It doesn't take much evidence to figure out if somebody's a transphobe or a racist.
But that's what I think. Well, there's no evidence at all.
I would disagree with that. I think that you should get as good of an understanding of someone's philosophy as you potentially can. For instance, as this is a point that Lazia brought up, and it's a very good one. I think he brought it up in this hangout. But anyway, my point being is that he stated something along the lines of if somebody said that they had a cure for transsexuality, they would be deemed a transsexual phobe, and just based off of you hearing that. So therefore, you should be tolerant of other opinions and not just label someone these buzzwords.
Yeah.
They're not buzzwords. If they,
you're a racist.
You're not.
It acts like a duck, sings like a duck. It is a duck.
No, those are
What are
buzzwords
your?
on an agenda.
And chances are you are a fill in the blank.
Yeah. I was called a racist several times yesterday for citing some stat, and I don't think I've ever been called a racist before. I joined this sort of Google Plus community, and I kind of found it quite not sad, but it's like really disrespectful.
Well, if you say stuff that's disrespectful and you can't back it up, then people are going to call you a racist.
It's not my duty to prove that. It's your duty to prove that I am a racist. If you think I've said something racist.
Say something racist and you say it enough, you're going to get called a racist.
Well, would you say citing FBI studies about black crime would make you a racist?
If you don't know what you're talking about, it might be.
Okay.
Citing accurate stats from the FBI is
I don't know that you were citing accurate stats.
Well, I was.
Well, we'd have to know the context and the intention of the conversation as well, right?
Yeah.
You can't just. I mean, we're going off of. You know what I mean? We have no idea what the conversation was.
Yeah, I just don't think a lot of people understand, like, words can affect people like you understand. Like, it is disrespectful to be called a racist if you in your mind have been brought up and shown that everyone is equal and things, and just told that you're a racist out of the blue and like no, I'm not.
What was that, Jack Lewis?
You see, Simon's actually making sense here. Simon's
I would agree with Simon.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened yesterday, but I know a lot of the conversation I've heard on Google Plus, people are racist. People are sexist. People are transphobic.
Yes. Let's call a spade a spade.
And I just don't understand why people who say racist stuff don't like being called racist.
I don't understand why you
understand why you think reading.
It's unfair. Well,
I don't understand.
I don't understand why you vilify opinions with buzzwords. If I say, well, the statistics indicate so-and-so, and the statistics indicate so-and-so, racist.
What? Do you need a safe space?
No, what? No, I said that that's illogical. I never said it hurt me. This doesn't hurt me at all. I'm taking up his cause more than
That's illogical.
I've never made those claims before. I don't care. I don't care. I didn't finish. I did not finish.
Go into your safe space.
See, you're being illogical. See, you're making a claim that I stated I did not make. I'm representing his point right now. I've never claimed that I care what you call me. You can call me a racist. You can call me an Islamophobe. You can call me anti-Semitic. You can call me a segregationist. You can call me a white supremacist. You can call me any of those little societal connotation buzzwords that you want to call me. But that's on you. I don't care what you think of me.
Look, guys, if you don't like,
if you don't care, why are you yelling and screaming when she called you a racist?
Yeah, if you don't, it's not a big deal. If you don't,
people
obviously you being called a racist is a buzzword for you because you just started yelling and screaming the second she indicated.
I think Hermione was doing a lot more yelling and screaming.
That's because he was talking over me. I couldn't even get a sentence done, and I kept getting talked over. So that's what happens. You get louder. You get tired of getting louder, you mute someone. And my name's Ermine.
Shit's going down, yo.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how many other people know myself, and been in calls where I've been called a racist, but the amount of times I've defended not only black people, gay people, and things like that is like a huge amount, and I don't understand. Like I don't understand why you can't realize that being called this word is disrespectful.
It's not disrespectful. Chances are, though, if
so you're calling me to not yourself. So they're calling it to disrespect myself.
And you just asked me a question. Are you going to let me finish? You want me to get louder?
To be fair, you did interrupt Bucks. You know, he didn't actually get to speak.
You interrupted. I'm sorry. You did interrupt me, though, and then you saying your justification was I interrupted you. No, you interrupted me and started talking over me. That's what happened.
Nice try. I still wasn't finished with what I was saying.
The other guy was talking.
You didn't make it clear. You paused for a long space of time. So Butts probably thought, oh, I'm going to get my word in.
I didn't pause for a long period of time.
And that's what happens with Hangouts. People talk over each other occasionally. It just happens. It doesn't mean you scream and shout. It's the flow of normal conversation.
That's why he got
Exactly.
muted. I did scream and shout. He got muted.
Radio protocol is difficult to negotiate and is actually different from normal conversation as well. It generally helps to be able to video conference somewhat in order to non-verbally signal one's attempting to gain the floor. And furthermore, I would also say that there are patterns of, say, interjection that work much better in person as opposed to over electronic communications media such as telephones or these video conferences. Go ahead.
Anyone?
Go ahead. You said. Go ahead. You wanted to say something? Go on.
No, I finished my point. But she said that somebody interrupted her, and then Nadia was making a claim, so I assumed that she was going to finish her claim, and Nadia was done speaking. But I made my points, I believe.
All right.
So my point
My
was
whole
just to
thing
say that,
is. Oh, go ahead.
my whole point was just to say that it is a really disrespectful word to throw at someone, and if you know that it's disrespectful, why would you be saying it with not a lot of evidence or not a lot required? Just because I'm reading some stats of a study and citing where the study came from doesn't make me a racist just because it potentially might be inaccurate. I'm not disagreeing. It might be inaccurate. It might be doing worse or not citing the black community in a great light. That might be the case, but it doesn't make me a racist for citing accurate or stats that I perceive to be accurate or stats that are on the internet and several other sources. And to be called a racist over that is just it is disrespectful. And if you know it's disrespectful, you shouldn't be calling people it.
I don't know what happened yesterday, but again, I will say that if people continue to do stuff like that, and that's what we're used to on the internet, is the biggest racist spouting off crap, and then the rest of us being subject to it without any evidence, without any support, so much as like the Liza crap today, then if you get called it, then I don't know what to tell you. It is disrespectful, but it may actually be true.
Yeah. Well, that's why I said you would require further evidence or information on the person before you get called. Well, the flow of conversation was I was going to cite the FBI stats and reports and things like that, then come in with the culture things, the poverty gaps between the white and black community, the police arresting more black people over white and things like that. I was going to come in with a lot more
Corruption.
and it was
Corruption.
corruption.
Being targeted.
Yeah, I was going to come in with all these things, and before I got the chance to, I couldn't finish my argument. I just got bombarded with, he's a fucking racist, kick him, he's such a racist, he's just listing all these inaccurate stats which are against black people, they're trying to put black people, I'm like, I'm just giving you, and it wasn't just one source, I had several sources up. And there was another person came in here saying that black people, I think it was, I'm not going to name them, but they were basically saying, oh, black people rape more white women and things like that. And I fucking tore him a new one. And I was so horrified by that. It was just a case like, I didn't shut him down with screaming at him, oh, you're a fucking racist. I shut him down with knowledge and information. It doesn't help to call anyone this buzzword. Sorry, I went a bit of a rant there. My apologies.
Okay, so to bear in mind the consequences of this person's counter-advocacy, speaking here of Paul McHugh, he was a co-signatory, along with Janice Raymond, to the letter to the Reagan administration which revoked or abolished trans healthcare in 1981. Until that point, it was tracking the European model for the treatment of trans issues in general, and the departure is directly attributable to those two individuals, Janice Raymond and Paul McHugh, as well as, okay, it doesn't narrow it down much, but I think his name was Fisher, who was engaged with, I think, the medical insurance industry, and held a post, I think, as a subordinate of someone in Reagan's cabinet. Go ahead. So, it is not without rather significant cause that Paul McHugh is cited as one of the major nemesis to trans people, especially in the United States. Go ahead.
That's nice of you. I just wanted further clarification on the points. I didn't realise there was more information than beyond him just following Catholicism.
It is understood that he is a fundamentalist and religiously motivated. Furthermore, Janice Raymond, as I think is a former member of the Sisters of Mercy, the real Sisters of Mercy, not the band, and whose education, I believe, was as a Doctor of Divinity, that her motives, even if not explicitly religious, are informed by a highly religious background. Go ahead.
Right. This is why I think it's important that when it's sort of becoming commonplace now to just simply demand a study or demand a paper or demand a link, and there is no way that you can take in the information, especially some of these studies are massively long and complicated, in such a quick amount of time to then retort what it is. It might take days or weeks to find the information, but this sort of click your fingers fucking mentality about provide me with this, provide me with that, that's been going on recently, and especially with this topic was bullshit the other day. Yeah, I don't know.
I kind of disagree with you there. I think if you're going to make a strong point or a strong argument, I don't think it's backed up very well. With, like, you could say anything without not having the proper information for it. And we live in a day and age where Google exists, and if you've got a study or got a book or something like that, you can quickly reference it. It makes your argument so much stronger.
I think
the amount of
both
people
sides
that
are.
I've heard, the amount of people that I've heard talking out their arse and just saying, well, it's this because I know it's this, without a site, or I read a study back before, and it's just like a complete bullshit point.
Hmm.
I don't know where I read the study. I can't remember the name of it. I must have
Very little rests on the description of Paul McHugh as a transphobe.
Yeah.
I could, in principle, simply retract the characterization of him as a transphobe and go on to, refute the bogus claim. Go ahead. It was not essential to anything. Not my argument, not presentation, nothing. Go ahead.
Yeah. That's fine, as long as you can sort of back up your claims. That's what I think makes a strong argument, a strong point. And
yeah,
clearly
it wasn't really part of an argument though. So I don't really feel much of a compulsion. If so strenuously challenged on it, I would probably retract it rather than bother defending it, even though it is defensible. Go ahead.
Yeah. It was more on the point of the use of strong words. Like I said, it is disrespectful, and strong words can destroy your position. Like if you get the label as being a racist or a known racist or something like that, it can defute a lot of your argumentation, because that will always be in the back of people's heads. Oh, he's using this specific terminology or wording or cite studies because of his agenda.
Poisoning the well. Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to make that claim. It has a connotation to it, is what he's saying. There's connotation with the words that tend to get around all the logical points in people's mind, and they tend to appeal to one direct emotion, because the people have been trained when they hear that word through decades of movies, decades of literature, decades of presentation, decades
what?
of comedy.
In some respects, it was... Oh, sorry. Go ahead, JJ.
Look, I'm just wondering what he's talking about. What are you talking about, Bucks?
I was talking about a connotation with certain words and how that connotation develops.
Such as what words?
Calling Paul McHugh a transphobe.
Oh.
Paul McHugh, you'll notice the, what is it, I don't know if it's Professor Emeritus, I think at one point the head of some medical department, if not medicine overall, Johns Hopkins, excuse me, the head of medicine overall, perhaps, or something very highly elevated at Johns Hopkins, who has taken quite a number of, anti-trans stances, I would use the word transphobic, and has cultivated, even after that, a, group of faculty similarly inclined, and is further known as a conservative Catholic fundamentalist. Go ahead.
Sure. So, Bucks, you were talking about the words bigot and racist have connotations?
Yes, because that is what Simon claimed, and then I was just agreeing with his point, and then I think Nadia said elaborate or something of that nature, so then I did so. But maybe she didn't, maybe I just misheard her, but I just...
Yeah, JJ, it was more the terms of, like, the labels being thrown about very vigorously, and people sometimes throw that about with, like... I was citing, I don't want to repeat myself just for you, but I was basically citing some studies on black crime and things like that, and before I got to finish my full argument, and while I was in the middle of citing some studies, I was just screamed and shouted at, being called a racist.
Well, I was listening while I was mashing the button to get in here. I want to bitch too.
Well, the distinction, I think, between the scenario you're describing, which even if I was present for, I may not have particularly noted, and my own claim against Paul McHugh is that, well, even if quote-unquote poisoning the well in some respects, I would simply discard that and go about arguing on the argument on its merits, and it was otherwise in no way critical to the argument apart as from a potentially informative qualifier to those who were actually researching this, that their source is likely to be called into question, and is a noted opponent of trans people. Go ahead.
Sure. Is anybody disagreeing with that? I didn't think that was even an issue.
No.
I was curious what the 18-year-old libertarian activist had to say at the moment, since we see Buck so rarely. But I'm not sure what you said. Certain words have certain connotations.
Yeah.
I mean,
I was just saying.
I'm wondering why you even brought that up.
Well, I brought that up. He brought that up. I was just supporting his point, and I was explaining how that happens to give his point more validity, or at least in my validity.
Yeah, JJ, I was just wanting to put in the crack that if you get basically the name of being, I would use being racist against black people, a lot of the things, a lot of the stuff that you say will automatically or potentially be noted to fulfill your agenda of being a racist. Like any study you bring up, any words you use, it will be sought as not as impartial, but as to be against black people because you're a racist. You know what I mean?
See, that's the thing, is that once you have a reputation of being a racist,
and you get a reputation by being called a racist.
Well, not generally. Usually you get the reputation of being a racist for saying racist things. Now that's of course subjective, but for a rational person who doesn't just throw the word around.
Yeah, well, that was one of the problems I had. A lot
Who
of people
cares if somebody calls you a girly man based on nothing?
That is the best point JJ's ever made. If you are not a racist and somebody calls you one,
Well, that's the point. It doesn't bother me because I'm not a racist. I'm just saying it's a strong word to be throwing about.
Yeah, Simon, let Hermine finish what she was saying.
let me just finish. If someone calls you a racist and you are not one, you can just let that slide off your back. If you are one and you need to hem and haw and all that stuff and get offended by somebody calling you what you are, that's your own prerogative. But I'm of the mindset that JJ probably said the smartest thing. If you're not, let it go. You're not. Now I'm done.
However, if somebody were to call me a racist, I would say, why do you say that? I mean, I could just let it slide off my back, but I would honestly want to know why somebody would accuse me of anything that I don't think I am.
Well, you know what I think you are, but it's not a racist.
I'm a lovely human being, I mean.
Is it possible for someone to hold a racist view yet not be a racist?
Yes.
No.
Depends on your opinion of racist.
I don't know. I'm just curious.
No.
I don't know.
What is racist is very subjective, so it depends on your point of view of what is racist. If you deem a medical study or a statistic racist, like a large group in Canada did, and that's why they no longer take statistics in regards to crime, then that's very subjective. I wouldn't say that that's racist trying to gather statistics, but they apparently did, and they got that shut down. So therefore, what is racist is totally subjective. So yes, but it really is subjective, and under your definitions, maybe not.
However, there are definitive definitions, right?
Yeah, I would say so, yeah.
I mean, yeah, everything is subjective to an individual. So that's not really saying anything.
Wait. Everything is subjective? What?
Yeah, because they're opinions.
Could you maybe give a bit more of additional context?
All people's opinions and thoughts are subjective. I guess that's more what I'm saying.
Okay. Well.
Everything that people think is subjective.
Okay, I think there's going to be a semantic issue that I would try to hammer out, but yeah. What were you responding to?
Bucks was saying that what is racism, what is racist, and racism is subjective.
Not in every case, but in quite a few. And I cited the fact that Canada banned its recording of racial statistics in regards to crime due to a lot of lobbyists. Now, here in America, at least I would think a majority of us wouldn't say that collecting crime statistics in regards to race is racist, but a majority of the Canadian people did, or at least a loud minority at the very most, or at the very least, stated that it was, so therefore they pretty much got that shut down.
The attribution in there is problematic, but monitoring this in order to determine such factors as selective enforcement and prosecution and the kinds of social disruptions of people's lives that drive them to criminality are probably worthwhile. But even if mistaken, well, as you say, these people were likely well-intentioned. Go ahead.
Yeah, and Ludic, that's of course, I hope I cleared that up for you. I saw your side chat thing. And Bucks, of course, has a reputation, to me at least, of being an 18-year-old libertarian activist, and not a very well informed one, in my experience. So, a lot of what he says, for me, has to be taken with a gigantic chunk of salt.
I would say much of the claims would actually center around the ethical reasoning regarding the redress, and the fact that the kinds of things one would seek to redress through these kinds of collective and governmental actions are in fact not worthy of redress. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if or why Canada stopped taking crime statistics based on ethnicity. Is that what you're claiming? It doesn't matter.
Yes, I believed it was due to a large number of the people in Canada had a number of groups do a series of protests.
Yeah, okay.
From my understanding, it may not have been that, but this was back in the I believe it was mid to late 80s.
Yeah, again, doesn't really matter to me at this point. I'm actually still curious as to what you think connotation means. You're saying that racism, racist, and bigot have certain connotations?
Yes, they have certain connotations that are.
What are those? What are the connotations you're talking about specifically with those two words?
Connotations.
Well, the connotations are buzzwords. They're meant to hit a specific emotion. That's. I'm not saying that they originated for that specific purpose, but they have developed into buzzwords that a lot of people who that seem to look into a certain topic tend to use as silencers for other people. Like if I say, well, the FBI indicates, and if you look back to the 60s, this is what this indicates. Oh, you're a racist. End of discussion. And I've heard this before. He's a racist. Don't waste time. And not just with me, with many people. And you could say, well, everything you say is with a grain of salt. I can understand that. Fine, fair enough. But I've heard that with people who are just citing statistics for a completely different reason than to be a racialist or a racist. So yeah, and if you want, I mean, I hope I answered your question.
Okay, well, I'm curious. I'm curious how you think it would be helpful. I'm curious as to how you think it would be helpful for those stats, and in what way would that be beneficial or help in any regard?
If we could,
it can help in areas. If a majority of the crime is committed, by a specific race in a specific area, then you could cite that. It could help in the idea that if there's racism involved, it can. I mean, maybe let's go with my first example. But a second example,
Well, it can help you rationalize it. It can help you rationalize it.
You can rationalize it.
That's about it. That's all I can think
areas.
of.
You can look into the cultures. You can do a number of
Well,
things.
it might help show trends in. Please quit interrupting me. It might help show trends in socioeconomic trends that fall around racial lines. But for you guys, you want to use it to rationalize your racism. So I put this question to you again. How do you think it would be useful outside of little shits like you being able to cite it to rationalize your racism?
Well, I stated that a second ago. If there is racism involved, because you could say that I believe in racism and that I'm a racist and all these other things. But once again, if there is actual racism involved, it could help determine that. Now, let's say that you got a population of 100 people and 95 of the 5 whites and 95 black, and all 95 of the blacks are being arrested. There might be a hint of racism. That's a bad example. You get my point. It still establishes the point that there could be a tad bit of racism involved, or it could be the culture, or it could be another reason. So you have to look into that sort of thing, and it really helps better identify when there is racism to help. I guess you would say stop it.
I have a question.
Oh, stop it! You're trying to point out and use that evidence to suggest that somehow there's an inferiority here, or a propensity to be violent and commit crime.
Let's get to the heart of it.
I didn't think that there was any.
The truth is, people have looked at this fucking shit. When you go down into poor neighborhoods like Dionysus and shit in Louisiana and that, they're no fucking different than the fucked up black communities that are poor too. The trend here is socioeconomic.
I never stated that there was any inherent inferiority, though. That's the thing.
I have a question for Bucks. Let's just get to the heart of the matter. Are you
having in this hangout? I'm sorry, what?
Are you a racist or not, Bucks? Let's just.
I would not describe myself as being a racist or a racialist or using racism to help my goals. No, I wouldn't describe myself as doing or using any of those things. And no, I wouldn't say so. No.
Anybody agree? All right, just curious.
I mean, you asked for my own self-identification there. So.
What is he said
for your own edification, he has invoked David Duke and David Duke's writings as primary source material for a lot of things that he believes.
Yeah, his friend was reading a bunch of stuff earlier, and he went looking off to find out what paper it was instead of actually citing what he was reading from, which was probably like Stormfront or some fucking shit like that.
Got it.
But okay, so you wouldn't call yourself a racist, and you wouldn't call yourself a bigot.
No, and I dislike. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I want to make one point here, just one simple point. I dislike the idea that the word bigot, in its definition, means intolerant of other opinions. Now, regardless of if you want to call these people racist, the people that I have talked to and that I have seen who what you guys would really describe as being racist have experienced many different opinions and have experienced and been in debates. These are not dumb. These are not the stereotypical hillbillies. They've been open to these opinions before and they've come to their own conclusion. Bigot is not a good word to describe the people from my experiences.
Oh, and I am completely bigoted. I am completely bigoted towards irrational bitches. Yeah.
I'm intolerant of your intolerance. That's what he's complaining about. He's complaining about our intolerance of his fucking intolerance.
Is he a racial realist or?
I do. There might be a genetic basis for some of these things, but it's an interesting topic to look into. I'd say. I can't say if I believe it or not, but it's very interesting to look into.
If I can comment to you live chat briefly, I am not an empiricist. I was a major in mathematics and computer science, both completely a priori, in fact, mathematical kinds of reasoning affairs, and the kinds of quote-unquote truth that I demand are not things that you would encounter in empirical studies. They are rather the logical conceptual analyses that in which one would employ formal logical reasoning. Okay, go ahead.
And I'm still curious about what connotations racist and bigot have.
Well, they have connotations as being these ultra negative things when you're branded with them. Regardless of if your argument is sound or not, it has the weight in some people's minds due to the societal connotation to just destroy an argument. You could make the greatest argument against anything that I would have to say in regards to race, and if I called you a racist, somebody out there will immediately be
Racism describes your motivation for it. You understand?
No, here's the thing.
Cognitive bias you're using going into it. The exercise and confirmation bias that you show.
I'm just going to say one thing. If one of your sources is Farrakhan, David Duke, or any other known racist, you're probably a racist.
Hey, but seriously, what makes Farrakhan racist, though?
Are you serious?
See what I'm saying?
When I lived up in Harlem, the final call was out there and everywhere. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Incorporated.
What makes Farrakhan? What did Farrakhan ever say that was racist? I don't get it.
I think Farrakhan can be said that he's not fond of white people.
Or Jews.
Does he think black people are superior?
Or Jews. You're exactly right. And I said numerous things over the years that would support that. I'm sure you could just as easily put in a Google search right now, and I would love to be proven wrong, but the stuff that I hear come out of that guy's mouth.
Okay, but I've heard him be critical I've heard him be critical of Jews and the state of Israel.
Race.
And I've heard David
as a race.
Necessarily characterize it. I would characterize it as being severely critical, but not necessarily prejudicial. I'm not so sure.
Oh man! But he does speak. But he does speak of them as a race, and generalizes accordingly. Or at least he has. Maybe he's
a racist black man.
Is he using racist culture?
Maybe he's grown more tolerant in his old age.
It exists amongst us all. It doesn't matter if you're black or white or whatever. You can still be a bigot, man. It's just the way it is. It's It's a way of thinking.
Yeah, and that whole argument, you can't be racist if you're not a leading class, if you're not a majority or you don't have the power in society. I don't buy that.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, it depends on what you're calling a bigot.
It depends on
and
how you
Bucks,
characterize it. Like I think that you know, all people can be prejudiced, certainly, but as far as like racist, I think when people say that they take race, they look at racism as something that's more institutional, more so than like something, you know, of an individual. So you can have an institution that is racist, or like a company or
but
an
you
agency.
could, but you also have individuals. I don't know what the point is of that.
I would say humans in their nature are tribalists. They support the tribe, and I think they tend to gravitate towards those most like them. So therefore, I would say that everybody, under most definitions, would be slightly racist. Whether that's conscious or subconscious is irrelevant. I would say that everyone has a slight racial bias towards their own kind.
I think people are just cautious of what they're ignorant to, but I wouldn't say that's racist.
Well, that's why I asked that question earlier. Is it possible for someone to hold a racist view on a certain specific yet not be, you know, a bigoted racist, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's possible.
Once again, I'd say it's what your definition of racism
I think cultural norms and social pressures and things like that can make people oblivious of certain ways in which they're being biased.
What was that? Are you fucking running a chainsaw? Holy fuck.
Traffic, sorry.
Oh, it's fine, but
I'd say certain cultures have almost a propensity towards that type of thinking. And sociologically speaking, maybe we could look at it in some deep-seated, like you're suggesting, on a primitive psychological level, that there's some kind of tribalism or root thing there. I mean, that could be interesting to explore, but I mean, how would you go about quantifying such things, right? I mean, sorry, Herminius.
Well, let me ask you this: would you describe this as being a racist to you? I personally think that the better your nation does, in theory, theoretically, the better you have the potential to do. I think the better your race does, you have the better potential to do. You have the better plausibility to do. So I believe that. So therefore, I would think to a degree you should support your nation and you should support your race. Now, and I understand that's a very really probably it doesn't have a good.
What do you mean by support? How does one go about supporting, quote unquote, your race?
I would say supporting it. I would say
by pointing out differences.
By everyone else.
How is a nation one specific culture? I mean, that's a nationalist point of view. It's like a nation's made up of many people, not just one view.
Yeah, no, I know. I use nation as being like a lighthearted introduction to the other point because I knew the other point was going to be controversial. But I do think that's true, though.
Nationalism. Sorry to interrupt you, bro, but that type of nationalism is fascist. It's very line of thinking, dude.
Well, and just the notion of supporting your race is racist. You understand that, right?
I mean, I think that it makes sense. I can't say that I would, I wouldn't say that it would make me as being this just awful individual, but I would say that it's a logical point of view.
Oh, it's pretty awful, in my opinion.
Oh, okay. That's unfortunate.
What are you classifying as your race, though?
I would say,
your
race. I mean, if you're Asian.
Culture, or?
And listen, I'm not just saying that for white. Oh, I don't mean to interrupt you, man, but I just want to make this point. I said this to everybody. I'm not saying just to white people. If you're black, support the black. If you're Asian, support the Asians. If you're Mexican, support the Mexicans.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing, Bucks. Here's the thing, Bucks. You're claiming membership.
Nationality.
Bucks. Right. Bucks is claiming membership. Then I am assuming in the white race. So is President Obama part of your race?
I believe he's half white, so I would say he looks more black, but I mean you'd have to do a test for that. I can't exactly say.
You have to do a test for that. Oh my fucking god! That's my point, Bucks. That's my point, Bucks. Is that his mother is white? Is he part of your white race? Do you accept him?
I mean, I would say anybody who looked full white and had European features
They
would,
have to
would
look
probably,
white.
to me, constitute someone who was white. But I
So
guess you can make the
all
argument.
about appearance?
You can.
What about your Bulgarian friend? I can tell by his
You can
his
make the
black, jet
argument.
black fucking
Now we
hair,
get into it.
big eyebrows and shit that the guy's got Turkmen in him.
Now
They
that
went up into Bulgaria and fucked some of your white women up there. What do you think of them apples? There's no place for him at your table, I'll tell you that in the end analysis. If
Simon, I have to point out that was racist, just in case you didn't hear it.
Well, you got to throw it back in their face, man. It's the only way
I'm
for
European,
people
but
to
I've got
realize.
an Arab nose.
So yes, Bucks, you're a racist. Just so you know, you can claim it now.
I mean, I could say that there are beliefs in my belief system that you would describe as being racist, but I would say they're logical, and I wouldn't say that there's much. There's not any type of full-on racism that's meant to be perpetuated because I stated do the best for your own people in a logical sense, not in a full-around fucking kill all these individuals sense, but in a logical sense. Support your people and support yourself.
Your own people.
Because that will theoretically create the best a society of individuals who are looking out for you.
Isn't your nation your people?
Mine is a vote for multiculturalism is a vote for an early death for someone you love because that's true. More people, more potential death.
And that's just a retarded thing to say.
I would disagree. How is that not true? How is that not true? A vote for multi. When you have low IQ and I'm sorry.
I think you need more education, for one thing. And is not your nation your people?
In one sense.
And all members of that nation?
In one sense, but as I said, the reason for this is because the basis of my belief system is that humans are tribalists, and if you have majority Mexicans, and then the majority of Mexicans will side with the majority of Mexicans. The majority of unless you.
Wow, sorry, I didn't realise I was being muted this whole time. Yeah, I totally disagree with the idiot Bucks. Don't put me in that camp, please. He's a fucking idiot.
How do you distinguish yourself from, what is it, I think it's the Loyal White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. Go ahead.
I don't know their full-on belief system. I'm certainly different on some points. I genuinely don't know what they represent. I mean, I don't know every aspect of their movement.
Knights of the Ku Klux Klan say that.
I'd like to hear it from them. You're probably not going to represent them as.
Well, you could see their flyer in the link that I put in the side chat.
Okay.
So,
well, I don't.
As I was saying, the Loyal White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan say that trans people in their flyer should urinate outside.
No, see, well, what you're doing there is you're speaking for the whole Klan. The Klan is there's a different Klan for each state. That's the thing. So there's no.
White Knights.
There's different
clans represent some particular region, and I think it is Alabama. Go ahead.
Okay, well, if they represent Alabama, then they represent the Alabama Klan. They don't represent the full, or maybe a group of them. I don't know. I think there's more than one, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, it does. It doesn't really matter.
The Loyal White Knights.
Dating is.
Sorry, go ahead.
My thing was I don't know the groups what they full out. I would like to hear it from them what they believe in their reasoning. I don't want to hear it from somebody who is completely biased against them.
Their publication is.
They all have the same theme. Sorry.
Yeah, their
they all have the
publication
same
is
theme, which is white
photographed.
supremacy.
Yeah, their publication is photographed and presented as evidence in the article to which I gave a link in the sidebar text chat, and it says that transgender people should urinate outside. Go ahead.
That's on them. I don't represent that point of view. I've stated my point of view on trans people and how they should go about their lives. Well, their full lives, yes, no, but I mean that specific aspect of their lives. I don't represent that point of view. See, so that's what I said. I want to hear that.
If your point of view that if you have a penis, you should use the men's room.
I would say on a purely at the basis of what it's meant to do, Yes, yeah, I would say so because that will prevent crime. But if there was no plausibility of there being like crime in that instance, no, I think bathrooms should be fully integrated. But there isn't. That's not the reality. There's
You
already
seem
been.
to agree with the loyal white knights of the Ku Klux Klan. Go ahead.
That's not okay. If Hitler ate sugar, is sugar bad? That doesn't make sugar bad. That doesn't make that belief system bad. You ever heard that fallacy?
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, sorry, what's that?
I did you not hear my full statement or just the end? Because the end was.
There was
I
a
can't
noise
go to
in
their
the background
website.
that you may not have been able to hear. Go ahead.
Okay, I apologize. Well, what I said, if Hitler ate sugar, is sugar automatically bad? Because them holding a certain belief system doesn't make that or aspect of their belief system doesn't make that aspect of any belief system bad. If I could agree with National Socialists, and if I think that their opinion is logical, and if I think my opinion is logical, then I'm going to stay with that opinion. Or I could be in agreement with you, Nadia, and I would not take that opinion down because I'm affiliated or that opinion is affiliated with you, regardless of the connotation that you may bring or the Klan may bring. I don't care. I think that a good opinion is a good opinion regardless of who holds it.
You agree with the loyal white knights of the Ku Klux Klan?
And there's nothing wrong with that.
White and black people should not mix. And I'd also like to welcome DPR, also known as the Magic Sandwich Show. Go ahead.
I can't say that I fully endorse that point of view because I'm not as I don't know the full genetic I don't know the full genetic situation. I've looked into it, as I said earlier, but I haven't looked into it to the extent to where I could say definitely yes or definitely no. You know, their belief system on that isn't really rooted in ignorance. It's based on their opinion on genetics and their opinion on the Bible, which I'm not Christian, so therefore I put no stake in the Bible. But it's based upon their theories on genetics, and those theories do potentially have some merit from what I've read, but I don't know if they have full merit, so therefore I cannot endorse them.
Well, maybe you need to read some more, is what I keep saying.
I agree. I should read some more of the genetics to actually formulate the opinion, but I don't think that me reading more will take away a lot of these opinions, and that's not through some innate bias and wanting to keep those opinions. As I said, if me and Nadia have agreed on things in the past, and it didn't make me feel shameful for agreeing with her, even though she's trans. I don't care if she's trans. Just like the player what the Klan represents.
That's good, but if you actually read about genetics, and you understand it, I think that your opinions might change.
I agree. Maybe they would. As I said, that's what I said to Nadia there. I want to hear the arguments about the Klan from the Klan. I don't like to hear people who are so biased against them. I represent their arguments because they're not going to do them justice because I don't know the rationale, and that's my same argument for genetics. I don't want to claim to have an opinion when I haven't done the full research, and I want that research to be presented by people who are very much respected in their field and have been doing it for enough time to where I can say these are probably good sources. You know what I'm saying?
Here's an easy question. Why are you more attracted to people who look like you?
I would say okay. I would say it goes back to that whole innate tribalist mentality that I believe most, if not all, humans have. I think that that's why I would say a majority of black people are attracted to a majority of black people. And granted, I don't have statistics for that, but that's just from my own viewpoints. And I very rarely see blacks with non-blacks. I rarely see whites with non-whites.
I'm sorry. Do you explain?
I have to let someone in. I will be right back in like 10 seconds. Okay.
How do you explain freaks like me then?
Give me a minute. And
how's that, Tom?
Yeah, I don't think he's taking into account that there's also other factors that that can affect attractiveness to a mate. One of the big ones is income. If a person's making a very high income, that makes them to be considered a more desirable mate to the opposite sex, especially if it's a man. Even if it's
hello, I am back. I apologize for that.
Speaking as a white male, that is a ridiculous statement. There are some really good-looking black girls out there.
And I never said.
Just to put that in.
His income is another.
Hermine's in the hangout. Go ahead.
Yeah, Hermine used to be hot.
JJ, can you please restate your question?
Take a look at her now. She is actually still very much so.
I don't think
I'm
I know.
dying with some kind of envy or whatever you want to call it. Well, go ahead.
I couldn't help but try to troll Ermine a little bit there. Seems like she didn't hear me.
Yeah, she's probably off cleaning or something. She tends to put these things on and then wander off to do things around the house. Go ahead.
I know. So you stated this tribalism, this innate tribalism that explains your racism and other people's supposed racism.
No, I
And
stated
said, well,
that.
how do you explain somebody like me who doesn't see things that way?
Because I stated that there is innate tribalism, but it is not blanket. It's not what dictates the full. I don't know what. It's not what dictates the full picture. I mean, your society plays a part too, but I do think that tribalism does play a part. But you can totally be attracted to a black woman or an Asian. I mean, yeah. So I mean, it's totally.
It sounds like you're appealing to some primitive animalistic instinct.
I never stated that instinct was good or bad. I just stated that I believe it was bad.
I didn't say it was good or bad either. I'm describing it as
I
primitive.
think that's what he's doing. I mean, it's the same.
Primitive and base.
Yeah,
And that it seems to me that you are actually possibly part of a race of human that some of us are evolving out of.
Yeah, see, that's the whole.
Good one, JJ.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, I never stated any of my points to go against you there on a personal level. That's a pretty negative statement against me. And
what's the
kind of weird.
I'm sorry, Bucks, you're not allowed into the club.
Bucks.
All your own colour of brain.
Yeah, Bucks, what's the difference between what you're talking about and a freaking male lion out there just, walking through the bush and just mounting a female,
I mean, once again, you can totally. Think
that's because she's a female lion. And
Is this, are you speaking of Eddie Murphy's Raw?
My species.
Eddie Murphy's Raw, where he's talking about the woman from the bush. Go ahead.
Eddie, what have you done for me lately?
I walked off. There we go.
Wait, did he leave?
No, he's there.
Motherfucker.
I walked off. Yeah. Well, you know what we really want? Dexter, Saint Jock. Yeah, you remember that skit from Swinging the Microphone? Okay. Yeah, Ayn Rand is particularly odious and is laughed at by serious philosophers, but... Oh. Please do go on.
Nadia, are you drinking coffee?
No, it is Diet Pepsi.
Drink coffee. It's way better for you.
It has calories.
Coffee has calories?
Yes, it's a low number, but it's still there. Go ahead.
Black coffee. If you look at like the rate of see if you drink Diet Pepsi, it pretty much. Give me a second. I'm trying to remember what it does. It slows down your digestive process, so you actually consume about the same amount of calories overall. It's not 0 calories.
Okay, show that to me in an actual calorie assay. Go ahead.
Well, it's the Pepsi itself is 0 calories, but if you have anything to eat with it, it'll mean you absorb more in terms of like fat and things like that. I'm pretty sure the study's been shown.
Okay, well, I'm not too worried about that. Now, the other part is, of course, that it does help counteract reservoirs that would, due to gastroparesis, form in my stomach and other difficulties along the remainder of my digestive tract. Go ahead.
I can't imagine that carbonic acid's good for you either.
It's double-edged. It's part of what counteracts the bezoars, yet at the same time has poor dental effects, as you can see.
Yes. Yeah, I quit.
Well,
I have to
the
encourage the
bezoars
coffee.
are one. The bezoars are one thing. Wakefulness is another.
I understand that.
So, given that I can't really have treatment for either on any kind of formal basis due to the, I suppose, medical insurance constraints on the kinds of treatments available,
Ah, Farhan's here.
I do what little I can. Go ahead.
Farhan, my white brother.
Farhan, you've came.
We were just discussing the. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Incorporated.
Yeah, Farhan, you came to liberate us from the stupidity.
Once again,
My fellow
nothing.
white brother.
My white
Yes.
brother, Farhan.
We were just discussing
How goes
the
Aryan Nation today?
alignment. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
How goes the Aryan Nation today?
Show the people how white you are, Farhan.
Bucks was just discussing how he was aligned with the demand by the loyal white knight of the Ku Klux Klan that urinate in the wilderness. Go ahead.
Wait, no, that's a total misrepresentation. That's not at all what I said.
Yeah, okay, well, but you did say though. But you did say though that you're.
That's not what I said. Why would you even try and make that claim?
It just came to me, Bucks. One of the things that I just realized about the claim that you made that people are tribal and they're attracted to girls that look like them in their tribe. Well, how do you explain the explorers of the 1600s and 1702? Every time they got to a new island and they met natives, what did they do? They screwed some of the women and they created new races. All right. Well, under your theory, though, they shouldn't have been attracted to them because they weren't from their tribe, right?
No,
So,
that's no.
I
You're
think what you're saying.
generalizing my claim. No, that's not what I said. What I
Actually,
said.
they're not generalizing it. They're not generalizing it. They're actually making it very specific. I think what you're saying is that the notion of like nationalism and tribalism to some degree is a reality, and it
On a
depends
very
on,
basic level, yes,
yeah,
and they're
depending on how
only
you
the
look at it.
I'm sorry,
It's not-
Brian.
It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it can become a bad thing. So, like, if somebody, like for example, like if somebody is proud of his culture, his heritage, his language, his whatever, like his religion, all these things, and he feels a sense of pride in that and a communal spirit with that, that's fine, right? But it becomes a problem when you start becoming anti somebody else, or you think like I'm better. And I kind of did hear, and correct me if I misheard you, but you said something like to the effect of you're not against the KKK, and if the KKK, go ahead.
Okay, I'm really sorry, man. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I just wanted to make this point. My point, and I'm going to answer your question, but my point was, on a very basic level, I think that it has a good amount of effect on us on an innate subconscious level. And maybe conscious for those who realize it and are open to, believing in it, whatever. But anyway, and to say that, and the response was, that's basic. And they left. And I know, my whole point was, it's basic, it's tribal, it's from a forgotten age, pretty much. And anyway, and Farhan, to answer your question, I don't know those people. I don't know the groups of class. I don't know what they. I know what
I heard
they.
you from the outside. You said it's a state thing.
I don't know them as individuals. I don't know what they want to represent. I know the stereotypes that are associated with them, and a lot of those that I've seen to just be totally ridiculous.
Which stereotypes are you speaking of, Bucks? Which
The
stereotypes
idea
are you
that they
speaking
murder
of?
black people, the idea that they still murder black people, maybe that happened back in the 1860s. In fact, I'm almost certain it happened back in the 1860s. But it does not happen.
Almost.
I mean, I can't say it doesn't happen now because I don't know those people, and I'm certain some Klansman somewhere has murdered a black person, and just like I'm certain some black person's gotten murdered. Like, I can't say it doesn't happen, but I'm almost certain it doesn't happen.
What do you think that all KKK members, regardless of state, have in common?
Yeah, like I mean, it seems like there's a difference between like almost like a positive nationalism and a negative nationalism, and I think if it's like okay, I'm an American, I support America, I want America to do good. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but it becomes bad when it's like, okay, like you're a black guy, therefore like F you, I'm gonna kick you, drive you out of the neighborhood. That's when it becomes dangerous. And I think we're kind of arguing two different things. I think Bucks, you're taking a look at that. You're looking at this more from like it's part of who we are, and it's a natural expression of our identity. And don't look at it so scientifically. Look at it more like kind of foo-foo kind of look, like, if you will. I don't know if that's my own term. And I think the criticism against that is, look, we see in our history that this type of nationalism does lead to violence, does lead to discrimination, does lead to people treating people badly just based on what they are, not who they are.
I know how the media portrays things, and I know how the school system portrays things, but I can't exactly. Once again, I know, and you asked me a question actually. Let me address that question. You said, "What do I believe that they are unified in? Their solely unified message." And maybe I can't say that they're all unified in this because I've heard of one clan wanting to be integrated with blacks and Mexicans somewhere down in Florida, but that was just one time I heard that. So anyway, what do I think that a majority, if not all of them, are unified in? I think that they want to the preservation and progress of the white race. That is what they. That is the common banter line that I hear from them.
Right.
And,
I also think that Barack Obama should be DNA tested.
Two people are talking. What? I'm sorry. No. What was that?
Would you also agree that they also feel that all other races are inferior? Breaking up?
Kind of, but I can still hear what you're saying. And no, that hasn't been. Granted, once again, I would have to talk to those people on an individual basis, or at least talk to a good amount of the group's leaders to really get a good understanding of what they, But no, I wouldn't say that. I haven't heard since the '60s any claims of inferiority. I have, to a certain extent, looked into these things, and no, I mean, I can't say that some of them haven't stated stuff like that, but I can't say that their unified message is that all of the races are inferior. Maybe there are some Klansmen who believes, the blacks are inferior, and is what it is, but I can't say that that's a unified message of them. No, I can't say that.
Well, if you say the white race is superior by definition, every other race is inferior.
No, I never said that. I said that they want the preservation and progression of the white race. I never said superiority or supremacy. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
So I've never heard a KKK members or group not indicate that the white race is superior.
I have, and that is because the media portrays people a certain way. And I promise you, if you've listened to a few of their words and tried actually getting good non-media put out opinion of them, I think that you would come to a different conclusion.
Yeah, I know a lot of it's about brotherhood and things like that, and there is positive aspects to the KKK, which is a horrible thing to say because there's so many.
I don't know. It's not. They're just a group of people. They're not inherently bad. That's my opinion. It's not bad to say that you agree with them. It's not. As I said, if I agreed with Nadia, I would be happy to agree with Nadia. If I believed with the Klan, I would be happy to believe with the Klan.
I think you misheard me. I said
Okay, I apologize then.
I think you misheard me when I said I agree with them on some points, such as like brotherhood and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I disagree with their obvious aspects on like race and. Where you really got me was Barack Obama needs to be DNA tested before we decide if we should let him into the club or not. Just because of his mum, that was quite funny. But,
no, I didn't say that he should. What they said was that, how would you get a better understanding of what makes a white person? And I said, I think that if they look white and have European features, then they obviously have some recent. Obviously have some recent white ancestry. And I'm not saying that's the best thing to determine it by, but I do think that it could be a factor. And also a DNA test could also be a factor. And then when they said, how would you determine if someone's black or white? I would say a DNA test would probably be the best relation to that. Well, maybe not a DNA test, more of like an ancestry look into it.
Can someone mute this Jeffrey guy?
Jeffrey, your shtick is probably funny, but can you? I think it's a soundboard actually.
Yeah, basically, I'm from Scotland. It's not the biggest country in the world, but basically, I maybe agree with you on some points that yeah, I potentially got some bias for other Scottish people. I'd rather help like put money into my own country than say England or Ireland and stuff like that. But I don't consider black Scottish people or Asian Scottish people or Indian Scottish people not a part of being Scottish
Neither
or
do
being a
I.
part of the race. I think they should be helped
Okay,
just as equally.
But
Yeah, nobody
I
likes
never,
the English.
I never said that blacks weren't part of this
You
nation.
see what
I
they did
also
to William Wallace? Fucking horrible, man.
Yeah, I never said that you shouldn't support your nation, regardless of what it makes up. Like, if you don't like your nation, leave. But I think that regardless of the population, and if you enjoy your nation's policies for the most part, or you enjoy its history, or support it, regardless of if you're an outright racist and you do dislike the majority of the population.
What I'm getting from your point of view, and sorry if I'm misrepresenting you, you think that people from their own race say white people should help white people, black people should help black people, etc., etc. That's kind of where I find issue, and I think that's where most people here find issue. You know, and to say that people like we've got this built-in mentality, I rather, I know a lot of people, myself included, that are white men that are attracted to black women, and vice versa, and things like that. So I don't think it's necessarily all about built into the genetic code, unless
Neither do I.
less evolved than you.
Yeah, no, I said that I think in that instance the environment plays a bigger role than the tribalist instinct. But I do think it is a.
Damn, this dude don't shut the fuck up. I heard something about the Klan earlier. Like, what is this conversation about? I missed a lot of it.
I stated that Nadia misrepresented my argument that I agreed with the Klan on their transgender bathroom policies, which I completely disagreed with. And then I said if I had an opinion and I thought that opinion was right, and the KKK shared that opinion, I would still be very happy to endorse that opinion, not necessarily endorse the Klan, but to endorse that opinion. And I also said if Nadia had an opinion that was controversial and that I agreed with her on, and I would be very happy to endorse that opinion as well. Both opinions, regardless of who they represent in your mind, I don't care. If I think an opinion's good, I will represent it, regardless of the connotation or association. So that's all I said about the Klan. And then some other people said some other arguments, like you agree with the Klan and stuff like that, but they were just misrepresentations of what I said. So.
But you also agree with the Klan with regard to supporting the white race and preserving the white race, right?
I would have to hear their specific theories. I mean,
how about just generally as I presented it?
Possibly, I would have. It's a
possibly.
I don't know
to what extent.
They believe in the future. They believe in the future we all going to become one race. Let me
clarify this point. If they believed in white supremacy to the point to where they and all that, to the point to where they are killing people, I can't represent that. I can't agree with that. I would go against that. But if they represented it to the point of support your people and support your people's progression and don't allow them to be discriminated against, don't allow them to, and really have a unity in the race, then I, to a certain extent, would agree with that. I agree with unity.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you where you can agree with some points if an organization makes some good points and disagree with others, but I don't think you can represent or agree or like think let's say I don't want to keep bringing up the KKK because that's going to come into a horrible situation anyway. But let's say the Brony clan, the Brony group comes up with some really good mathematics that cannot be disproven. I've got really nice points. However, they also believe that we should integrate with nothing but virtual ponies. I'm probably still going to disagree with them.
Yeah, no, and that's fine. You know, as I said, I can't say that I would endorse their all their.
I agree on their mathematics.
So wait.
Exactly.
So you endorse segregation, is what you're saying? Not Simon. I was talking to this Bucks dude. You endorse segregation?
As far as I know it, and as far as I've seen those policies enforced and the social results from those policies, as I know it, and granted it has mostly been media endorsed ideas, so maybe I haven't gotten the full picture. But no, I cannot endorse segregation, but I don't know if I've gotten the full picture on it. But no, right now I cannot endorse that. It seems like a really it seems like a bad idea, and it seems like it would instill a position of inferiority and superiority, and I would not. I'm almost certain I would not endorse that point of view, or that policy, I should say. So no, I don't agree with him on that. And some clans don't actually believe in segregation, although a majority do. Some clans believe in integration, but they just, there's various levels, so that's why I can't say that I fully
There
agree.
are? How do you know that?
I've heard, because I don't try and hear just the media. I've seen the media portrayed in the news, and then I've seen the media. I've seen the clan portrayed in the news, and then I've seen the clan portrayed from speaking, and I've heard different clans portray themselves in different ways. Some people.
And you've heard some KKK members advocating for integration?
Yes, I've heard. Yeah,
Where did you hear that?
I've never heard that in my life.
Never? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well,
where
I've
did
heard
you
that
hear
from.
that?
Yeah,
I've heard that
I would call them fake clan members. That's what I would call them.
Yeah, where did you hear that, Bucks?
I've heard it was a group not too long ago. It was oh Jesus. Are you saying full integration of the clan or full integration of society? Wait.
Either.
Okay, I've heard a clan in Florida state that integration of the clan is good, and you could Google that. Florida clan endorses wants blacks in, or something of that nature. There's that.
And I bet you all the other clan members. I bet you all the other clans disowned that sector.
I can't say if they did or didn't, but once again, but that just puts my point of view that they believe different clans believe different things. I'm certain a majority would disagree with them. A majority would, take a different point of view on that. But once again, that's there are various clans who believe various things. Is my point. And as for full integration of society, there have been ex-clan members who have endorsed it, and I believe clan members who are, and once again, the Florida chapter is a really good example, but there have been others that I've heard that are not from there that have also endorsed it, who are current, or, well, maybe were, I don't know, but they were clan members when they did speak those things, so.
I'm Googling it right now.
Okay, yeah, look up Florida clan wants blacks in the clan, or something of that nature. That's, something of that nature. Just, you'll find it.
It almost sounds like a trap.
No, actually, the NAACP. Apparently, they've met with the NAACP. But I didn't do as much.
Come on, black people. No one's going to hurt you.
What? No. I haven't done as much reading on this as I probably should have, but I do. That's the general basis of what they said, and that's the general.
Well,
and I also read that the NAACP may.
I don't even care if the other clan don't disown them. Any black person that joins the clan, I'm disowning. Y'all can have them.
Fair enough. Once again, I don't hate it. Oh wait, you did find something?
Black joining the clan. That reminds me of that Dave Chappelle skit.
I'd love to see that. That'd be
exactly.
The Ku Klux Klan opens its doors to Jews, homosexuals, and black people.
Well,
the Klan is rebranding as the new Klan. Founder wants Jews, black people.
There you go.
Opens its doors.
But once again, the Klan isn't a full organization. That's the message that I was trying to put out there. They're not a unified organization. They're not clans.
They're not unified. There's a whole bunch of different sects of the clan now. It's not like it used to be where there was just one clan.
No, they've always been.
I agree with you.
The clan aside, is it okay? Maybe I can say something that we'll all find agreeable. Would it be safe to say that there's nothing wrong with, for example, having respect and pride in your own family and ethnic and cultural background?
There's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion.
Pardon?
I mean, I don't agree with I can't think of one argument against it. I could say, if your father made $1 million, you should respect your father for making $1 million. And if your race accomplished all these things, you should respect your race for doing all these things. Yeah.
I meant like who was the person that was Scottish? There's nothing wrong with appreciating Scottish culture and feeling proud of the clothes and the history and the language and all these types of things, right? I don't see anything wrong with that, and I think that's a positive thing. I think it becomes problematic, and here's I think where we can all agree, is when that form of pride becomes I'm better than you, I'm superior to you. I'm against you. That's what it becomes.
I'm against you for your skin color. Now, I would disagree with that. Yeah, I would, because there's no logical basis for that from my understanding.
That's what you've been saying this whole time. Though. You said if you're black, support black people. If you're white, support white people.
Yeah, but not exclusively white people. I said that I stated after that you should state with reason that you're not state support with reason through I think I said logical understanding of the situation. For instance, if there's a black person getting beat down, don't not help them because they're black, or if there's a black person and a white person downing, don't just help the white person. No, I said use logical reasoning for your support.
So what you said just makes no sense then?
I don't see how that doesn't make sense. I said support your people, support your people, support your culture, and try and keep that culture alive, and try and keep your race progressing, and that. And then, but I also said use reasoning because I don't want to see people die due to their race. Maybe shockingly, I don't know. But yeah, I think that makes complete sense in my estimation. Why would I make the claim that let the black person drown because they're black or whatever? No. I said pretty much try and represent your race in a positive way and support your race in whatever ways you can.
All right, I must have picked you up wrong then.
Oh, it's perfectly fine. Once again, a lot of people are representing my arguments a lot of different ways, and but I understand the basis is hard to swallow, and if you don't want to agree with me, it's perfectly understandable. We're all humans. We have our own individualistic opinions and individualistic lifestyles, and it is what it is. Not a big deal. Okay, I can see you asked a question. What was your question? Did you post it in the sidebar, or side chat, I should say? And was it to me? I may not have. Maybe you're not talking to me. I don't know.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Were you asking me that question, or was that?
I think that the whole conversation requires a definition of race. It wasn't just to you. It was to anyone. I've posted a number of times now, and this is a discussion that has taken place many times on YouTube in conversations that I've had in broadcasts that I've hosted, and it is the term race is as meaningless to me as well. Please let me finish. I will do so very quickly. It's as meaningless as the biblical definition of kinds, and until you can give me a specific definition of what a race is, then I think the conversation is meaningless, because we are all of the same race, in my opinion. Now, if you want to define race in some particular way, please do so. But until you do so, the conversation is meaningless.
I think it's meaningless regardless if I give you a definitive answer or not, but allow me to do my best and allow you to disagree. Well, I would define a race as if you look at the common first off, you look at the color of the group of people, I would say, because I would define... Or the characteristics of the group of people. Common characteristics are what, in my opinion, formulate a race. If they look like a certain thing and they have recent ancestry that looks like this particular race, and then you look at the specific traits of that race.
No, you can't carry on like this. You've just said you've just said two things, one of which is totally contradictory. You said, okay. Well, let me explain where you've gone wrong.
You asked me for a definitive definition. You wouldn't let me finish.
No, I won't let you finish because you're talking nonsense. Firstly, you say, "Oh, well, it's got to do with color," and then you've got to say something along the lines of characteristics. Now, your second attempt didn't in any way define race whatsoever, nor impacted your first. So, please.
I said it could. I said those two things, along with the other examples that I was going to give, could formulate one definition of race as it pertains to a certain to a people.
White noise. Explain.
Okay, thank you. All right, what I was saying once again was common characteristics, in my opinion, define race. If you have enough common characteristics, I would say you are of that race. Now, if you are white, I would say that you are of the white race. But if you have facial characteristics of Asian, I would say you are of the Asian race because you have those characteristics that tend to define it. And then, if you look at the recent, see, fuck it. And then if you look at the recent ancestry, if their parents looked of the Asian race, then there you go.
So
And
let's try to better define this. Since you're doing a terrible job,
that was a very good.
Maybe you could describe your characteristics that make you of the white race.
Yes,
I would say because
that's an interesting question.
Okay, I would say because I am white and I tend to have a good understanding of my background. Both my parents are white. My cousin,
You're defining
recent
yourself as
lineage
white because your parents are white.
And I would say that
I'm not going to let you off the hook. I'm terribly sorry. I'm not going to let you off the hook. You have not, in any meaningful way, described
well,
what,
you know what? I'm not
what
going
race
to.
is.
I'm not going to because
Oh,
I think
in that case,
well,
if
no, allow me to finish.
No,
You're
no,
not
no.
letting me. You asked me for things and then you don't let me finish. I'm just telling you. I don't think that I could give a satisfactory. I mean, I could look up statistics.
you.
What is race? I could give you a whole study on this stuff, and it will not impact you whatsoever. So therefore, it's fine if you don't want to follow that.
Let me just conclude with this comment then.
As white.
Someone's saying something. Two people are saying
comment. You have accepted yourself that you cannot give any meaningful description of what race means or definition of what race means. In that case, the conversation
you
is
just
meaningless.
misrepresented my argument. Look at that. Look at that. You just
No, I'm terribly sorry.
I think you understand what he means when he says race, though.
No, what I said was
I do not.
I'm not going to give a definition that is satisfactory.
Because you can't.
I can't. I just.
How about you attempt? How about you make an attempt, Bucks?
Just did. I perfectly understand.
Let me just say,
but the magic. I don't know what your last name is, but the magic you got.
No.
Yeah.
Bucks, I asked you, and I think that you understood what characteristics allow you to identify as the white race, and you ended up saying that you're white because your parents are white. Well, why are your parents? Then why are your parents white? It's a fallacious argument.
Can I answer that question? Look. You guys are asking for. Wait, 1 second. So you guys are asking for a scientific definition of racism, essentially.
No. I'm wondering what he.
Wait, hold on. I know, but I'm saying the race is not. Race scientifically cannot classify.
Yes, we understand that, Farhan. But we're trying to get Bucks to maybe give an alternative explanation as to why his characteristics make him white.
And please, if I may, I'm terribly sorry. If I may, he has just accepted that he cannot.
No, you have accepted that.
DPR, what he's saying.
Let me make
DPR, what he's saying. No, Bucks, shut the fuck up, please. Shut the fuck up, please. What he's saying is that.
Let him talk. Bucks, let him talk.
Bucks is saying that he will not give something an explanation that's satisfactory to you. He's saying that nothing he can say will satisfy you. It's probably true, but I'm curious as to what he's saying. We all know that he cannot give a satisfactory explanation, but I'd like to know what is satisfactory to Bucks.
Well, see, when you have a bias like that and you ask me a question, if I say, well, what color is the sky? Oh, well, we all know that the sky is now it's currently blue.
Bucks, I think most of us think that your idea of race is bullshit. Bucks, I think most of the rest of us in here think your definition of race is bullshit. Okay. But I'm curious as to how you would describe your characteristics making you identify as the white race, the so-called white race, which is bullshit. Yes, we all know that. But I'd like to hear you give an account for
He
that.
cannot.
See,
He cannot.
see,
One
the magic. Why is
second.
you won't accept an opinion? Okay, fuck it, sure.
One second, if I may.
Okay, fine.
You can't define yourself as a white or being a member of a white race until you can define what race is. Now that's my question. Define what it is in terms that I and other people can understand.
He said certain characteristics, including color.
A cumulative
Let
characteristic
him
of
answer
group
the
people.
question.
He just summed up my answer, and then I supported it, but I don't think he heard my support, which is perfectly fine, because I didn't mean to talk over him. But yeah, he pretty much summed it up. I said an cumulative amount of characteristics demonstrated by a certain group of people from a certain. I mean, I guess you can incorporate the geographic location in there, but it's not always needed. But it does tend to. People do tend to do that. So there you go. There was my thing. And once again, if that's not satisfactory for you, that's perfectly understandable. You have your opinions, I have mine, and that's just the way that the world goes around, and I think that's a lovely thing.
Yes, but the difference.
And I'm willing to accept that. So.
The difference is that I'm correct and you're not.
No, I would disagree with that, but that's your worldview, and that's perfectly fine. See, I
Yes,
respect
you're an 18-year-old ignorant kid.
I want to make this point. I want to.
We understand
evidence
that,
to support me.
Wait, I'm sorry, JJ. Oh my God, why, JJ? What? I'm sorry. Don't mean to sound like
I said you're an 18-year-old ignorant kid, Bucks.
Okay.
You're an 18-year-old ignorant cunt.
Okay, we can have those opinions as well. I respect all of your worldviews and belief systems, and I wish you all the best. I'm not leaving, but I just want to make that point.
Except not all opinions are equal.
I'm sorry, I will not be as insulting as other people have been to you. But I won't call you rude names, and I won't say that just because you're of a particular age, I've got no idea what age you are or whatever. But I do maintain my point, and I do go back to it because it is incredibly important. Your definition of race is incoherent. It's meaningless.
All right.
Okay. And until you can actually give a meaningful definition of race, then anything that you have to say about race is meaningless.
And okay, I mean, if you want to comprehend it as that, then that's fine. All right. Okay, I can agree that in your worldview, anything that I say on this topic from here on out is virtually dead air, and that is okay. I can accept that.
It's not about a worldview. I have asked you
I would say
frequently to give a coherent definition of race, and
I
you have
attempted
failed
to
to
do that,
so.
and you disagreed with my definition, so therefore that's it. Good.
No, I disagreed with the coherence of your definition.
Okay, all right, well, then you did that. That's perfectly fine. And I can accept that regardless of if I gave a perfectly sound, whether it was sound under my logic or not, explanation, I think that you would not agree with it, and that's fine. But you could say you would, and that's fine. I don't think so. But it's whatever. It's not a big deal. You disagree.
I'm perfect.
I respect that. I respect
sorry.
your disagreement.
I'm terribly sorry. Don't insult me. Don't insult me in this way. I am listening. I am listening to what you're saying.
I appreciate that.
Happy. I am more than happy to listen to what you're saying. I've asked you a question, and I don't think it's a matter of opinion, although I guess to a degree it must be. But I'm asking you to give a definition of race, and so far you have failed to do so. Now I could name all sorts of people who may be in this room at the moment, and ask you to define what race they are. Now, interestingly, there was someone from Scotland who identifies themselves as Scottish. I don't think Scottish is a race. And actually, I was born in Scotland.
His nationality, but not.
Yes, nationality is a different thing. It's not
I know.
race.
I know.
As
I didn't include nationality in my examples.
But I live in England. What do I call myself? I don't know. But it's got nothing to do with race. So,
can I quickly interject something? Sorry, can I quickly interject? I was only using the word race in terms of Bucks's definition of race, in terms of like qualities and things like that. When if someone says they're from the black race or Hispanic race, I kind of understand what they mean, even though I don't completely agree with their definition of race, but I understand the terminology they're using.
Well, again, I repeat myself. No,
I don't
no
see myself
coherent,
as a Scottish race.
no coherent definition of race has been given by anyone in this conversation, so far as I'm concerned. If anyone disagrees with me, let's hear from other people. Do you think
Common
that
characteristics relating
I'm
to
not
genetics.
I'm seeking to allow other people to answer this question. Do you think that, not you, do you think, anyone else in the room, do you think that a reasonable, coherent definition of race has been given?
No. None of them are reasonable, in my opinion.
I'm not trying to answer this question. I just want to say anybody else, or have we gotten to the end of that?
Bucks, how many races are there? Huh?
I really don't want to. I mean, I would identify the Asians. I would identify the Asians. He asked me a question. I mean, God, I'm not trying to talk over
I'm
anybody
curious. How many races Bucks thinks there are?
I would identify the white race, the black race. I would identify the Asians as a race, but I think that there may be side groups of people, but
Side races? Oh,
potentially. I've heard of various different claims of people that were isolated in a certain area who may have different. I genuinely, it is what it is. It's not. I'm not going to speculate on those groups of people, as I'm not educated enough on them to really say, oh yeah, they're a completely separate race. I'm not going to make that bold claim.
You think there are three races?
I would say there are
several side races?
There are three main races and potentially side races. But
Hey, I'm sorry. Can I just say something? I've been listening on the outside, and it's just such an insincere conversation. Look, we know for a fact that people are. We have affirmative action. We know that people get grants based on their race more so than others. So the government uses race.
Yes.
So it's unfair to criticize another person for using that to try to identify with their own kind. This is such such an insincere conversation that most of you guys in here are fucking fools. I'm sorry.
Well, in that case, you define race. Oh, you're out. You're not going to answer my question. I would invite you.
Dionysus has been beat up plenty of times over his three races bullshit.
I support some.
I disagree with Dionysus on pretty much every single point.
I don't know the guy, but thank you for that.
How about Jewish? Is that a race, Bucks?
Here, a link to a dictionary definition of race. There you go.
I'm sorry. I've heard arguments for that, and it's very hard for me to make that claim. It's very, very, very hard for me to make, because I do believe that that's a religion and it can be embraced by anybody. But I have heard counter arguments, and they've sounded not necessarily totally illegitimate, but they don't sound as concrete as I would like for me to embrace them. So no, I would not define them as a race. But
okay,
what race, people who do,
race,
so you have to talk to
what
them.
race are people from India?
I would. I mean, the country. If you're talking about the country, I mean, different people are in different countries.
Yeah, what race
I mean,
are people from
the
India?
majority.
Yeah, what races are people from India?
Once again, you would have to look at the.
That's the continent of Asia, by the way.
All right. Yeah. You would have to look at the different ethnicities that are there, and yeah, I can't say that they're all.
So you're really saying you have no clue?
He has no fucking clue. He's a.
That's what I'm getting. And
it's not so much that I don't have a clue. It's so much that I feel really disheartened with continuing this conversation, because you, as I've said before, you have your worldview, you have your own understanding of race, you have your own understanding of equality. So therefore, it's not a big deal if we disagree.
Yes, and we all have our different levels of education.
My claims aren't based off of lack of education, though. I have researched and stuff.
I'm terribly sorry. This isn't a matter about of worldviews. You keep on trying to say that it is. It isn't. I'm asking you for a workable definition of what a race is.
And I give you that definition: common characteristics based upon.
Right, but this is sort of
an example. Let me give you an example. I am in a relationship with someone who comes from India via Africa, and we have a child, what race is that child?
I would assume that if that person was bad, then I would say that they're mixed. That's on.
It's a hybrid. Hybrid. So Bucks.
So now you've put yourself in an even more difficult position, because initially you were saying there were 3 types of races. Now you're saying that there are mixed races. I'm terribly sorry to keep on saying this to you, but your definition, as best you attempt it, is
was
meaningless.
very concrete. No, I've heard many people
when he's
agree with
using
me
the
on
word
this
race.
definition. And
Use the
if how many
dictionary
people
definition.
too?
Just use the dictionary definition. It's I don't support a lot of Buck's ideas here, but look, it's not hard to look at the dictionary definition of the word race. But I think we know what we mean. If someone's racist against if someone doesn't get a job because they're black, we call them racist. Race is in the fucking it's in the word we're using. We know
Right.
So
but it's a mostly meaningless word.
What is your
Hey, Simon,
the
can you
word
please
race,
tell me
though?
your definition of race, and maybe our definitions will coincide. Maybe they won't, but I think that my definition sounds pretty solid. And I'm not asking you to intentionally support my claim. I just really, because all these people have been asking, well, what's the definition of race? We want to hear definition, we want to hear concrete definition. Only one person besides me has tried to complain and give the best of my knowledge. So please tell me your definition, and if you don't have one, beautiful.
When we're using it, and
I think the
I asked Simon a question.
Yes, and I'm trying to address that question.
That question wasn't to you. I said, Simon, here's my question. Please tell me this.
So I'll be very quick. I think it's just a very complex word, and words are always going to have different meanings. But in terms of the colloquial sense of using the word race, I think we can all distinguish what we actually mean by it. I've linked a Google definition. I don't think anyone needs to fucking read the Google definition to understand what the word race means. When there's a definition here, there's a use of it in here saying
people use
Scots,
it differently though, Simon.
We Scots were a bloodthirsty.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you this.
That sentence means it's not tripping me up.
Simon,
I'll tell
people
you this,
use it differently.
if I may, I'll tell you this.
Very good.
I think you'll struggle to find anything in law that relies on a definition of race.
Or biology, for that matter.
Yeah, I'm just saying it in
biology. Used interchangeably to distinguish ethnic groups, isolated usually. It's archaic, and it's virtually meaningless unless you have some sort of prejudice against the way somebody looks.
I wouldn't go that far, but I think I would certainly echo the initial sentiments and statement that you made. Definitely, yes.
Well, it's virtually meaningless unless you have a prejudice.
Yeah.
I mean, look.
If I say a majority of the Asian race are intelligent people, and I do believe this from the statistics that I've read, a majority of and even from their own literature and me speaking to them on a personal one-on-one basis, a majority of the Asian race is very intelligent. Does that sound like I have some bias against or for the Asian race? I'm white. Why would I try and support them?
Yes.
On your definition of that.
No, I haven't defined race, and neither have
Not
you.
you,
So
not
your point is meaningless.
Not you, JJ. No, it was not. That was not meant for you. You stated that the only reason that you would use race to sum up, or in any type of situation in terms of your phraseology, is if you have some type of inherent bias against the race that you're addressing when you state this race, etc. No, this wasn't directed towards you. I was talking to JJ. That's the claim that he made, and then I said to that, well, the Asian race, and I do believe this, is mostly consists of, from the statistics that I've read, very intelligent people. In fact, now where's the bias towards the Asian race there?
What do you mean by
it's
Asian
in your
race?
sentence.
Who's the Asian race? Indians, Chinese.
The complexity of the word is vast, but it doesn't mean it can't be used.
No,
it can mean so many different
he said that I have a negative bias against a race. I just
actually, I didn't say negative,
okay, you didn't.
and I did not say bias, Bucks. You open your fucking ear holes. I said prejudice.
Okay, well, excuse me for misrepresenting your argument like has been done to me multiple times, but it's whatever. Well, where's the prejudice there? I don't hate the people, nor do I like the people more than a stone in the wall. I
You
just
know
know
what
the
prejudice
statistics say.
means?
Yes, I know it. God damn it, man. What are you fucking saying? I'm saying that these people, from what I've read, tend to be more intelligent, and they make up a race of very intelligent people. From
What
the
do you think
statistics
prejudice means,
prejudice
Bucks?
makes. Stop trying to get me off like I don't know what I'm talking about. Prejudice means making a prejudgment about a race, and the statistics that I've read back up my statement that the Asian race is full of very intelligent people, and there's nothing wrong with that you can fault me on that. What is wrong with that? Where's the negative bias there that you, or prejudice, excuse me, that you stated that I have? There's none in my eyes, because I don't hate that race, nor do I hate the black race, nor do I hate the white. I don't hate any race, nor do I hate mixed races. So explain to me where the negative bias is there and prejudice, excuse me, in my statement that the Asian race is full of intelligent people based on this, at least in America, from the statistics that I've read.
Your statement is
No,
wonderful.
you know what? No, see, you're going. I'm sorry, what?
I say your statement is wonderful, but it's absolutely it's absolutely meaningless because you haven't defined race.
I've defined race, and you didn't accept
don't
my
understand
definition.
what he's talking about. Then you don't understand what he's talking about. You have no idea what the words coming out of his mouth means. Okay.
I'm not even sure what he said anymore.
Yeah,
I don't think that I claimed that.
I must be learning a different form of
the
English
Asian
from
race.
everyone else.
Did you said something about the Asian race based on the statistics you've read?
Yes.
Are very intelligent.
No, I said it's full of the majority of the Asian race is intelligent from the statistics that I've read, or maybe not the majority, but it's full of very intelligent people, more so than most other races, and I believe it's more so than the white race, at least in America. I can't speak worldwide, but I can say in America that the Asian race is a very intelligent group of people from what I've read.
You haven't defined race.
God damn it, man. It's not that I haven't defined race, it's that you won't accept my definition of race. That's easy.
And what I said...
There's nothing more there.
And what I said was that the term racism is virtually meaningless and is usually only used in some sort of prejudicial way.
No, you stated it was always used. You didn't say usually. You stated that the only reason that it would be used, I may be condensing your statement a bit, but I am representing it pretty fairly. What you stated was that the only reason that you would use the terms race in your wording is if you have prejudice against the race that you are addressing when you use the terms race, such as this race is etc. or this race is bad. That's what you said. I added on to it a bit, but I was just using it to better represent, or at least attempt to better represent your argument. That's what you said. You didn't say what you just claimed you said.
I said that the term race is virtually meaningless and is only used by people with prejudice.
Yeah, that's exactly, yes. And I addressed it, and I don't see how you don't see my addressing of it, but whatever. What I said, my rebuttal, let me just clarify one last time, please. My rebuttal was the Asian race, at least in America, it's full of very intelligent, or not is full, like not all of them, but is made up of very intelligent people, more so than other races in America. In fact, maybe even more so than whites from what I've read. It has more intelligent people in it. And then I stated, and I used race in that example, I said the Asian race tends to be very intelligent. So therefore, where's the prejudice against that race, and where's the prejudice for or against that race? Because prejudice can be, used in a good example or a bad example. So yeah, where is the prejudice for or against the Asian race in that statement? I don't have prejudice against or for them. Please tell me where. I didn't make that claim based upon this. I love the Asian race, Asian pride. No, I made that claim because of statistics I read. And if you say that claim is meaningless because you don't have look at the statistics. I use statistics to back my claim up that I've read.
Which statistics are you referring to?
No, see, I use statistics to back my claim up, and if you don't want to believe that is what it is, I'm done because your argument has been disproven, at least from what you've said. I'm done. I give up because it's never going to be good enough. I can never satisfy you with my definition. He's going to keep saying, you haven't defined race, you haven't defined race. No, I have defined race, you didn't agree with it, and then you stated something that I just proved to be false is what it is. We all have different worldviews. I am done on this topic. Continue bashing my whatever the fuck. I don't care.
Your prejudice.
If you want to make that claim, whatever.
Operated.
As I said, we all have different worldviews, and I can accept it. I don't understand why that's an issue, in my opinion.
Because all worldviews are not valid.
Sure, I can agree with that. And once again, I think that my worldview is pretty valid based upon what I've read and what I've looked. And you could say, well, no, it's not. Fine, that's fine. That's your opinion. Great, lovely. Moving on. I respect your opinion. I do. I genuinely.
Yeah,
You may not respect mine, but it's fine.
ridiculous. It's ignorant and uneducated.
See, you're bashing it now. See, I'm leaving you with respect, and you're leaving me with intolerance because you, sir, are prejudiced against anything that may sound racist. You, sir.
Yeah.
Yep, there we go. See, great. Lovely. I'm glad that we all have some prejudice in us.
I am bigoted
Lovely.
and intolerant
Awesome.
of dipshittery. Yes, it's true.
See, once again, I respect you. And to that, you are saying, fuck you. And I'm cool with that. I respect that you have no appreciation of my words and appreciation of them because you are biased against them. And you would never, as I said to him, I could give you the dictionary definition of race. I could give you all these things, and it will never be good enough. And that's fine. I can accept that. That's great. I don't love that, but I enjoy that we all have different worldviews. It's what creates discussions like this. And whether you hate me or not, I think that it has been a good
Right. And rather than talking about having the discussion, let's have the discussion.
We've had the discussion.
Dictionary definition of racism.
Oh, I'm done. You're talking to a brick wall.
And race in general is useless.
Okay, great. Beautiful. That's a lovely thing. Moving on.
Unless you're some kind of primitive troglodyte like yourself.
Okay. Lovely.
Sweet, I win.
I'm not sure it's a matter
Winners
of
don't tend to claim that they've won. Winners just tend to wait for other people and, whatever. And you guys can claim that he's won, and that's a lovely thing. I personally don't care. It's not a big deal.
I
do care. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me interrupt you.
I was just about to say I don't think it's a matter of winning or losing. I just think it's a matter of interesting discourse and discussion. If someone claims that they've won, I think that's something that isn't really sensible or justified.
JJ was just trolling.
Oh, I feel like I've won.
He did.
I genuinely feel like
I feel like JJ's been trolling this whole time.
The fact that I stated it was, I guess, was a little trolly, but
yeah.
The statement in and of itself,
my
I
question,
believe, is true.
To respond to that Asian stat about them being, the smartest according to the stats and everything,
No, I never said they're
that
the
is true.
smartest.
Yeah,
well, you're saying that they're.
I think it was just taken
Well,
to try and help define the word.
Yeah, you was trying to state how their, their IQ is like the highest and everything else
They tend
amongst
to
the
do
races
better,
in
yes.
America. Yeah, and that, can you
true.
name me a culture that kept their culture together more than the Asian culture?
No, I can't, but I honestly don't really want any more of this discussion about race because I feel you're going against me, and I'm fine with a civil discussion. But when that civil discussion
you
goes
guys
down
asked
to
what
I've
the
won.
You said you can't think of one. You can't
No, I
think of
can't-
another
no, they-
culture that
no, they
kept their
tend to
culture
be
together
pretty-
more than the Asian culture within all worldwide. Can we agree with that? Like they kept their culture together the most. They kept they isolated themselves from the world just to keep their culture together.
From what I've read, yeah. I mean, from my understanding, I can't disagree with that.
Whose culture got stripped down the most out of everybody around the world?
No, see, stripped down. That's I can't say that any culture has been stripped down or put into a negative light. I think your culture is what it is, and it's whether it's good
Really?
or bad. It's not a big deal.
Really?
Yeah.
So
I mean,
Black
I can't say it's not a big deal. It
So
can be a
wait.
big deal. Yeah, continue.
Black
Leave
Americans walking around. So wait. Black Americans walking around, not even able to tell you what tribe their ancestors came from. Is it having their culture stripped down?
I was using stripped down as a reference for derogatory terms. I thought that you were trying to paint that as being a derogatory term, not necessarily.
No, I'm not. I know. I'm asking you an honest question right now.
I mean, if you're talking, I mean, you could develop a new culture. It's not. You could develop a new
Did not,
culture.
no, I
It's,
asked you a question. I'm
I mean,
asking you a
you
simple
could look at
question.
geographic culture. I mean,
I'm
the culture is
asking you a
totally
simple
different.
question.
Culture is totally different
Can
in
you
Britain.
name me
than
another?
America.
Can you name me another race? You're not answering my question. You're not answering my question. You're building up the straw man right now. You're starting to beat him up. I'm over
Great.
here.
Lovely.
I'm not. The straw man's over there. I'm over here. Okay.
Beautiful.
Now, can you name me a culture that got stripped down more than the Black American culture?
One that has
As
been
far as
stripped
Black
down.
Americans, I can say.
I mean,
As
I'm
far as
certain
Black
there's.
Americans.
Okay, yeah, I know. I'm certain that there's one out there, but not one that I've studied up enough to say that there's one more than that. But there probably is. Maybe
I will tell you.
I don't know.
I will tell you there isn't another culture around the world that got stripped down more than Black Americans. Like I said, we're walking around here. We are a lost tribe, and it's not by accident that you chose the group that kept their culture together, the strongest and the longest, to show that their IQ test that you building your whole argument off of has the highest points, and us having our culture completely stripped down has the lowest. Now you might want to do some numbers on that.
I don't care.
I know. I know. Well, if you don't care, then why are you shouting out numbers?
No, because his claim was that you have some prejudice against or for a certain race, and he may or may not have been trolling. But I think he summed it up at the end was, I do agree with the argument, with his arguments left, right out. That he was trolling in his argument. I think he was just trolling and keeping and perpetuating the conversation just for reactions, and that is what it is. But no, I didn't say that there was a position of inferiority or superiority. My claim was that the white. It is what it is. I mean, you disagree with me, I disagree with you, and that's great. I personally don't care to continue having this conversation, though, because I made my points. Like, I don't see what you want out of this, other than to say, yeah, this is like, I don't care. I don't care about any of that. There's no prejudice. There's no prejudice.
I'm just doing what I do. I'm just doing what I do. I'm just doing what I do because unlike common belief out there, I am a black person who don't run for your numbers. I'm not intimidated by your numbers. I don't run from them. What I do is I break those numbers down.
Good.
That's what I do.
Good. You didn't break any of my numbers down.
Why your numbers are the way they are.
In here.
That's something that you guys tend never to do. That's something that you guys never tend to do. Y'all quick to come up here and start shooting out numbers, but y'all never get down to how those numbers got the way they was.
You didn't. No. Listen, you came in right after quite a long debate where I made a multitude of claims that some people agreed with, some people disagreed with, some people agreed with aspects of the claims, some people disagreed with the full claims as they were. And I can accept that, and I personally don't really care what other arguments you're going to bring up, because as I said 5-10 minutes ago, I don't care to continue having this conversation because this conversation didn't even originally include you, so it is what it is. At least to the best of my recollection it didn't, but it's not a big deal. Who cares? So, great.
All right, the thing I want to talk about
Why
is
can't we
what's the next
be
topic?
friends? Why can't we be friends? Why can't we?
Okay.
We can, my white brother. We can totally be friends.
White.
Go ahead.
What did you say, Nadia?
Oh, I said atheism, anarchism, communism, feminism, transsexualism, and I suppose I don't know, sadomasochism and so on. Go ahead.
Bring on the isms.
Fistism.
Ism for all.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes. I should remind everyone that International Fisting Day is the Friday, the 21st of October, 2016.
I'm just going to ruin you.
Go ahead. Say it again.
Don't be participating in festing.
I will say I have actually, as time passed, started. This is gonna sound really lame, but I mean it. Like had this like appreciation and love for like all peoples and all cultures.
Well, I thought you were about to say you've got an international love of festing for a second. I'm not gonna kink shame you, Farhan. Whatever you're into, bro.
I think, Farhan, you might not extend your appreciation as far as me. Go ahead.
Shoving fists up people's asses. It's so.
I'm racist against Nadia. Absolutely.
So Simon's anti-fisting.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not a race,
Sorry,
so.
I'm
Nadia, whatever race you're a part of, I'm anti that race.
Yeah, it's just
well,
I can't really measure up to a fist, so I'm a wee bit nervous about anyone that's anticipating for something the size of a fist going up them.
Well, Simon, you should be quite uneasy, given particularly that the other half, after the Cuban Spaniard ancestry, is Scottish.
Huh.
Yeah, that whole fisting thing just can't
I
be
go back
very
to,
good for you.
Yeah,
prostate examination, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry. What?
Prostate examination, is that okay? Does that count?
Oh, I thoroughly encourage such things as extremely thorough and frequent prostate examinations. Go ahead.
Thorough and frequent.
I encourage them, but they have to be thorough.
That's.
Make sure they're thorough.
Has anyone
your
seen the
money's
Beavis and
worth.
Butthead movie?
Absolutely.
Has anyone seen the Beavis and Butthead movie?
No.
There's the movie with Beavis and Butthead. It was just a stupid movie, but they just kept on ordering full rectal exams throughout the movie, just randomly. If you haven't seen
that was after my time.
That's really the last thing that I'm going to say, even near relating to race. What did Lazia state that was so shocking earlier? That's really it. I just would like to know that.
Yeah,
what was their basis for their...
somebody you wanted to get away from race, you sure just dove right back into it, didn't you?
I asked that because the whole conversation against me was, I believe, I could be wrong, but stemmed off of that, so I would just like to know for clarification as to why that topic was such a big deal at the time when I came back in here. I would like to know what his claim was. I'm not trying to support or denounce.
I don't even remember. He said a whole bunch of stuff. He said a whole bunch of stuff. I don't.
Nadia, I have a question for you, Nadia. Which race is most involved in International Fisting Day?
Well, first off, given that, evolution is merely time elapsed. Everything at any particular point in time that derives from the same sort of source of common ancestry is equally evolved. However, apart from that, I would not say I have any kind of statistical evidence regarding, number one, who does what the most with respect to fisting, and secondarily, the kind of normative aspect of what would be regarded as better in terms of fisting is also something of a more philosophical question that regarding which I am undecided. Go ahead.
Exactly.
Oh, did that seem inaccurate?
I was not really asking that question. So.
Oh.
I was being funny. But I guess I'm not funny.
Sucked in.
That was pretty funny.
My attempt to quote unquote roll with it, so to speak, is to, in some respects, make a sort of riff off of the literal interpretation of what is understood by me to be a joke. Go ahead.
Yeah, I love that.
You aren't really keeping the line of joking continued in motion, barring some kind of maintenance of its premise. Go ahead.
Yeah, Farhad.
I have to say that I lost that exchange.
He ran away.
No, I totally with my tail between my legs.
Well,
quote unquote roll with it.
Well, if you did, I apologize. It was not intended to be a contest. Go ahead.
See, the fact that that's even there shows more that I lost. On an absolute unrelated note, I've almost completely finished refactoring this code and doing XML for my protocol instead of previous binary text. Go ahead.
What kind of code involving an XML protocol again? Sorry.
I don't want to bore the room. I'll just really quickly say it. I'm writing this program that I've been talking about every day for the last decade, and I'm having clients exchange data. And previously, it was using some crappy protocol that I just made up, and now I've modified that to an XML. That's all. I'm really having.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Nothing. I get obsessed with things. Like, my personality is very obsessive, and I've become really obsessed with this.
Can you help me with this? I don't know whether it's your field or whatever. I was sent a file, which is the extension is a .dta, and I desperately want to open it because it'll probably save me about 6 to 9 months' work if I can access it. And I've searched on the internet how on earth do I open a .dta file? Do you happen to know?
Let me Google it, but I don't know offhand. I'm not familiar with that format. It's probably some program you have to open up and just mess with it.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
What exactly is it supposed to be?
It's a sort of like data set of information.
Let me check
Similar to an Excel file, but I think it's run by a program called Stata, S-T-A-T-A.
Yeah, that's what Google said.
Yeah, and I've the program costs a huge amount of money. It's not one that is supported by my university, so I've signed up for a free trial of it, but apparently they're going to take days to get back to me and whatever. But it's incredibly frustrating. Anyway, sorry. It was
let me see if I can help you out. I'll talk in the side chat.
Okay, that'd be great. As I say, I may be able to do it on this 30-day free trial and get all the information and then convert it into an Excel file. But I'm not entirely sure that I will be able to do that.
I don't know if it's so easy to summarize with a concise opinion, but I was briefly looking into it from some other issues that arose, and was wondering, DPR, what you might think of, I guess, the benefits and, well, I suppose, efficiencies of inquisitorial as opposed to adversarial sorts of justice systems. Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't follow what you were saying.
I was asking, I suppose in shorter terms, your thoughts on the, I suppose, benefits and deficiencies of inquisitorial as opposed to adversarial justice systems. Go ahead.
At this time of night? Come
on. It may be too broad a topic if it takes too great an amount of nuance to address in some sort of, I don't know, relatively concise fashion. Go ahead.
No, I'm not even going to go there.
Does it have anything to do with the R programming language? Stata?
Yes, but it, I think, would be somewhat of a digression to make the connection. Go ahead.
Well, I'm certainly not following you, and I'm. What time is it now for me? Oh shit, 2:30. I'm just not. I'm not in a state to sort of even begin to address this.
Well, Okay. It's all right. I thought I could spark a topic of discussion, yet perhaps this, like most of my thoughts along these lines, is too obscure to be addressed or engage the majority of the panelists. Go ahead.
Simplify the question, and I'll see if I can what I can do.
DPR, read the side chat.
Oh, hang on a second. I'm trying to multitask and it's not working. Hold on. Let me have a look at DPR. Is it private? The file? No, I can't. Oh, is it private? No. Is it sensitive? No. Well, it is to a degree. That is to say, there was it's a data set that has been produced by an assistant professor at a university in Texas, and although she has said that it is publicly available, it isn't, and I've emailed her, and she has kindly sent me the data set that she's referring to, and also another chapter that is being referred to in another book, which is in a Word document, which I can open, no problem at all. But the first two documents are DTA files. And I certainly wouldn't want to make them public because she's not made them public. She's sent them to me privately.
If I promise to delete the DTA files, can you send it to me? And I totally understand if you can't. I think I might have a solution, or I could just tell you what I was going to do.
Well, tell me what you're going to do.
Sure. Let me link you somewhere. Just a second. I was going to try this. Let's talk in the side chat. I don't want to take up the rooms.
I just wanted to tell you about your Indian child, your mixed race child. You would simply fill in the bubble in the Scantron that says other. Okay.
Okay.
What race are you guys?
German, French.
So the race would just be
nationality.
other.
Yeah, but I mean,
does
I wouldn't say I'm just well, I'm obviously white, but I'm not. But I got German, French, and English in me.
I mean, one of the things is other is not really particularly explanatory, but and it wasn't to wind him up, or it wasn't to just simply cause an argument. I'm genuinely interested in what people mean when they say race. And we've had this discussion on the Magic Sandwich Show many times, and as a result of those conversations, I have concluded, whether rightly or wrongly, I'm prepared to listen to other people's arguments, that the term really is meaningless. We are all
No, listen, DPR, I heard you say, but if we live in this, like, if I lived in that beautiful world, you know that commercial that says, you know, if the world was perfect, it would look like this, but no, it's not, and this is what Walgreens is for, or something like that. It's kind of like that. Like, if we lived in, like, you know, this perfect, idealistic world, yeah, we could simply say we just, you know, we're all, you know, humans. But the fact of the matter is that people do things maliciously from all races to all other races that are not like them, right? So your only defense is to try to participate and to encourage people of your own race or your own kind to help. You know, you form a certain type of. It's basically trying to form a tribe in order to gain protection, and you have a lot more chances of finding someone trustworthy in people who look like you than finding somebody who's trustworthy who looks the opposite of you. And you can give me exceptions all day, you know, all day long. But you know, the fact of the matter is that when at the end of the day. You're going to more likely find someone that you can trust that looks like you.
That's bullshit.
I'm not convinced.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I strongly disagree with that.
And it's not really what I was saying either. It's not the argument I was advancing. and I would. I'm terribly sorry. I've turned my camera off, which is very rude of me. I don't find that convincing at all. I don't think it's because I've not understood it. Although you may correctly suggest that that's the case. I just don't find that persuasive at all.
Well,
There are many people of different what I would refer to as ethnic groups as opposed to race, because I think that ethnic does have a meaningful definition behind it as opposed to race. And I would trust. I don't even sort of like look at it as a matter of, oh well, I trust this ethnic group more than any other. I just trust people on the basis of who they are and their character, and whatever ethnic background they come from is irrelevant. In the same way as
someone's character.
I simply do not.
How do you know someone's character, man? Like you realize like the amount of people can live together for 20 years and not really know each other, and you're saying like you can just automatically meet someone and say I know your character. Race is a good indication of character, not all. But you can't.
So you can't say that because you haven't defined race. And until you define race, the conversation is meaningless. I don't understand why this concept is so difficult for some of the people in this group to understand. If you cannot define race, then you cannot say anything about the characteristics of someone who you say is of a particular race, because you haven't defined what race is. The conversation is meaningless.
Why don't you just look it up?
What do you mean, look it up?
You don't know what look it up means?
No. What am I supposed to be looking up? And if you're telling me to look something up, right? If you're telling me that I should need to look something up, you've obviously looked it up already, so you can tell me what you found.
What's on the site chart?
Yeah.
Well, you said you didn't know what a particular term is, so why do I have to? I don't have to provide that for you, and I'm not going to. I'm tired of doing that. If you
race is a good indicator of character.
Race.
Well,
I would like to know how race is a good indicator of character.
I'll look at that sentiment. Firstly, you haven't defined what race is, and if you just say, well, you go and look it up because I'm not going to tell you what it is. I think that's a shallow argument. And secondly, if you are saying that even if you could define what race means, that there are certain traits attributable to your definition of race, then I would be very, very interested in listening to that argument, and also listening to the justification and evidence that you have to support that argument, because I don't think it's there. Now, it may be. If you want to tell me it is, you tell me it is. But I need evidence.
DVR, we can even skip this pedantic part of the argument and just say just to help progress this argument, that we can just look at people and we tend to like and identify more with people who look like us. Initially.
That is a totally different. That is a totally different argument.
That's where it's going to lead anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
I don't think it would lead that way at all.
Okay.
And how can it possibly lead that way until you have defined what race is?
I said we were skipping that in order to progress the argument.
We are all prejudiced. We're all bigoted. We're all have prejudices. I would agree with that. But those prejudices may not and I would certainly say in my case, do not or are not determined by what I would refer to as a person's ethnic origins as opposed to race. And the reason that I say ethnic origins is because I think that that is a term that can be understood and can be defined with clarity, whereas race is meaningless. Wow, that's one way to call a conversation.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
Let's for example choose something that is much more identifiable. I'm terribly sorry. Go on.
No, I'm just answering Dionysus on the side.
Okay.
He said skin color. I'll let him read. What was you saying, Dionysus?
I mean, look, we all know black people who act really fucking white, right? We all know white people who act really black. We know Philip. I don't know if you guys know Philip, but he's pretty white, and he's black. And then we know Eminem's white, and he acts pretty black. So I think skin color can represent more often than not what your environmental conditions. But I mean, there are exceptions to that rule.
But you said,
So where does I'm terribly sorry.
What type of character? What type of character is a black person, and what type of character is a white person?
It's not as simple as that. I mean, I'm not saying
Thank you. It's not that fucking simple.
Hold on a second. Let me finish. He asked me a fucking question. I think when we talk about skin color and what they've been exposed to, I'm not saying like we can determine whether they're a good person or a bad person. I'm saying we can at least determine, like, we can make a shortcut inference and say, like, they've been exposed to this probably because of this skin color. Like, there's no black person I've ever met that hasn't listened to Tupac. You know, like that's.
So can you say that again?
That part has been.
I didn't hear you. I'm not interrupting.
I actually know
didn't
some
hear
black people that.
Could you just repeat what you said? You know certain black people that what?
I was being facetious on that last part, but go ahead.
Well, I didn't hear what you said. I'm asking you to repeat it.
He said he's never met black people who don't listen to Tupac. Tupac Shakur was a singer in America in the 1990s who was murdered in Las Vegas. Very, very nice, very, very influential other person. He was being funny about it.
My question is, okay, so what kind of characteristics should I have when I see a white person?
Look,
if you're going to answer that question, you've first got to define what you mean by white and black, though. Do you know what I'm saying? So using the terminology of race is problematic from the get-go, isn't it?
Thank you.
I'm just trying to see where Dionysus' head is at. Like, I just want to know, like, what should a black person? How should a black person perceive a white person's character when they first see a white person?
You ever seen White Chicks, that movie that the Wayne brothers did?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
A very bad impression of white girls, but yeah.
That's what we should think when we see.
Of course not, but I'm just saying that there are truths to that, though. There are half truths, right? I mean, we always hear black people make fun of white people, you know, in the reverse. And there's some half truths to those things. To that satire.
Mm.
Like, if you're black, like, I'm sorry. I mean, if you're black, you're probably gonna like watermelon, right? Is that not true?
What?
No, that's not true. I don't eat watermelon. So that debunks that.
I'm just
That's
trying to
not
like
true.
this conversation.
Do all white people know how to swim?
I never met a white person who didn't know how to swim.
Hey, here's a question for you. Do all black men have huge cocks?
It's called cocks.
Are you going
I
to
can't
deny that
speak
one?
They put you on the
I
spot there,
can't speak
Psycho.
on all black men because I haven't seen all black men, nor do I want to. So I can't speak on everybody. I'm okay. That's all I can say.
Hey, if they're that well endowed, I do want to see them all, but I care more about the endowment than the precise levels of melanin.
They have to be done, and Nadia's the one to do it.
It's interesting,
Absolutely.
isn't it? That if you go into and I'm not saying that I do this, but friends that I have told me that they've done this. If you go onto certain porn sites, there's a category that you can look at, which is BBC, which apparently stands for something that I'm sure you're familiar with.
The British you seem very knowledgeable about this subject.
So far as my friends tell me, you never see no. My friends tell me this, and I believe them. You never see any categories of what would it be? SBC. So perhaps my friend's perception about the size of a black man's penis is not necessarily true. But that's for my friend to.
Yes, that friend that we won't name.
Yeah, I wouldn't name him. Obviously,
that strange friend. Yeah.
On a side note, I sent you that link earlier, DPR. Let me know if it helps you out.
I'm terribly sorry. I'm multitasking it.
Oh, no worries. I sent it a while ago. Let me copy paste again. But it requires you to use the program.
Sorry, you
Even
guys need to do what?
Talk in the side chat.
I'm looking
Even
at.
at the start of zenith of my attractiveness, I was never actually that popular. So my selection was extremely limited. I could not give you very broad surveys. Go ahead.
I've actually experienced racism from people within my quote-unquote race. It's because I don't look like a typical Pakistani guy, and so people will make comments and stuff like that. It doesn't really keep me up at night or whatever, but it is kind of like, what the hell, man?
Can I just very quickly interrupt? Yeah, I've got that link. I've saved it, and I will look at it. But thank you very much for sending it to me. Thank you.
No problem.
I just want to know what race Arabs are then. Like, I mean, what do Arabs sort of lean towards, black or white?
Well, that's the word race is so complex. It has so many.
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to
variables.
demonstrate.
It's like, yeah,
It's
I mean, like, you're from the human race, yet you can be from the black race, yet you can be from the Irish race, yet you can be from. The list is incredible. It's a very, very complex word, even though it doesn't sound like it. And it's used because of its vastness. It can be used in sentences and understood fairly easily because everyone really knows what they mean by it, well, a lot of the time.
I'm terribly sorry to say that's the point I've been trying to make for the last 2 hours.
Well, actually, I mean, it's all tribalism. But the whole argument that we different, like on it, let's put it like this: you got two cats, you got a lion and a tiger. Now they can mate, and they can make a liger, right? Now the problem with that is the liger can't reproduce. Why? Because they're they're not exactly the same.
There's
But a black and white
there's
person
another
can
there's another
reproduce.
yeah, there's another combination. It's not just a liger.
Yeah,
There's the opposite way around.
Yeah.
But I get your point. Yes, but a black and white person can reproduce,
They're typically bred for their powers and magic.
and this goes back to the absolutely meaningless expression, as I consider it, race, and I compare it to the creationists and the Bible thumping idiots that refer to the fact that the Bible talks about kinds as opposed to species. It's redundant. It's meaningless. It's pointless. You've got to be much more specific about what you're talking about if you're going to talk about things like kinds, species, races, ethnic differences.
These are pre-modern constructions, and they have real implications. And maybe there's something even like genetic in us about it, but like they're pre-modern conceptions, and when we try to define race, we will ultimately fail.
Yes,
race doesn't really.
I'm not doing this just to be argumentative. It's something, as I say, has been discussed on YouTube and many other places. On the show that I host, the Magic Sandwich Show, we've discussed this several times, including with Christians and creationists, and I've never heard of a meaningful, a coherent definition of what a race is. And let's face it, you know, look back at our history. We had a bottleneck in Africa, and I can't remember exactly what the figures are. I think it may have been as low as 3,000 or 4,000 people that came out of Africa, and we are all descendants of those people.
It's not true.
Oh, yeah, there's
no evidence to support that at all. It's a theory.
Oh, there's evidence. There's totally evidence.
Of course, there's evidence. What on earth are you talking about? There's no evidence. It's one of the most settled facts in science. What do you mean there's no?
I don't subscribe to your scientific paradigm, though. So for me, that ain't a fact. Sorry.
Well, in that case, you're just ignorant of or willingly refusing to accept evidence. Well, that's your position. You can take that position. But I'm really not interested in someone that is denying what is totally accepted scientific fact.
Yeah, it's just an ignorant opinion. That's all.
Yes, you are ignorant, and it is your opinion. Now, given the fact that you are ignorant, and we can forget about your ignorant opinions, we are all of the same race, and we all came out of Africa. So we are all Africans. We are all of the same race.
You can keep repeating it to try and get a response, which I know is what you're doing, but like realistically, you have no evidence.
No,
in order to come to that conclusion,
I'm not interested in anything you have to say. You are utterly ignorant, and I'm not talking.
Right, but you're making an ignorant assertion. You can't. I'm saying that you can't provide evidence without appealing to an authority, and I'm saying the authority that you cite is in fact corrupt and misguided and doesn't have any.
Are you saying that I'm using the appeal to authority fallacy?
Yes, 100%. There's no way that you can empirically demonstrate by yourself that that claim is in fact true.
Yes, and let me address this argument, if I may, very briefly. It is only a fallacy if I cannot prove or I cannot show the authority, but I can. I do not need to.
Of course you can. He doesn't accept the authority, though.
He doesn't accept the authority. In the same way, I'm kind of guessing. The one difference is. And I'm kind of guessing this. It may or may not be true, but I'm kind of guessing that, given the position that he's taking, he's some sort of theist, and he is appealing to an authority. But the difference between
I'm
him
appealing
and
to.
I,
Like, where have I stated that I'm appealing to an authority?
well,
I've literally just presumed that in the past second. Like, I've
yes,
not once claimed
I
a
have
counter-position.
I have presumed it. Am I wrong?
Commander, you do appeal to an authority, and your authority is your own intuition. You appeal to your own authority all the time,
I don't
Commando.
claim that to be an authority, though. And
Yes,
again,
you,
I haven't
you,
provided.
you, you have.
I haven't once
You have,
stated
in
a
fact,
counter-position.
Do you believe?
in fact, claim that your own
hang on a
intuition
second.
is
I want
your
to
authority.
understand what his position is, please. It'll only take a couple of seconds. 2 questions. Firstly, are you a Christian, and do
No.
you believe in a God? You're not.
No, I'm not a Christian, and I understand what the terminology of God actually means.
Okay. I'm done. Sorry, I turned off my camera, not my microphone.
He has a non-standard belief.
At one point, nowhere in that conversation did I state a position or provide a counter position to the one that you're putting forward. So all that conversation was just 10 minutes of your own projection, which I find quite amusing.
It wasn't 10 minutes, and what it was you saying that I was wrong.
Well, you are wrong.
So if you're claiming that I am wrong, you are appealing to some authority or some knowledge.
I haven't cited an authority, so how can I be appealing to him?
How can you know he's wrong
I'm just
if
making
you
the
don't
claim.
have your own opinion?
I'm just making the claim that you're wrong. That's it. Like,
well, in that case, it's an absolute waste of time. Upon what basis are you saying that I am wrong?
I don't require a basis. I'm saying that you're wrong, and you have to demonstrate to me why you're correct. You can't do that.
There is no way to prove that he is correct because you don't accept scientific evidence, Commando. So there's going to be no way to prove that.
QED.
Well, ultimately,
I'm totally sorry, Nadia, just let me say this very quickly. I waste so much of my time talking to ignorant fuckwit Christians, and I'm not prepared to waste my time talking to an ignorant fuckwit atheist.
Oh, he's some kind of well, he calls himself well, do you call yourself Gnostic or
Gnostic?
No, I don't call myself anything. Like, that's just a label that's just easy to use in conversation with people. I don't have a label. I don't believe anything. I subscribe to any sort of systematic or pre-molded ideology. All I'm saying is that, all the people that enter these rooms are wrong. That's it. That's my position.
If we could maybe give DPR kind of gist of your belief system, you hold something akin to that Jesus Christ is the devil. Go ahead.
Yeah, but that's a completely different conversation. But I mean,
okay.
I mean, you can basically sum that up as I'm not a Christian. So
yeah,
we ain't gonna get to what Commando think the devil is. We gonna leave that alone.
Yeah, DPR talking to Commando is strictly for the lulz. Seriously, there's no real serious information other than what his opinion
there can be.
that comes.
Oh.
Well, it's all learning about what his opinions are.
Interesting.
Okay.
No,
so I think we can go a bit further, though. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Terribly uninteresting. And not a game that I'm prepared to play. I'm sorry.
I mean, you're saying my position is not interesting, but I haven't even stated that I have a position. So again, you're just indulging in your own projection. Like, I mean, go ahead. But,
whatever. We're done. I'm not interested in talking to you.
One of the difficulties, Simon, I think you're echoing, with pathological self-reliance is that, in effect, all evidential argumentation is rebuttable by a simple denial of the actual authoritative status of the authority. Go ahead. Oh, and let me reload.
It's rebutted by saying, I don't think so.
Undercutting defeater, which of the undermining of the credibility of the authority. Go ahead.
Well, that hasn't happened.
I mean, exactly, because all the authorities that you people appeal to aren't credible. They're just contrivances of lies. That's it. And if one was to get in tune with one's own spiritual nature, you'd come to that objective understanding, but you won't, and you can't. So.
Okay, so
Can you
for instance,
show any of that?
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just
I
wondering.
don't need.
If you
I
can
don't
show
need
any
to
of that.
demonstrate my claims. I don't need to demonstrate my claims. I don't need to.
Then they are just that. They're just claims. They're meaningless.
But they're axiomatic claims. I speak the truth. If you're going to posit something to me, you have to back it up with evidence. I don't fall for that burden of proof bullshit. That don't apply to me.
Genius.
Yeah.
Well, I go by largely logical argumentation as opposed to evidential. And so your claim, or sorry, your demand for the presentation of evidence is not applicable to those forms of logical argument. And by and large, one finds far broader applicability of methods of logical argumentation than evidential. Go ahead.
Yeah, just in case you're wondering, I have a 40-inch penis. Don't need to prove it. You can't prove me wrong. Sorry.
Well, in many respects, the kinds of assertions with which we're dealing are not decidable on the basis of evidence anyway. Well, omnipotent gods are, well, by the definition of omnipotence, capable of actualizing any possible world. So, any observation of the world has no potential for inconsistency with such.
Well, my God
Right,
is omnipotent in the sense that my God can do everything that happens.
My God could beat up your God.
If that's omnipotence, I don't know. I mean, it's everything that happens. So.
And my dad drives a tank, and he'll blow you out of the water.
Your dad will be up, my dad, or my dad will shag your dad.
Well,
if you shag my dad with your 40-inch cock, then he's got a 40-foot.
Colon?
Well, the kind of conceptual analyses and such available from logical argumentation establish that the assertions being made by the various theists are not even potentially meaningful, that they cannot have meanings assigned to them. Go ahead. Oh, and we have 30 minutes.
I don't think there's anybody arguing theism in here.
What a shame. Well,
I think there's only...
But it holds far more broadly across quite a variety of fields. The denialism with respect to the kinds of evidence one might present is actually rather typical of pathological self-reliance and such diverse subjects as climate change or, I don't know, things like peak oil. Now,
I'll tell you
sorry,
what. I'll play devil's advocate here because I know it's one of Nadia's and mine greatest contentions. I will argue, playing devil's advocate, I will argue for a deistic God, and I would suggest that you cannot disprove a deistic God. Now, Nadia, an opposite view, but how can you disprove it?
DPR, forget the deistic God. It's all about the pantheistic God.
Oh, I think the pantheistic gods make much more sense.
Thank you.
And particularly the Greek and Roman gods, because they had human characteristics and
not polytheistic, pantheistic. Not polytheistic.
Please do clarify what
Pantheist.
you in particular might have in mind by a pantheistic god. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I'm not sure that.
It's not even open for debate, really.
Well,
regardless of whether it's open for debate or not, can you tell me what a pantheistic system is?
Well,
and how that differs.
As I'm stuffing my face at the moment, I would recommend DPR that you just Google it real quick. That's probably enough. If you do that, you'll see the top thing. Look at that. It's just a summary. You could go to the wiki site.
I don't
read
do
the
it.
first paragraph. If that doesn't do it, then ask me again, and I'll try to elaborate after I'm done stuffing my face here.
Okay, I'll wait till you stuff your face, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm a very simple person with very little intelligence, and I can't multitask. And if you invite me to look at something, then I'm trying to listen to the conversation and read the stuff, and I don't have the capacity to do that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm so simple and ignorant. So
I'll do it for you.
You eat whatever you're eating. I hope it tastes nice.
It's
and
peanut buttery.
It's
peanut buttery and chocolate cakey.
Oh, I'm so jealous because I can't really eat that sort of stuff.
Well, the bear pantheism is in a number of respects semantically reducible to, well, God as referring to little more than reality. So, in whatever respect you might hold pantheism to be distinct from a mere synonymous relationship of a god to reality, please do clarify. Go ahead.
No, that's pretty much it.
Well, using the word God instead of reality does not actually provide much of a meaningful distinction between, well, the totality of that which is, and reality and all that as
right.
Objects
it's really
under discussion. Go ahead.
But it's meaningful to me. That's why I said it's not even really open for debate. I mean, it's just reality. And the only thing that makes it meaningful is that it provides a mindset for appreciation and reverence for reality. It's very similar to I've said before, religious naturalism.
Can you expand on that?
I'm eating my cake. I'm trying.
Well, you told me you.
Look into really. I mean, there's not much to expand on.
Yeah, but okay, finish eating your cake and then get back to me. You can't just say, "Oh, I can't talk about it because I'm eating," and then talk about it. And when I ask you a question, you say, "No, I can't respond because I'm still eating." That's unfair.
Of course I can, but it's not really. It's not really a topic worth talking about. I only brought it up because you mentioned.
That's fine.
I only brought it up because you mentioned arguing for a deistic God, and the point of me bringing it up was that forget arguing for a deistic God, just go with the pantheistic God.
Right. Now, how are you defining? How are you defining pantheist gods or God?
It's reality. It's everything.
What? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Did you
hear Nadia? Didn't you hear Nadia? Hmm?
I always hear Nadia, and she has the capacity to speak over and above my understanding. I told you I'm a very simple person. I don't understand very much.
Okay.
I'm not very intelligent.
Farhan has an interesting idea, which is that atheism may be, in some respect, reducible to polytheism. Please, you tell?
Hmm?
Yeah, I cannot explain this, but I kind of do believe it. Ocean and I have talked about this briefly, and I just need to. I haven't formulated my thoughts on this yet, but I can. It's something about. I don't know how to explain it. Maybe like the fact that there's almost like a universe type worship, not worship, but like belief that like what changes the world are these impersonal forces that we can appeal to through physical means. And then there's multiple of them, and they kind of compete amongst each other, which would be kind of like the gods, where there are different entities that control the universe in some way, and we appeal to them in different ways. Obviously, there's totally different ones, more rational, and the other one is non-rational. But yeah, different forces, and also like kind of their conclusions on like morality tend to be similar. Yeah, so this is just an idea. I mean, I haven't formalized it or anything like that. It's just something floating in my head.
Well, I'm grateful for your attempt at an explanation. I'm reminded, I think it was the words of Jefferson, that ideas must be distinct before reason can act upon them. And what you've just explained, although I appreciate it, doesn't allow me to exercise my reason upon it, because and again, it may be my my failing, but I simply don't understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know, and I didn't explain that well at all, and I could be totally wrong. It's just like a feeling that I have, but I cannot explain it.
Okay, well, that's fine.
And I fully recognize that I could be wrong about that.
Yeah.
I note that there are people in the room that have been very quiet and mute. I just wonder what their opinions are. Who have we got? Country Girl hasn't spoken. Dionysus has, yes. Everyone else has. Is Country Girl still with us? And
very likely so.
I think there's a lot of people trying to get in as well, so if people are just AFK, maybe
I can leave if I'm not really talking all that much.
Well,
is there a demand to get in?
Oh. So what?
Not full.
DPR. What didn't make sense to you, DPR?
About what?
About the universe being God. I assume that's what you were referring to.
I'm not entirely sure I was. What I was referring to, and I'll come back and address your specific question, but what I was referring to initially was the fact that I didn't think that you can disprove a deistic entity. Now, whether God is the universe, it's a proposition that simply doesn't make any sense to me.
What doesn't make sense?
Simply do not. I don't understand what is if someone is arguing that point. I don't understand. Is it by virtue of your definition of what God is? I mean, if your definition is God is the universe, then obviously God is the universe. But if you are, I wouldn't have thought that anyone is just arguing that, because it makes no sense. So there's got to be a deeper explanation of what you mean when you say the universe is God. What is that explanation? I certainly don't understand it. It's not for me to conjure up.
That's what I meant. What doesn't make sense about that? Does the deistic God make more sense to you?
Well, the point that I was trying to make when I raised the issue of the deistic God is that it was an issue that Nadia and I have argued about for a long time. probably longer than I imagined.
Right.
Years maybe. And the only point that I'm making is that I don't. I'm not supporting the argument, but I'm saying that it is impossible to disprove the idea of a theistic entity. Now, whether you want to call that a god or not is a different matter.
Well, yeah, my understanding of the deistic God was the creator of the universe that just did that and turned away,
Sat back,
right? And did,
sat back
and then
said, yes, sat back and
so
everything follow without any intervention.
And that actually, right, and doesn't intervene, right. And that to
Yes.
me actually makes less sense than the pantheistic God.
Now we have to go back. I suspect you finished eating
Wow.
your cake, so
I did.
now you can explain to me. Yes, now you can explain to me what you mean by the pantheistic God.
So we have an understanding on the deistic God, and that makes less sense to me than the pantheistic God. And the pantheistic God then essentially created itself, which is itself all of reality.
Really quickly, I'm very happy.
And I would even what?
No, you first. You first.
And I would even argue does interact. I don't know about intervene because that doesn't. I don't think that's the right the right word to use, but does interact with itself because it's everything, including you, including me, including everything. All matter is part of. I really hesitate to say creation because I don't even adhere to a finite universe. It's purely naturalistic. There's no belief in supernatural because that doesn't make any sense. There is nothing in my mind outside of the natural universe, which of course is just the order from the chaos, the presumed chaos. If there was something, some other form of what we know as reality before that, possibly it was chaotic, and it's just a way of it's just attributing all of the natural laws to something that, for lack of a better term, is divine, is amazing and miraculous even.
You said something doesn't make sense. You don't believe. What about like the double slit experiment? You know that doesn't make sense, but you believe it, right? Like the results from the double slit experiment.
What about it?
Like that doesn't make sense, but you believe it probably nonetheless. I think most intelligent people. I don't think anybody would deny it.
Why do you say it doesn't make sense?
It doesn't. Like how can something be a wave and a particle at the same time?
Well, they can't, and they aren't really. I mean, or they can actually. I mean, they just are and can be.
Does it make sense?
It depends on how you. Hi, Jackie. It depends on how you look at it, I guess.
Really happy
But
to
I
hear.
wouldn't say that it doesn't make sense.
I was going to say, Jackie, I'm really happy while you're here. I want because you have the most interesting thoughts.
Oh, thank you.
And as far as
I mean that as a genuine compliment.
okay.
Let's interrupt the conversation.
As far as the pantheistic God, then, making more sense than the deistic God. The deistic God is some entity that created everything, is outside of everything, and then doesn't do anything, which makes far less sense to me than a deity, God, that created everything or is everything, created itself at a time when there wasn't time. I don't understand that. It's kind of nonsensical to me. But then also interacts with everything because it is everything. And it's really, again, I'll say it again, it's all really just about a mindset. It's about having an appreciation for reality.
Yes, it's a mindset. I will think about, but Lady Jackie is desperate to jump in.
Yes, hi Jackie.
Yes, I can only say I'm an pantheist because people don't understand my pantheistic belief, right?
I
But
know what you mean.
yeah, but but I would say that I'm more of a pantheist than an atheist. Like, it describes my beliefs a little more. The fact that okay, the simplest way to put it is the fact that there is cause and effect is what drives the universe, and that simple idea is what makes the universe. So, for example, I personally believe that time and space have to exist because you can't have one without the other, and therefore the universe didn't have a beginning and will not have an end, and the universe is infinite and eternal. All because of cause and effect, because you can't have time without space and space without time. So the whole system of cause and effect for me plays a huge role in my appreciation for existence. And so I am more mindful of the things that I do because of cause and effect. What I do in my life affects me and the things around me. And just like the things that happen in the universe affect other things that happen in the universe. I also personally believe that the universe is somewhat of an entity, but it doesn't have intent, and it doesn't have, well, mostly it doesn't have intent, which is the one reason why I wouldn't call it divinity necessarily.
Or
But
at least
I do play
as we know it, right?
right as we know it, which
Because
is
I will
why,
bend that
yeah,
definition also.
yeah. But I also kind of believe that within our planet, our Earth acts as kind of one being, because it's one like big ecosystem, and it's kind of like one breathing entity. So I'm kind of an environmentalist, obviously, but I don't know if any of that made any sense, but I think when
It did
someone
to me.
identifies as a pantheist, it's more of a desire to place importance on appreciating the universe around us.
Beautifully
The
said,
universe.
Jackie.
The universe
And
is death.
I'd also like to welcome MG42 Pillbox. It's very good to see you on.
oh, so glad to see you, Pillbox.
I am actually genuinely glad to see
Pillbox, my
Pillbox.
dude.
Hello.
Pillbox, my dude. What's up, Pillbox?
Yeah, Mom. What up, players? What a friendly group. You guys are too kind.
I'm glad to know that you're a pantheist, Jackie. I didn't know that.
Yeah, not a lot of people know
I
that.
have to say, I've got no idea who Pillbox is, and I really detest the fact that he's turned up in this hangout. I say that just come on, you know I'm joking.
Ozzy, there is a chance that I don't
I tell you-
exist. There's a good chance I don't exist, though, in your mind. So.
DPR.
Lady,
pantheism. Pantheism is theism for atheists.
Can I just address some of the comments that you made?
Yeah.
I think it would be incredibly arrogant and foolish of me to try and make any statement about the origins of the universe. There are people who are far more intelligent than I am who are still struggling with this question. And I think that our everyday intuitions are not helpful when we are looking at things such as the creation of the universe and everyday intuitions such as something as simple as your relativity. Our everyday intuitions suggest that if you put more force behind an object, it's going to go faster and faster, and it will carry on. And the fact that there is a limit to how fast it can go is not something that we would necessarily assume, but it seems to be the fact. If you are traveling in a car at the speed of light and you open your window and you throw out an object, you assume, our intuition would say, that that's going to go faster. But this, I think, is fairly well settled that it is not, because nothing could go faster than the speed of light. So all the intuitions that we have are, I would say, redundant when it comes to something like the origins of the universe, how it came about. I'm not entirely sure that we will necessarily ever have a true understanding of it. Maybe we will. I'm not convinced that will be the case. And going back to talking about appeals to authority, there was an interesting documentary I saw recently, which I know I've made reference to before, but not necessarily to this audience, so I'll say it again. There's an organization somewhere in America that has many brilliant physicists working on the question of whether there was anything before the origins of the universe, or in inverted commas, the Big Bang. And it was interesting because during the documentary they were asked to hold up their hands. Was there something before the Big Bang or not? And it was about a 50-50 split. So even the most brilliant people who are working on this incredibly complex question have totally different views. So in summary, it would be unpardonably arrogant of me to make any statement about the nature of the universe or the origins of the universe, in my opinion.
But of course, there had to be something before what you call the Big Bang.
Why?
I just hold on.
There would have had to always been something.
Why?
Hold on. I just say what I say because, you could, after reading these papers and stuff, because I have looked into it, I guess, I don't find it to be wrong that I hold a belief one way or the other. I can still say, I don't know for certain, obviously, but I can still believe in one way or the other, based on what evidence that has been presented that makes sense to me.
Absolutely, and I cannot criticize you for doing that. But the one thing that I would say in response is that whilst you may hold beliefs, you cannot tell me that your beliefs are true unless you have evidence for them. Now, some beliefs are
and I never
ridiculous.
claimed that.
Some beliefs are ridiculous. I think, as you well know, I think most claims to or about religion are ridiculous. But I can't criticize you for holding those views. But at the same time, you cannot criticize me for not sharing the beliefs that you have, because they are beliefs.
But Magic,
they are not supported by evidence. Sorry,
Yeah,
go
but
on.
Jackie's right. There's no wrong answer though.
Sorry,
To a theory, there's no.
Wait, I didn't say. Hold on, I didn't say there was. What?
Right, exactly. You can't say that a theory has a wrong prediction about a theory. I can't say that there was. I mean, JJ made a good point that there has to be something. He's not wrong, but at the same time, you can say no. This theory entails that this was the beginning of everything, so there is really no wrong answer to a theoretical idea about a spontaneous singularity event.
Why do you support his view that there had to be something?
I don't necessarily. I'm saying he's not wrong. If they're for both sides, you can't be wrong about a theory such as this. You can't be wrong and say there was something before, and you can't be wrong saying that no, it created everything.
I accept to a degree what you're saying. That is to say that you can anyone can come up with a hypothesis, a theory, but that you could only prove the veracity or the truthfulness of that theory by evidence and by testing, and none of the statements that I've heard about, for example, there had to be something
No, I don't
the
think.
universe began. That is a hypothesis.
I don't
But
think that
until-
any authority claims otherwise, though.
Can I just clarify real quick? I never said that my beliefs are absolutely true. Anyone can convince me. I am an open book. They are just my beliefs. They are just what makes sense to me, and I go with science when science seems to have the answers. Like I believe in evolution, or I accept evolution as a fact. May I correct myself? And etc. etc. No, perhaps the Big Bang happened from what we infer through science. It's just that in that specific realm where we don't know if or what was there before the Big Bang. I'm an artist. I have a crazy imagination, and it's somewhat admittedly fulfilling for me to have some sort of creative answer, even though it has not been confirmed one way or the other.
I think having a wonderful imagination is a great thing, and I certainly wouldn't criticize you for having that. The words that resonate with me at the moment are the words of Richard Feynman, which is a person I'm sure everyone listening and on the panel is familiar